Beneath the permanent unmelting snow of the Himalayan mountain range once walked a French woman well past her 50s. Alexandra David-Néel darkened her face with charcoal dust. Disguising herself as a wandering pilgrim beggar, she slipped secretly into Lhasa, meditated alone beneath the starry sky, and listened to the mountain wind whispering tales of ancient reincarnation and spiritual liberation. Tonight let us step into the extraordinary life of this great female explorer and listen to a timeless story about the true meaning of freedom. She once stood as a celebrated opera diva, yet turned away from glory at the height of her fame to journey toward the loneliest, most mystical highland plateaus. Alexandra David-Néel traveled on foot, measuring the vastest distance between earthly reality and spiritual transcendence. Upon the old streets of Lhasa, no one recognized this dust-covered, weathered woman as the dazzling shining star who once graced the grand stages of Paris. Let the quiet night wind carry you back to the pure, serene nights of old Tibet and guide you toward peace hidden deep within your own heart. How far can a human soul wander once casting aside all worldly bonds and trivial attachments? Alexandra David-Néel showed the world that spiritual freedom lies never in reaching a fixed destination but in the fearless, graceful posture of walking forward. At the advanced age of 55, she trekked on foot over mountain passes that stood as the boundary between life and death, driven only by the longing to behold the sacred city. Dwelling deep in her heart, let this gentle, unrushed narrative cradle your spirit and grant you a calm, peaceful night of rest. In the streets of Lhasa back in 1924 wandered an ordinary, even ragged Tibetan female beggar, her face stained thick with black ash, her long hair disheveled and unkempt. She blended quietly among crowds of devout pilgrims, never arousing the slightest suspicion from local officials. No one could ever imagine that this humble woman bowing in prayer before spinning prayer wheels was in reality a noble lady born and raised in Paris. That woman was Alexandra David-Néel, and she was already 55 years old at that time. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, she once shone brightly as a renowned opera performer upon the grand stages of Europe, yet deep within her soul she heard the distant calling of snow-capped mountains far beyond the horizon. Determined to enter Lhasa, forbidden holy city closed tightly to all foreign travelers, she chose to cross the Himalayan ranges on foot during the bitter coldest season of the year, through countless perilous nights, walking side by side with looming death. What exactly had she been searching for? Was it the mysterious power of ancient faith, or the authentic self long buried beneath the noise of civilized modern life? On this quiet, still night, follow in her footsteps and set out upon the long winding path leading toward the pure summit of the world. The hidden cracks of destiny often quietly emerge amid seemingly stable ordinary existence before encountering the profound wisdom of Tibetan Buddhism. Alexandra David-Néel lived a life filled with glamorous contradiction. She toured opera houses across Paris and London, bathing endlessly in blooming flowers, thunderous applause and public admiration, yet her inner soul remained as barren and parched as an empty wasteland. She once entered marriage attempting to fulfill the traditional role of a devoted wife, yet the enclosed walls of family life only filled her heart with suffocating confinement. She told her husband more than once that she had to set out on her journey even if it meant perishing along the road in pursuit of inner truth. In 1911 she made a decision regarded as utterly insane by the standards of her time to travel eastward entirely alone. She trimmed all her belongings down to a single small handbag, carrying an intense longing for the unknown world before vanishing over the distant horizon deep into the open east. Within the dense jungles of India and the quiet ancient monasteries of Sikkim she began learning the intricate Tibetan language and studying ancient sacred scriptures almost forgotten by time. By this point she was already well into her 40s, and according to the rigid social expectations of her era she ought to have settled down quietly, waiting for the slow passing of old age. Yet Alexandra believed firmly that her true life had only just begun. Within the layered shadow of the Himalayan peaks lay the one true home her wandering soul had always longed to find. If you have ever witnessed the brutal winters of the high plateau, you will understand that simply staying alive in such a land is already a miracle in itself. Alexandra David-Néel planned for 2 whole years, plotting her secret journey into Tibet. Determined to abandon every trace of her Western identity, she adopted a young Tibetan monk named Afer, and the two embarked on an 8-month journey, pushing far beyond the limits of human physical endurance to avoid the watchful eyes of border guards. They deliberately avoided flat, open roads, trudging slowly forward through knee-deep frozen snow. Alexandra smudged her skin dark with stove ash and cocoa powder, wove black yak hair into her messy locks, disguising herself perfectly as a devout pilgrim traveling from remote mountain villages. They endured harsh open-air lodging through wind and frost, spending countless bitter nights under temperatures dropping to 30 degrees below zero, surviving only on a few bites of frozen barley cakes hard as stone during one treacherous crossing over a mountain pass rising more than 5,000 meters above sea level. They were caught in a violent blizzard, all their dry provisions swept away by raging winds. At that moment physical pain seemed to fade away entirely. Alexandra later recalled how her consciousness floated free from her body, watching calmly over her earthly mortal shell. She practiced the ancient Tibetan inner fire meditation technique, sustaining her body temperature through spiritual contemplation amid freezing nights. This primal raw confrontation against the overwhelming power of nature stripped away all traces of civilized arrogance, leaving her as humble as a tiny speck of dust, a quiet stone resting upon the highland earth. In that closed, isolated era, the intertwining of political power and religious tradition turned Lhasa into an impenetrable forbidden land for all outsiders. Every step Alexandra David Néel took slipping into the sacred city felt like walking carefully upon the sharp edge of a blade. She and Afer disguised themselves as wandering beggars, begging quietly along roadside streets, enduring occasional cold rejection, harsh scolding, and rough driving from local herdsmen. Yet this drastic fall from noble status to humble poverty granted her an unprecedented sense of inner freedom, for when a person possesses nothing at all, the whole wide world opens up and belongs entirely to them. As they drew near the borders of Lhasa, they even encountered British officials searching vigilantly for foreign spies. Thanks to Alexandra's flawless command of Tibetan language and perfect mastery of local religious etiquette, she slipped past their watchful gazes without arousing the slightest suspicion. When she finally beheld the gleaming golden rooftops of the Potala Palace glowing softly beneath the sunset, she shed no tears and voiced no cheers. She simply knelt silently in the dusty ground, absorbing the immense weight of ancient history and the overwhelming spiritual power of devout faith. During her 2-month stay within Lhasa, she secretly visited revered Tibetan masters from every corner of the holy city, engaging in profound exchanges over the deepest philosophical truths. She was far more than merely an adventurous explorer. She resembled a wandering soul returning silently to its spiritual homeland, searching for fragments of long-lost memory. The delicate tension of her destiny reached its most subtle, perfect balance within this dusty sacred city. Every great legend eventually settles back into tranquil ordinariness, yet Alexandra David Néel's return carried profound echoes written by fate itself. When she finally journeyed back to Europe, compiling her experiences, observations and insights from the Tibetan highlands into published books, the entire Western world was left in utter awe. People could not comprehend how an elderly woman could conquer the mighty Himalayas without oxygen supplies, sufficient provisions or modern equipment. Yet amid endless public praise and admiration, Alexandra remained calm, almost detached in spirit. She once said, compared with towering snow-capped mountains rising toward the sky, human ego and self-pride stand as the hardest mountain any soul must climb. She chose not to remain in bustling, glamorous Paris, instead settling in a quiet, remote village in southern France, naming her peaceful residence the Garden of Silent Meditation. There she spent the following decades, living with strict simplicity and restraint, keeping her daily practice of quiet meditation until the end of her days. Her husband passed away while she wandered far across distant lands, and her letters revealed restrained, profound sorrow, not rooted in selfish possession but in the quiet helplessness of two spiritual souls passing each other silently along the endless river of time. Her life traced a perfect full circle, traveling from the noisy, dazzling spotlight of opera stages all the way to the profound stillness of snow-covered mountain sanctuaries. Alexandra David Néel lived to the remarkable age of 101. On her 100th birthday she even renewed her passport, declaring that she still longed for the rich aroma of butter tea and the whispering wind of the high plateau. Her lifetime journey answered the most haunting question raised at the very beginning. She had never searched for divine miracles, she sought instead the true self capable of living in harmony with all living creation. She left behind not only precious academic records of Tibetan culture, religion and tradition, but also an inspiring philosophy of life that no one need ever yield passively to the limitations of age. Even today snow continues to fall endlessly upon the Himalayas and prayer wheels keep turning steadily within the sacred city of Lhasa. The French woman who once slipped quietly into the heart of Tibet has long transformed into a soft, gentle breeze wandering freely across the highland expanse. Our story of her life draws to a quiet close tonight, yet her unyielding inner strength and serene, tranquil spirit may linger softly within your dreams. May you carry within your heart an unshakable sacred mountain belonging only to yourself. Release all weariness and burdens of the day, and like her find genuine everlasting peace along life's endless journey. Good night and sweet peaceful dreams. Within the salty fishy sea breeze of the Red Sea once wandered a man hunted by national law, yet endlessly cherished and sheltered by rolling ocean waves. Henry de Montfried abandoned his mundane middle-class life in France, pawning his wandering soul to nameless isolated ocean islands. He worked as a cunning smuggler, an elegant pearl merchant and the last free-roaming ranger upon these ancient tempest-ridden waters. Tonight drift gently with the slow tides and immerse yourself in his life which ebbed and flowed like endless ocean currents yet remained profoundly quiet like the silent dark abyss of the deep sea. Certain souls are born with an innate disdain for rigid worldly rules, and Henry de Montfried embodied this rebellious nature perfectly. Sailing aboard his weathered shabby vessel, he secretly transported weapons while evading patrolling warships and dived cautiously among sharp coral reefs searching for precious pearl oysters. This was far more than ordinary adventure. It stood as one man's thorough deliberate desertion from the constraints of modern civilized society. Close your eyes, accompanied by the soft rhythmic sound of crashing waves, and listen to the timeless tale of this peculiar Red Sea saint. While wars, treaties and political divisions tore apart the lands of the world, Henry de Montfried sailed peacefully across lawless ocean borderlands. He learned to think with the rational wisdom of local Arabian people and survive with the fearless tactics of seasoned pirates while retaining an untouched pure tranquility deep within his heart. This story carries no glorious fame or noble achievements. It simply reveals how one man stubbornly chose absolute freedom belonging solely to himself. Accompanied by the warm flickering glow of the hearth fire, step into the midnight memories of this legendary wanderer, Henry de Montfried. Within the sweltering bustling port of Djibouti, one peculiar name often surfaced in quiet whispered conversations deep into the night. He was a wanted fugitive who troubled British naval officers endlessly, and a mysterious revered wanderer in the eyes of local indigenous people. His name was Henry de Montfried, a restless soul who spent his entire life attempting to vanish completely from the constraints of French civilization. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he once confessed that only upon the cursed perilous waters of the Red Sea could he attain pure unblemished clarity of mind, free from national boundaries, tedious taxes and earthly obligations. He existed beneath silvery moonlight, with ship holds filled with concealed weapons or shimmering pearls. He never smuggled goods purely for material wealth, chasing instead the profound inner peace found while dancing precariously upon the dangerous edge of ruin. This timeless sea legend doubles as an extended spiritual journey of escape and self-discovery. Follow along and listen to the hoarse rustling sound of sea wind sweeping across weathered wooden masts. The subtle crack reshaping his fate first appeared in 1911 when Henry de Montfried reached his 30s. Trapped within the tedious monotonous gears of French society, he worked, an unremarkable chemist bound by rigid daily routine. Civilized social order felt like rusty heavy shackles suppressing his wild restless spirit. He craved raw untamed authentic existence unpolished by artificial modern constraints. Abandoning his betrothed lover, he departed homeland carrying only a single pistol and a collection of worn tattered books, traveling alone toward the untamed lands of East Africa. Within the Red Sea, where arms, drugs and slave trades flowed secretly beneath the water, he seamlessly merged into the wild ocean like a drop of water returning to the vast endless sea. Refusing stable employment within colonial governments, he purchased a small Arabian sailing vessel named Paula. He dedicated himself to learning Arabic, clothing himself in local traditional robes and sleeping beneath the open sky like a devout ascetic monk. He began secretly smuggling weapons to indigenous tribes resisting colonial invasion, an act punishable by immediate execution in that turbulent era. Yet concealed beneath the cover of dark night, he skillfully evaded patrols of British and French naval fleets. Every time rolling waves crashed against his wooden hull, Henry de Montfried felt his heartbeat finally synchronize with the primal rhythm of the natural world. This intoxicating thrill of betraying civilized society sustained him for nearly half a century. The deceptive calm of the Red Sea often concealed deadly hidden traps, yet Henry de Montfried discovered unparalleled vitality within these mortal dangers. To sustain his wandering seafaring life, he ventured into the risky pearl trade, a brutal gamble demanding extreme patience and blind luck. He navigated treacherous coral reef territories infested with deadly sharks and venomous jellyfish beneath the scorching blazing tropical sun. He personally dived into dark deep oceans, enduring intense piercing water pressure every time he stripped a faint pink shimmering pearl from slimy mollusk flesh. He saw not valuable wealth but tangible proof of hard-earned freedom. The pearl trade merely served as a flawless disguise for his smuggling business, his true desire lingering in the thrilling tension of lingering constantly upon forbidden boundaries. On multiple occasions, British naval forces surrounded his isolated island anchorage while his ship remained loaded with contraband rifles. To avoid capture, he ordered his crew into complete silence, even controlling the frequency of their breathing. In an era before radar technology, he relied purely upon astronomical intuition and familiar ocean currents, maneuvering safely through narrow shallow reef passages. During one brutal tempest, his vessel lost its main mast and the outside world universally presumed him dead, drowned beneath violent waves. Yet weeks later, covered in thick salt crystals and unkempt facial hair, he reappeared casually. Inside dim Djibouti taverns, for him life and death were never opposing forces, merely two interconnected sides of the endless rolling ocean waves. The profound tranquility discovered amid constant danger gradually transformed him from a timid fugitive into the undisputed master of these wild seas. Henry de Montfried's entire existence constituted an enduring battle against tedious monotonous time. Amid the chaotic gap between the First and Second World Wars, his reputation spread farther than local deities across the Horn of Africa. He formed close friendships with Ethiopian nobles and even became an intimate trusted confidant of Emperor Haile Selassie. Within ancient royal courts he remained the sole white foreigner, dressed in simple cheap cotton robes, discussing intricate geopolitical affairs with bare feet. Having witnessed the ruthless greed of European colonial powers targeting African territories, he deliberately disrupted established colonial rules. He traded cannabis across barren deserts and constructed hidden fuel depots along secluded coastlines, expanding his smuggling business across both shores of the Red Sea. Even during periods of abundant wealth, he maintained an extremely simple, austere lifestyle, accompanied solely by collected books and detailed sailing journals. The stark contrast between material scarcity and boundless spiritual freedom granted him saint-like transcendence. French literary circles gradually took notice of this eccentric seafaring madman, extending sincere invitations for him to return home and share his extraordinary adventures. Yet he consistently replied, "The land is far too noisy for me to hear the honest whispers of the ocean." Fate never ceased pressuring him. He endured lifelong surveillance, deportation and imprisonment by multiple governing authorities. He faced arrest by British forces, suspicion from Italian colonizers, and wartime incarceration within prisoner camps. In his later years, yet confined inside any cold cell, he could simply close his eyes and sail thousands of miles across imaginary seas. This inherent spiritual freedom, impossible for any physical barrier to imprison, became his most mesmerizing and irresistible inner strength. To truly comprehend Henry de Montfried's profound solitude, one must observe his quiet, lonely nights drifting upon the open ocean on his constantly swaying small vessel. He existed not merely as a cold-blooded smuggler but as a sensitive poet and meticulous natural observer. He recorded every subtle gradient of blue within the Red Sea, describing misty water sprays exhaled by migrating whales beneath silvery moonlight. These carefully compiled journals eventually evolved into best-selling books, sweeping across European literary circles. Though he remained utterly indifferent toward fame and public admiration, he deeply cherished the merciless brutality of the ocean, embracing vivid hallucinations induced by extreme thirst and raging storms. He endured cruel crew betrayals and survived barren, waterless islands, digging through dry sand, desperately seeking tiny drinking water sources. In these desperate moments he harbored no resentment, accepting every twist of fate with serene resignation. Around crackling desert bonfires he debated religious philosophy with local sultans and divided smuggled treasures alongside fellow pirates. His personality layered, complex and unrestrained. He swore allegiance to no political faction, belonging exclusively to the constantly shifting latitude and longitude markers upon the endless ocean. In his declining years, external forces compelled him to return to rural France, settling within a remote, quiet village. Every dawn he woke before sunrise, standing silently by his window, gazing toward the distant southeast, able to smell the familiar salty ocean breeze. In his imagination, neighbors regarded him merely as a strange, reclusive elderly man, unaware this thin, haggard senior once dominated the Red Sea as an invisible, shadowy ruler. His life firmly proved one brave soul could defy the entire world so long as he remained faithfully loyal to his own inner spirit. Henry de Montfried peacefully passed away at the advanced age of 95. He departed this world not amid roaring violent waves nor beneath lethal enemy gunfire, but quietly lying upon a warm, soft bed. This gentle ending carried fate's subtle greatest irony. A lifelong fugitive, relentlessly escaping comfort, ultimately conquered by peaceful tranquility. Nevertheless, his eternal spirit forever remained within those ancient, salty seas, concealed inside delicate cracks of pearlescent oyster shells. He taught humanity that life's most magnificent moments lie not in reaching distant destinations but in stubbornly refusing to be tamed by external forces. Through decades of wandering drift he answered the ultimate eternal question surrounding true freedom. Even today the Red Sea wind continues blowing former smuggling sailboats replaced by massive industrial steel vessels, yet Henry's legendary name still echoes faintly beneath rolling waves like never-fading ripples spreading endlessly across the water. Our quiet seafaring tale concludes here. May the unique tranquility of this rebellious free spirit linger softly within your dreams. May you possess an endless, boundless private ocean in your subconscious, free from anxious navigation routes and terrifying abyssal fears, drifting gently wherever the soft wind carries you. Good night and sweet peaceful dreams. He once sailed aboard the ship from letting himself be trapped and frozen by Arctic ice for 3 long years and endured a full winter hibernating inside a rough stone hut like a wild polar animal. Fridtjof Nansen, the legendary Norwegian explorer, conquered not only the frozen brutal wilderness of the far north but also broke down deep-rooted human prejudice and division. He created the famous Nansen Passport, granting millions of displaced stateless people the basic right to be recognized as ordinary human beings. Once more tonight, wrapped in the profound silence of endless snow and ice, let us listen to the extraordinary life story of this Nobel Peace Prize laureate. If a person can keep a steady, clear mind through months of endless darkness in the frozen polar wilderness, their soul must possess unshakable inner resolve. Fridtjof Nansen was exactly such a remarkable man. His life split naturally into 2 profound halves, one belonging entirely to the pure desolate silence of the Arctic ice fields and the other devoted to healing the broken, scarred world of war-torn humanity. He pursued scientific answers to the hidden mysteries of the North Pole while tirelessly exploring endless possibilities for global peace and human reconciliation. This journey leads you into profound quiet solitude, boundless compassion and inner calm, carrying you gently toward restful, peaceful dreams. Amid bitter temperatures dropping to 40 degrees below zero, Fridtjof Nansen and his companion endured an unforgettable winter confined within a simple rough stone shelter. It was never a desperate struggle for survival but a life of deep philosophical reflection, quiet contemplation and almost meditative stillness. The inner strength nurtured through long lonely isolation later took shape as the Nansen Passport, saving countless refugees across Europe and beyond. Tonight, accompanied by the soft, gentle glow of a flickering hearth fire, step into the authentic life of this polar explorer and revered saint of peace. Picture standing alone close to the North Pole, trapped in the thick endless darkness of the polar night, surrounded by absolute silence stretching in every direction. With temperatures plummeting far below 40 degrees, 2 men huddle together inside a tiny underground hut built from piled stones and thick walrus skin, living exactly like hibernating polar bears. For an entire year their only daily routine consisted of cooking simple seal meat to sustain life, spending the rest of their time sitting quietly beneath dim flickering oil lamps, sharing silent glances, reading quietly or sinking into thoughtful stillness. The name Fridtjof Nansen was once seen as a symbol of reckless suicidal exploration, yet as time passed it became a lifeline of hope for millions of homeless refugees. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale, meant only for quiet reflection, he was a strong, resilient survivor capable of enduring the coldest, loneliest corners of the globe, yet also a compassionate, wise elder, signing official Nansen passports for countless displaced people amid the smoke and chaos of war. His lifetime journey crossed both the pure, untouched frozen wilderness of the Arctic and the complex battleground of human conflict, prejudice and suffering. The peaceful willpower grown from his philosophical stillness in the polar wilderness remains one of the most touching, profound paradoxes in human history. Now slow your breath to the quiet rhythm of the night outside and journey with us toward the eternal silent ice fields of the far north. The turning point of Nansen's story arrived in 1893 along the docks of Oslo, where crowds gathered to bid farewell to what most people considered an utterly reckless suicidal plan. While nearly all fellow explorers struggled desperately to avoid dangerous shifting ice floes and deadly frozen cracks, Fridtjof Nansen designed a uniquely round-hulled vessel, choosing to sail directly into the Arctic ice and allow himself to become trapped, frozen in place. He named his ship From, firmly believing that by drifting naturally along ocean currents the surrounding ice would eventually carry them straight toward the North Pole. It was a quiet, patient game of endurance, pushing human perseverance to its absolute limit. Yet 3 long years slipped away and the ship's drifting movement proved far slower than all his careful calculations. Nansen wrote in his personal diary that in this remote frozen wasteland time had lost all meaning. Only the slow, steady path of the stars proved they were still moving forward. This prolonged confinement, isolation and endless waiting gradually transformed Nansen's state of mind, shifting his identity from a determined conqueror of nature to a humble, thoughtful observer. He studied the delicate patterns of floating ice, watched the quiet breathing rhythms of resting seals and explored the vast lonely silence hidden deep within his own heart. By 1895 he finally accepted that his ship would never reach the pole, making an even bolder decision to set out on foot with one loyal companion, 2 sleds and teams of sled dogs to race toward the northernmost point on foot. During one of the bravest overland journeys ever recorded in human history, Nansen and his loyal companion Johansen reached a latitude of 86 degrees 14 minutes north. Though they never actually stepped fully upon the exact North Pole, they pushed human exploration farther north than anyone had ever ventured before. The journey back stretched into endless despair and hardship, and as another brutal polar winter descended they were forced to stop and take shelter among the remote Desolate Franz Josef Land Archipelago. Instead of giving in to despair, they used their hunting knives to dig through frozen ground, gather heavy scattered rocks, and build a narrow stone hut barely large enough to shelter their bodies. What followed was their legendary winter spent in polar hibernation. They rarely bathed, their skin darkened by constant smoke from dim oil lamps, their clothes soaked through with thick seal oil, making them resemble strange, primitive sea creatures wandering the ice. Yet amid such extreme simplicity and harsh living conditions, Nansen displayed astonishing mental discipline and inner calm. Inside the cramped stone hut he wrote heartfelt letters to his wife, composed outlines for his great works on ocean physics, and calmly told stories of springtime in his Norwegian homeland to lift his companion's spirits through moments of low spirits. This ability to maintain human dignity, clear thinking, and inner peace, even in the darkest, hopeless corners of the wilderness, became the spiritual foundation guiding him through future international crises. He realized once all social labels, material possessions, and worldly attachments were stripped away, only the purest, sincere respect for life itself remained within the human soul. When Fridtjof Nansen finally survived against overwhelming odds and returned safely to Norway, he was welcomed home as a world-famous heroic explorer. Yet he never grew complacent or satisfied with public fame. The outbreak of the First World War pulled this quiet lover of Arctic solitude abruptly onto the loud, chaotic international stage. During the 1920s, millions of war refugees across Europe lost their official nationality, stranded as stateless, invisible people, rejected, turned away, and unwanted by every nation. Fridtjof Nansen stood before the Assembly of the League of Nations, his features still sharp and stern like Arctic glaciers, yet his eyes burning with warm compassion and kindness. He understood deeply that these stateless, forgotten people were just like himself, trapped in lonely isolation, forced into a cold political hibernation with no safe home to turn to, and always vulnerable to hardship and death. He put forward a groundbreaking proposal that shocked the entire world, calling for an international official identity document to be issued to all stateless refugees, later known forever as the Nansen Passport. This simple document was far more than just a piece of paper. It stood as the first international legal instrument crossing national borders to recognize the basic right of every individual to live safely with official recognition. Renowned artists, musicians, and thinkers, including Stravinsky, Chagall, and Rachmaninoff, all held Nansen passports, rebuilding their lives under his protection and advocacy. Nansen traveled tirelessly, negotiating with government leaders across every nation, drawing upon the unyielding perseverance forged during his Arctic expeditions to break through rigid, stubborn bureaucratic barriers. He often said, helping people in need requires no complicated political reasons. We are first and foremost human beings, only afterward Norwegian, French, or Russian. Throughout his entire life, Nansen fought against different forms of bitter cold, at first the freezing harshness of the natural Arctic wilderness, and later the cold indifference, prejudice, and cruelty within human society. While serving as a leading international relief official, he traveled directly to the front lines of the devastating Russian famine, witnessing scenes of suffering and starvation far more heartbreaking than any ice storm he had ever endured in the polar wilderness. Still, he refused to step back or look away. Using his own reputation and influence as collateral, he raised massive amounts of financial aid and tons of grain supplies to feed starving families and children. Even as many politicians tried to block his efforts out of ideological bias, Nansen offered one simple, unanswerable moral truth: shall we stand by silently and watch millions of innocent children starve to death simply because we disagree with their government? This profound humanitarian spirit, rising above political conflict, focused purely on protecting human life, earned him the Nobel Peace Prize in 1922. He donated the entirety of his prize money directly to refugee camps, returning quietly to his laboratory afterward to continue his beloved research in oceanography. He never saw himself as performing extraordinary miracles, simply extending the same explorer's code of never abandoning a companion in the Arctic to embrace all humanity. For Nansen, peace was never some distant, lofty ideal. It was practical, warm kindness, supporting one another through dark, desperate times. On a quiet afternoon in 1930, Fridtjof Nansen sat peacefully on his balcony overlooking the fjords of Oslo, closing his eyes forever in gentle calm. Outside his window stretched the clear blue waters of the Norwegian fjord, and far beyond lay the snow-covered, ice-filled wilderness he had loved deeply all his life. Nansen left behind far more than just the Nansen Passport and groundbreaking scientific data on polar exploration and ocean currents. He gifted humanity a timeless attitude toward life. Even trapped in the longest, darkest night, one can guard the inner flame of hope through self-reflection, discipline, and quiet resolve. He proved a strong, unyielding will and a gentle, compassionate heart can perfectly coexist within one soul. Our quiet story draws to a close tonight. May this saint of peace from the frozen ice fields lead you into a dream pure, vast, and filled with serene tranquility. Let go of the noise and chaos of daily life, and drift into a snow-covered world filled With endless starlight and lasting calm, may you find your own inner peace nestled within Nansen's quiet timeless stillness. Good night and warm peaceful dreams. Deep within the shadowy quiet exhibition halls of the American Museum of Natural History in New York, life-sized groups of African elephants stand frozen in time as if ready to take their next slow heavy step at any moment. These lifelike tableaus remain as timeless frozen moments left to the world by Carl Akeley. He once fought a ferocious leopard with his bare hands, clinging to the edge of life and surviving against overwhelming odds, yet the man honored widely as the father of modern taxidermy chose to spend the remaining years of his life protecting the very wild creatures he once hunted and pursued. Tonight let us breathe in the quiet rhythm of the earth and step into this calm life woven with primal connection to the natural world. Some regarded him as a cold, relentless hunter, others saw him as a devoted chronicler of wildlife. Carl Akeley was an explorer who reshaped the untamed wilderness within the boundaries of civilized society and searched for ultimate truth deep within primitive, untouched lands. His entire life was tangled with deadly inner conflict, yet he settled into astonishing peace and serenity in his final years. If you ever feel lost and lonely deep into the quiet night, perhaps the vast African starry sky painted through Carl Akeley's eyes will wrap around your heart with unprecedented gentle comfort. Tonight follow this tranquil tale that needs no forced remembrance and walk fully into the true story of his life. He once thrust his bare arm straight into the roaring jaws of a fierce leopard, feeling the wild, untamed heartbeat of the beast balanced perfectly on the fragile line between life and death. As the founding father of modern artistic taxidermy, Carl Akeley rejected the stiff, lifeless, hollow animal mounts of his era, devoting himself instead to reviving the real soul and vivid vitality of every wild creature. He eventually fell ill and passed away deep within the African jungles he loved so dearly, laid to rest amid the mist-shrouded Virunga Mountains, forever keeping company with the gentle mountain gorillas. This is a gentle journey woven with awe, redemption, and the eternal search for belonging. Tonight close your eyes and follow Carl Akeley back to those clear, star-filled nights deep in the heart of Africa. Imagine wandering alone through the African jungle in the stillness of midnight, breathing in the warm earthy scent of decaying humus beneath your feet, while low distant growls of unknown wild beasts echo through the dark foliage all around you. Suddenly a flash of golden shadow sweeps out from the darkness, sharp claws tearing brutally into your shoulder as the heavy weight of looming death presses down firmly upon your chest. In that terrifying instant, with no weapons held in your hands, would you struggle desperately or surrender quietly to the unyielding laws of nature? Carl Akeley lit a burning torch, illuminating the piercing eyes of the raging leopard and casting light upon the destined path that would shape the rest of his days. Tonight, accompanied by the soft flickering glow of the quiet hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he was universally recognized as the father of modern taxidermy, a gifted artist who transformed stiff, hollow animal skins behind museum glass into breathtaking artistic masterpieces brimming with life. Yet he was far more than a skilled craftsman. He was a spiritual pilgrim seeking redemption in the wild wilderness, spending his lifetime chasing the deepest hidden truths of nature across the vast plains and jungles of Africa. His final resting place was not the bustling, crowded streets of New York, but the mist-shrouded depths of the jungles he cherished more than anything else on this peaceful, quiet night. Relax your mind and body and follow me deep into the profound, untamed wilderness where reverence for all living things forever lingers. The story of Carl Akeley begins not with a grand heroic entrance but with a brutal hand-to-hand fight that bordered on utter hopelessness. It was an African night in 1896. The young Carl Akeley walked quietly alone through thick bushland, searching patiently for the wild animals he wished to study in their natural habitat. A heavy, tense stillness suddenly filled the air, charged with primal killing instinct, as a starving leopard lunged out from the hidden shadows, knocking him violently to the ground. In that split second between life and death, Akeley had no time for hesitation or careful thought. Driven by raw, primitive instinct, he forced his right arm straight down into the leopard's throat, gripping tightly with all his strength. It was a raw, visceral connection between human and wild beast, their bones straining against one another, warm, fresh blood splattering across both their skin and flesh. Against all odds, he managed to slay the powerful leopard with nothing but his bare body, emerging severely wounded, barely clinging to consciousness as exhaustion washed over him. Lying beneath the soft glow of the moon, he stared down at the once mighty, fierce beast, now growing cold and lifeless beneath his gaze. A strange, sharp twinge of sorrow stirring deep within his soul. He felt no thrill of triumph from the kill, only a profound sense of absurdity, realizing how incredibly strong life could be, yet how fragile and fleeting it truly was. This narrow escape carved a permanent crack deep into his spirit, making him understand plainly that simply skinning and mounting animal hides was a grave disrespect and desecration toward precious life. He swore a solemn vow that if these wild creatures were to live on within museum exhibits, they must be preserved with true dignity, carrying the genuine spirit and soul of the jungle within their forms. After returning to the comforts of civilized society, Carl Akeley embarked on a lonely artistic revolution all his own. In those early days, taxidermy remained crude and careless. Practitioners simply stuffed animal hides full of dry straw, leaving the finished mounts looking bloated, stiff and lifeless like shapeless burlap sacks. Akeley felt deep anger and sorrow toward such careless work, believing it was a second humiliation inflicted upon nature, a cruel murder of the wild beauty belonging to every living creature. He secluded himself away in a dim underground laboratory, devoting endless hours to studying anatomy, classical sculpture, and even pioneering new techniques for spraying cement molds. He abandoned the old outdated use of dry straw entirely, instead crafting precise, detailed plaster molds based faithfully on the natural muscle structure and body contours of each animal in life. He would spend weeks upon weeks, carefully measuring every subtle fold of an elephant's thick skin, observing the gentle rise and fall of every muscle as a lion ran freely across the savannah. Through countless quiet late nights, Akeley seemed to converse silently with the spirits of the departed wild beasts, running his fingertips over the cold, smooth surface of plaster mold, striving relentlessly to breathe natural vitality back into their frozen forms. His fellow craftsmen and colleagues thought him eccentric, even insane, wasting vast amounts of wealth, energy and time merely to chase a faint sense of lifelike realism. Yet in Akeley's eyes, without that authentic spark of living spirit, these preserved remains were nothing more than empty, lifeless shells, unable to tell the grand untold stories of the African wilderness. At last, when the first fully lifelike, full-sized elephant group stood displayed in the museum exhibition hall, the entire world fell into silent awe. It marked the very first time humanity could stand face to face with the breathtaking grandeur of the wild without ever stepping foot outside the city. Carl Akeley's heart could never fully wander far from the African land that had ignited his inspiration and shaped his soul. Yet when he set foot on the continent once more, his inner state of mind had transformed completely. His journey became a long, quiet pilgrimage of apology, from hunter to humble admirer of nature, no longer raising his gun merely to collect specimens for museum displays. Deep within the mist-cloaked Virunga Mountains, he encountered mountain gorillas up close for the very first time. Gentle, towering giants, long falsely feared and rumored to be monstrous savage beasts. He watched gorilla leaders stand guard over their family groups amid swirling mist, observed playful young gorillas frolicking peacefully beneath the dappled shade of forest trees, scenes filled with the same tender warmth and affection found within human families. At that time, European colonial hunters hunted these rare gentle creatures relentlessly, driving their numbers toward the brink of extinction. Akeley was overcome with urgent fear, realizing the species might vanish entirely from the earth before he could even finish his field sketches and research notes. And so the once legendary elite hunter transformed himself overnight into one of Africa's earliest, most passionate advocates for establishing national parks and wildlife conservation. He wrote heartfelt, urgent letters to government officials beside crackling campfires, spoke out boldly at international conferences, fighting tirelessly not merely to protect animal hides and museum exhibits, but to preserve the complete natural integrity of the wild African land itself. He grew disillusioned even with his own celebrated success in the grand museum halls of New York, coming to understand that the finest, most perfect specimen of wildlife belonged alive, beating and breathing deep within the shelter of the forest. This profound shift of identity left him quiet and withdrawn, wandering painfully between the noise of modern civilization and the quiet solitude of the primitive jungle. He longed for genuine inner peace, a place of true belonging where he could step away from his busy work at the dissection table and simply rest his weary soul. Carl Akeley's final expedition into Africa began with a quiet premonition of his own passing. Already advanced in years, his body marked all over with old scars from past battles, fevers, exhaustion, and decades of harsh wilderness travel, carving deep, heavy lines into his face. In 1926, high up in the lofty mountain ranges of Africa, he finally collapsed, overcome by severe lingering illness. His traveling companions wished to carry him down the mountain to seek medical treatment, yet Akeley shook his head, softly gesturing toward the distant mist-shrouded peak of Mount Mikeno volcano. He spoke calmly to his wife, confessing he had no desire to return to the noisy, bustling streets of New York, no wish to go back to a life filled with the sharp scent of plaster molds and the blinding glare of public spotlight on a wild, storm-swept night. He closed his eyes, peacefully passing away quietly inside a small, simple wooden cabin overlooking the natural habitat of the mountain gorillas. His loyal Friends followed his final wishes, digging a simple grave deep within the primeval forest at the foot of the volcano. No grand elaborate funeral ceremony, no formal eulogies from politicians, only the soft rustling of giant tropical leaves brushing against one another in the falling rain. The man who spent his entire career recreating the wild beauty of Africa inside museum walls finally became an eternal part of the wilderness itself. His flesh and bone dissolved slowly into the rich forest soil, nourishing the ancient towering trees he had spent his life admiring, completing one final quiet cycle of exchange with the natural world. If you walk into the Akeley African Hall at the American Museum of Natural History in New York today, you will be wrapped in an overwhelming sense of serene quiet behind the tall clear glass. Lifelike elephant herds wander across the simulated African plains. Lions creep silently through tall savanna grass, their eyes glinting with an eternal lifelike radiance. These masterpieces stand as a lasting spiritual testament carved into existence by Carl Akeley, reminding every city dweller that humanity has never truly severed its ancient bond with nature. The raw terror of his brutal bare-handed struggle against the leopard, the quiet reverence he poured into sculpting every lifelike form, the peaceful calm of his final burial beneath the misty volcano, all blend together into this perfect moment of quiet harmony. He proved that human love for the natural world can rise far beyond hunting and possession, reaching ultimately into selfless protection and gentle unity with all living things. Our quiet story draws to a close tonight. May the vast, vibrant, life-filled Africa captured through Carl Akeley's soul drift softly into your dreams. There is no need to dwell endlessly on the blurred boundaries between life and death. Simply embrace the warm, quiet tranquility flowing up from the deepest heart of the forest. Starlight now settles softly over the mist of the Virunga Mountains. May you sink into peaceful rest within that same gentle stillness. Good night and sweet gentle dreams. In the tempest-ridden 17th century, William Adams sailed alone across the deadly ocean shipping lanes. He once lay on the brink of death, condemned as a prisoner, yet unexpectedly rose to become the most enigmatic English samurai serving the Tokugawa shogunate. As worldly power intertwined with endless loneliness, how did this foreign wanderer find inner peace amid the cracks dividing two vastly different civilizations? Tonight, accompanied by the soft, gentle glow of flickering hearth flames, let us walk into the profound, untold story of his entire life. He remains the only English navigator in all recorded history to earn the formal rank and honor of a samurai. William Adams. He stood beside Tokugawa Ieyasu, witnessing the great turning of an era, yet spent his entire life trapped in sorrow, unable to ever return to his distant homeland. This is a timeless tale of loyalty, political maneuvering, and profound existential loneliness, meant for quiet reflection deep into the night. On this tranquil evening, follow the footsteps of this blue-eyed samurai and seek the quiet resting place of your own wandering soul. The fate of some men is sealed the moment they set foot upon the rolling waves, destined never to fully belong to the homeland they left behind. William Adams, once an ordinary English pilot, embarked on a legendary second life far away in the islands of Japan. He brought advanced Western navigation, shipbuilding, and military knowledge to the shogunate, yet never again commanded a vessel to sail across the ocean toward the misty shores of London. You need not dwell on remembering every twist and turn of this story tonight. Simply drift along with him amid soft whispered narration as he wanders endlessly upon the boundless sea. In the distant year 1600, when the open ocean remained dark, mysterious, and terrifying to all who sailed upon its waters, a battered, weathered Dutch merchant ship drifted precariously toward the coastline of Kyushu, Japan, its hull scarred and broken as if gnawed upon by mythical sea monsters. Upon its deck lay the bodies of countless deceased sailors, leaving only one frail, exhausted English navigator barely able to stand upright. This lone survivor was William Adams. At that moment he stood condemned as a heretic prisoner, waiting for judgment from the powerful rulers of the East. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, written off and forgotten in European records, he miraculously attained the dignity and status of a samurai amid the fierce political struggles of the Japanese shogunate. Clad in elegant silk kimono with two sharp samurai blades tucked at his waist, he still gazed toward the distant horizon, every dusk yearning for the misty, rainy streets of London. This is a quiet epic of surviving within overwhelming foreign strangeness and tasting profound solitude, standing at the very peak of worldly power. The first time William Adams knelt before Tokugawa Ieyasu, the chill of impending death cut sharper and colder than the icy waves of the Caspian Sea. Surrounding Christian missionaries pressed eagerly for him to be burned alive as a dangerous religious rival, yet Ieyasu's sharp, penetrating gaze saw past all religious prejudice and petty rivalry. Ieyasu asked him where he had come from and what drove him to cross half the globe to set foot upon this remote eastern land, weakened by starvation and Raging fever. Adams traced the outline of the world upon the sand with trembling hands, explaining the movement of stars, ocean trade routes, and the vast layout of distant continents. He spoke not of divine scripture or religious faith but of geography, mathematics, cannon warfare, and the refined craft of shipbuilding. This radiant light of rational thought stood strangely captivating amid an era steeped in superstition, chaos, and the final, turbulent years of Japan's Sengoku period. Drawn to this learned red-haired foreigner, Ieyasu chose to spare his life. Adams could never have known that this single act of merciful kindness became an invisible, unbreakable chain imprisoning him forever upon this isolated island nation. He endured long, lonely days and nights confined within dark dungeon cells, listening to the unfamiliar chirp of cicadas outside the stone walls. Slowly he came to understand a harsh, undeniable truth: trapped within an entirely alien civilization, if he wished to survive, he must bury the old English sailor within himself and allow a brand new identity to rise, reborn from the ashes of his former life. Under the personal command of Tokugawa Ieyasu, Adams was taken to the picturesque, peaceful coastline of Edo. Blessed with natural beauty and calm waters, Ieyasu entrusted him with a task deemed nearly impossible by all others: to construct a full three-masted sailing ship in the Western style using only native Japanese timber and local labor. Though Adams had never personally built an entire vessel from scratch, he carried within his mind the precise layout of every beam, nail, and bolt along the banks of the River Thames. He directed Japanese craftsmen who had never laid eyes on a Western ship's keel, navigating constant clashes of language, custom, and structural logic. As work progressed slowly day by day, each early morning he watched the sun rise gently over the sea, the same direction that led back toward his long-forgotten home. Yet as night fell, he remained trapped amid piles of complex blueprints under the watchful, scrutinizing eyes of loyal shogunate samurai. When the first newly built ship, named San Buenaventura, glided smoothly down the shore into open waters, a thunderous roar of celebration erupted from the gathered crowd. Adams felt no surge of triumphant joy. He only stared quietly at the vessel rocking softly upon the waves. Overcome by an overwhelming sense of desolate emptiness, he pleaded earnestly with Ieyasu, now that the ship was completed, grant him permission to sail back to London to reunite with his wife and children left behind across the sea. Ieyasu only smiled gently, bestowing upon him an unprecedented lavish reward, a vast estate on the Miura Peninsula, and the official honored title of samurai. From that moment onward, the old navigator William Adams faded away forever, and Miura Anjin was reborn upon the land gifted to him by the shogun. Reborn under the Japanese name Miura Anjin, Adams lived a life of wealth, status, and privilege, envied even by many regional feudal lords of his time. He owned a sprawling manor, loyal retainers, and was persuaded to marry a local Japanese woman, starting a new family. To root himself firmly in Japanese society as a symbol of unwavering loyalty, he walked the long, quiet corridors of Edo Castle, the soft rustle of silk kimono fabric a constant reminder of his elevated, noble standing. Ieyasu often summoned him late into the night, not merely to discuss state affairs but simply to listen to vivid tales of faraway lands, exotic customs, and the mysterious edges of the known world. Beneath such extraordinary imperial favor, Adams became entangled in a profound civilizational struggle without escape. He was forced to balance the rigid code of loyalty demanded by Japanese tradition with the innate love of freedom flowing within his Western blood, walking a precarious, fragile line between two worlds. When Dutch and English merchant ships later began arriving one after another at the port of Hirado, Adams rushed desperately toward the familiar European faces filled with desperate hope. Yet those Western sailors stared back at the kimono-clad foreign samurai with strange hairstyles marked by deep wariness and quiet rejection. To the Japanese he was the wise, mysterious, honored outsider. To his own countrymen he appeared a traitor, fully assimilated into Eastern culture, cast aside by his own kind. This sense of belonging, nowhere adrift between two worlds, weighed far heavier than any storm raging in the middle of the ocean. In letters written to his wife back in England, his handwriting grew distorted and uneven, gradually interwoven with Japanese words and expressions. He realized with quiet sorrow he could no longer comfortably sit upon a chair, instead naturally folding his legs in traditional Japanese posture, sinking into silent contemplation amid the soft aroma of brewed tea. Following the passing of his greatest patron Tokugawa Ieyasu, Adams lost his strongest protection and secure standing within the shogunate. The new ruling power structure began pushing aside all foreign outsiders, stripping away many of his long-held privileges. Yet he remained steadfast in his role as a samurai, honoring the oath forced upon him, which had slowly etched itself deep into his soul. In his later years he often sat alone beside the quiet graveyards of Hirado, gazing upon the weathered Tombstones of fellow sailors who had once sailed beside him. He had countless chances to escape Japan, legally obtaining official permission to leave and sail for home time and again, yet each time he stood upon the ship's deck watching the Japanese coastline fade slowly into the distance, he always turned back, unable to bring himself to depart. Was it lingering attachment to his Japanese wife and children, or the quiet realization that he no longer belonged in the old life waiting for him in London? He wandered like a lost traveler trapped within an endless maze of mirrors, coming to understand at last that he would forever remain a stranger no matter which shore he chose to call home. In his final will he divided his estate equally, leaving half his wealth and land to his family in England and half to his Japanese loved ones. This strict perfect division mirrored the unhealed fracture split wide across his soul by the endless divide of the ocean on a cool quiet afternoon in 1620. This great navigator closed his eyes forever, passing away peacefully in Hirado. His funeral followed traditional Japanese rituals, and in that final moment he truly became an eternal part of the land that had sheltered him for 20 years. Even today, stone monuments carved with the name Onjin still stand quietly upon the Miura Peninsula near Yokosuka, marking William Adams' final, most peaceful resting place upon the earth. His life began as a desperate escape from death, evolving gradually into a profound spiritual journey of self-discovery and quiet acceptance. Alone in overwhelming loneliness, he built an imperfect, lasting bridge connecting two entirely separate civilizations. People often speak of returning to one's roots in old age. Yet for Adams, roots could grow firmly within foreign soil carried across the tides of fate. There is no need to pity him for never returning to his homeland. During those 20 long years, amid falling cherry blossoms and quiet seasonal change, he likely found his own inner peace far away from the world he once knew. Now the night wind outside carries the soft rhythm of ocean waves. The hearth fire dwindles low, marking the perfect hour for quiet rest. Let go of heavy thoughts of belonging, identity, and home. On this still night you already possess your own safe harbor. May your dreams grant you the clarity of an ancient navigator, able to read the stars, chart your own course, and find lasting peace within your heart. Good night and sweet dreams. He was a desert hero cloaked in flowing white robes, and also an imperial intelligence agent trapped in endless inner turmoil. Thomas Edward Lawrence wandered searching for a place to belong between the scorching heat of Arabian wastelands and the cold drizzling rains of London. As the sinking sun slips behind rolling sand dunes, let us follow the whisper of the wind and uncover his fractured life hidden beneath layers of fame. Tonight let this quiet story lead you deep into the lonely desert of his soul. What becomes of a man who wins a war yet loses peace within his own conscience? How can he settle the unrest buried deep in his heart? Thomas Edward Lawrence offered the most heartbreaking answer. Through a lifetime of endless solitude, he once led tribal forces in fierce resistance against colonial rule, yet handed over his allies to political bargaining. Lingering torn between glorious honor and the weight of betrayal on this peaceful night, listen closely to the story of Lawrence and feel the heavy pull of fate alongside the quiet yearning for true freedom. The world knows the legendary figure of Lawrence of Arabia, yet few have ever seen him sitting alone, lost in silent melancholy. Thomas Edward Lawrence stood as a tragic genius, chasing pure ideals amid the narrow cracks of worldly power. He refused medals bestowed by the king, vanished into seclusion under an assumed name for the rest of his days, desperate to escape the false mask of heroism forced upon him as the hearth fire flickers softly. Let us follow the gentle narration and dive into the depths of a soul dyed crimson by the desert sunset. Why would a man hailed as a hero by the entire world choose to fade away like a fleeting shadow? In 1922, an ordinary unassuming private signed a false name at the enlistment office of the British Royal Air Force. No one could have guessed this quiet, reserved young man with downcast eyes and a somber gaze was none other than Thomas Edward Lawrence, the figure who struck fear into the heart of the Ottoman Empire. Tonight, accompanied by the soft flickering glow of the burning hearth, we step fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he began as a pale, quiet clerk confined within dull office rooms in Cairo, yet overnight rose to become an undisputed ruler of the vast barren desert. Draped in pure white robes, he rode across deadly valley stretches on the back of a camel, carving promises of freedom into the endless dunes. His deepest, most agonizing moments never came from narrowly escaping death. They struck when standing atop a carriage of hard-won victory, realizing he had never been honest with the Arab allies who trusted him completely. This sharp fracture of identity resembled the desert sunset, magnificent and breathtaking, yet laced with a bone-chilling coldness that seeped into every corner of his being. Walk with the falling night and discover the soul shattered by relentless inner conflict, hidden far behind the dazzling halo of heroism. The cracks of destiny often open quietly within ordinary academic pursuits long before fame arrives. Before becoming the iconic Lawrence, he was merely a quiet archaeologist utterly absorbed in studying ancient Crusader castles. He dug for broken pottery fragments beneath the blazing Syrian sun, his skin bronzed by harsh sunlight while his mind remained calmer and quieter than the pages of ancient scholarly books. Thomas Edward Lawrence belonged inherently to the vast East, drawn to its boundless, silent wilderness that offered no compromise, no hesitation, no trace of triviality. When the First World War broke out, he was recalled to Cairo, confined within map rooms calculating tedious geographical coordinates day after day. His superiors saw him as an unkempt, aloof eccentric who cared little for rules or formal manners, yet he understood far better than anyone else what dormant fires lay smoldering in those desert regions marked simply as no man's land on official maps sent to join the camp of the Hashemite family. He brought no heavy artillery or military strategy manuals, only a pair of eyes sharp enough to see through the tides of changing times. It was there he first slipped into the traditional robes of the Bedouin people, a gesture felt almost like a sacred ritual of acceptance. In that pivotal moment, this quiet outcast of the British Empire began weaving an illusory dream across the lonely wilderness, a dream that would never truly belong to him. If you have ever witnessed the Nejd Desert before the break of dawn, you will understand the deep spiritual longing awakened by such boundless solitude. Determined to capture the strategic stronghold of Aqaba, Lawrence led tribal warriors across a deadly expanse known as the Hammer of Allah, a stretch of wasteland where survival hung by the thinnest thread. In such merciless terrain, water held greater value than gold, and loyal fellowship proved even more rare and precious than water. One tribesman fell behind amid swirling sandstorms, abandoned to certain death under the ancient unforgiving code of Bedouin tradition. Yet Lawrence turned back alone, braving scorching heat hot enough to burn the breath from his lungs to rescue the stranded warrior. In that instant he was no longer a British military advisor sent from afar. He became one of them, known to their people simply as Orange. This profound sense of belonging and recognition became the very source of his endless pain and inner torment. He wrote in his personal diary that he wore a perfectly crafted mask so flawless he slowly began to forget the true face hidden underneath. He spoke solemn promises of independence and freedom on behalf of the British Empire, every word sinking like iron nails into the hearts of his Arab brothers. All the while, tucked inside his bag lay the infamous Sykes-Picot Agreement, the secret blueprint drafted by great powers to carve up and divide the Middle East beneath the glittering starry desert sky. He discussed hopeful futures with the Arab leader Faisal while his inner heart tasted the bitter metallic stain of quiet betrayal. This unbearable inner tension robbed him of peaceful sleep night after night beneath the quiet stillness of the desert. War spreads like a devastating plague, and worldly honor stands as its most misleading deceptive symptom. The braver and more heroic Thomas Edward Lawrence appeared on the battlefield. The heavier his spiritual turmoil and inner suffering grew, he mastered the art of planting explosives beneath speeding military trains and learned to carry out cold, calculated executions without hesitation. On the night he was captured and brutally tortured in Dara, something deep within his soul crumbled beyond repair. It was not merely physical torment but a complete loss of dignity and a haunting self-loathing that lingered endlessly. When he finally marched triumphantly into Damascus, crowds flooded toward him with blooming flowers and thunderous cheers, yet he felt an unbearable hollow thirst deep inside his spirit. He struggled desperately amid the chaotic task of city administration, striving to hold the fragile unity of Arab factions together, yet could only stand by helplessly as imperial political agreements took cruel effect. He became the reluctant middleman who had guided his allies to the negotiation table only to watch them be divided, exploited and betrayed. At the Paris Peace Conference he stood dressed in full military uniform covered in shining medals, yet felt like a clown performing hollow rituals at a solemn funeral. King George V prepared to bestow high royal honors upon him, but Lawrence turned away at the final moment, leaving the royal court and attending officials stunned and bewildered. This was not arrogant pride, it was the profound exhaustion of a soul desperate to cast off the dusty robes stained with desert sand and heavy lies forever. In the remaining years of his life, Lawrence spent every day killing the legendary name attached to him. He sought refuge within the Royal Air Force and tank regiments, living under assumed names such as Shaw and Ross, spending his days cleaning machinery and sweeping barrack floors. This humble anonymous life became a costly form of self-redemption, a quiet penance for the burdens he carried inside. Friends including Winston Churchill and George Bernard Shaw tried repeatedly to pull him back into the spotlight of public attention, yet he always shook his head in quiet refusal. He secluded himself in a simple modest cottage tucked away in the quiet countryside of Dorset, surrounded by towering bookshelves and overlooked by the damp quiet woodlands of England. He devoted countless hours rewriting his monumental literary work, Seven Pillars of Wisdom, striving to untangle the messy threads of fate and memory through the power of words. Late into the night he rode his powerful motorcycle across empty Country roads racing wildly beneath the moonlit darkness, the rushing speed allowed him to forget for a while the glow of desert sunsets and the flutter of Arab banners dancing in the wind. This deliberate spiritual exile stood as his most resolute silent protest against the unjust compromises of his era. He could not bring himself to die as a pure Arab wanderer nor live comfortably as a respected dignified English gentleman. He became an eternal stranger, drifting forever between the ruins of haunting memories and the edge of cold reality, quietly awaiting his final destined end. In 1935 a sudden motorcycle accident brought a final close to this torn turbulent life. After his passing, people discovered piles of unsent letters and several faded well-worn Bedouin robes inside his simple lonely cottage. The life of Thomas Edward Lawrence answered the quiet question posed in the beginning. Fame remained the lightest burden he bore, while his own conscience served as his heaviest unbreakable chain. He left behind no perfect settled legacy, only an eternal paradox of identity. Caught between two worlds, he was both conqueror and captive, hero and betrayer. The desert sands of the Middle East still shift and ripple beneath the wind, while his name has sunk gently into the depths of history, softened by the passage of time. Our quiet tale comes to an end tonight. May you never be forced to carry such heavy burdens of fate on this calm, peaceful night. Let go of tangled struggles over right and wrong, gain and loss. Embrace all the light, shadow and dimness of this day. Just as the desert accepts the fading glow of the setting sun, may you find in your warm dreams the true lasting peace. Lawrence spent his entire life chasing, yet never managed to grasp good night and sweet peaceful dreams. In the heart of the Taklamakan Desert back in 1895, a man dragged his body slowly toward the shadow of death. Only a single drop of muddy water remained trapped inside his leather boots, and beneath his weary feet lay the ancient ruins of Lulan, slumbering silently for thousands of years. Sven Hedin, the legendary explorer from Sweden, unlocked the hidden secrets of the western regions, relying on nothing but his desperate will to survive. Tonight, accompanied by the endless whispering wind of the vast wilderness, let us wander into this journey filled with haunting charm and bone-deep despair. Some ancient secrets can only be uncovered at the cost of human life, such as the desolate Lopner buried deep beneath endless rolling sand dunes. Sven Hedin was far more than a professional geographer. He stood like a poetic soul specially chosen by the barren desert itself. Amid years tangled between miraculous survival and desperate peril, he devoted his life to searching for forgotten names and lost civilizations erased by the passage of time. On this quiet night, listen closely to the rhythm of his breath mingling with swirling sandstorms, and feel his overwhelming obsession with the unknown corners of the world. The entire life of Sven Hedin unfolded like a grand dream woven from endless searching, painful loss and unexpected reunion. He traversed the very heart of Asia on foot, salvaging the long-lost civilization of Lulan from the deadly sea of shifting sand. Fame, worldly disputes and profound solitude eventually faded away into the lingering sound of camel bells drifting through the quiet night. Prepare your heart to step into these distant memories that need no deliberate remembrance, and drift gently into peaceful dreams beneath the shining stars. What thoughts would linger in your mind if only a pair of sand-filled boots remained in your final minutes of life? In the spring of 1895, Swedish explorer Sven Hedin lay exhausted upon the towering ridges of the Taklamakan Desert. His guide had already collapsed into unconsciousness. All his camels had fallen motionless upon the sand, and the blazing sun scorched his skin like molten iron, burning away every trace of strength. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, the world only remembers him as the discoverer of the ancient city of Lulan, yet few understand how this deadly journey reduced him to a gaunt shadow barely resembling a human being. This became the underlying tone of his destiny. Within extreme exhaustion and physical depletion, his soul burst forth with an intense longing for lost ancient civilizations. This journey was never merely ordinary exploration. It was a secret, silent bargain struck between one lone man and the cold embrace of death. He traded his nearly drained life force for the most brilliant key unlocking the buried history of the western regions. Now steady your breath and follow along as we journey deep into the golden silent wilderness of the desert. The ambition that shaped Sven Hedin's destiny did not ignite within the cold, quiet laboratories of Sweden, but bloomed vividly beneath the soft moonlight of Persia. At the age of 20 he could have settled into a predictable scholarly life with a clear future laid out before him, yet a single expedition journey awakened a deep lifelong love for the mysterious East. Filled with the rich scent of spices and dry earth, he bore the striking, sharp-featured charm typical of Nordic people with golden Hair holding an unyielding stubbornness that refused to bow to fate. He was never content with digging through old dusty manuscripts for historical answers. His heart yearned to step foot into the blank unmarked regions still left upon world maps. In 1895, when he first led a camel caravan deep into the Taklamakan Desert, he never imagined he had gravely underestimated the cruelty of this legendary Sea of Death. Its terror did not arrive in sudden violent bursts but unfolded slowly. Like a gradual torment draining life away bit by bit, day by day, their water supplies shrank. The once strong majestic camels let out weak mournful cries, and the air grew so dry and thin that every breath felt as if it burned his lungs from within. Sitting alone upon endless sand dunes, Sven Hedin stared at the trembling needle of his compass, his only source of inner calm and mental support. In those desperate moments he finally understood he was no longer a superior detached observer, merely a tiny speck of dust trapped within the throat of the merciless desert. He once wrote in his journals that the desert never actively kills, it simply waits quietly, allowing weary travelers to surrender their souls willingly to the vast wilderness. The first day of May 1895 deserves to be etched forever into history, for it was the day Sven Hedin came impossibly close to losing his life entirely. His entire expedition team collapsed, leaving only himself capable of movement. He abandoned heavy gold treasures, expensive scientific instruments, and unnecessary luggage, keeping only his precious travel diary. He began crawling slowly across the burning sand, his throat swollen, raw, and inflamed as if pressed against scorching metal. Every exhale carrying a sharp taste of blood. When he caught sight of a faint streak of greenery far across the dunes, he convinced himself it was nothing more than a hallucination born from extreme thirst and exhaustion. That faint patch marked a branch of the Hotan River. He stumbled and rolled desperately down the sand slope, plunging straight into the shallow water without hesitation. Ignoring the thick mud swirling around him, he filled his leaking leather boot with life-saving fresh water, then turned back to crawl slowly across the sand, determined to rescue his unconscious guide. This near-death experience planted within him a profound reverence and fascination for the desert, akin to a devout believer worshipping a divine deity. He realized that when a person strips away all social status, reputation, and worldly identity, remaining only with the primal instinct to survive, the inner soul achieves unprecedented clarity and peace. He came to understand that the Taklamakan was never truly barren, it merely hid its most precious treasures behind layers of despair and desolation. This narrow escape became a turning point for his spirit. From that day forward he no longer feared death itself, only the regret of leaving the world before unraveling the ancient mysteries hidden within the sand. 3 years later, as desert storms raged fiercely along the edges of Lop Nur, Sven Hedin received an unexpected gift from fate. One of his guides, searching for a lost shovel, accidentally unearthed several wooden tablets carved with ancient symbols half buried beneath drifting sand. Sven Hedin's hands trembled slightly as he held the weathered relics, the mysterious markings still clear and legible after crossing more than 1,500 years of time. He realized in that instant he stood directly upon the forgotten ruins of a kingdom lost to the ages. This was Lulan, the once prosperous, dazzling city upon the ancient Silk Road that vanished mysteriously overnight without trace. He began frantic, careful excavation, wandering among crumbling Buddhist pagodas and withered poplar trees, searching for the faint heartbeat of the long-buried civilization. He discovered its fall stemmed not from brutal warfare but from the gradual shifting of river water as the wandering lake of Lop Nur abandoned its people and left the city to wither beneath the sun. Standing silently upon the weathered ruins, Sven Hedin listened to the mournful wind sweeping across earthen mounds, as if hearing the distant jingle of camel bells and bustling chatter of ancient merchants echoing across centuries. He compiled his groundbreaking discoveries into books that shocked the entire Western world, yet plunged himself into half a century of inner conflict and identity crisis. Was he a noble discoverer revealing lost history to humanity, or a reckless looter plundering ancient relics? Was he protecting fading civilization, or taking advantage of its vulnerable ruin? These lingering questions swirled around him like endless sandstorms, yet he remained silent, returning time and again to the vast desert, for only within its quiet embrace could his restless soul find genuine peace. The later years of Sven Hedin's life became a relentless race against time and a delicate game of political diplomacy. He stepped away from his role as a lone adventurous explorer, organizing large-scale scientific expeditions into northwest China. This transformation dragged him deep into the whirlpool of geopolitical struggles, forcing him to balance carefully among the conflicting interests of multiple nations. He witnessed priceless ancient murals being carelessly cut away, precious manuscripts shipped off to museums in distant foreign lands, filling his heart with endless contradiction and sorrow. He confessed in his private journals that he carried these relics away to preserve them from being reduced to fine dust by relentless sandstorms. This quiet self-consolation sustained him well into old age, even when advanced years drained his strength, making it impossible for him to ride camels across the wilderness. He would sit for hours staring silently at maps of Central Asia spread across His office desk. He once joked bitterly that instead of ordinary blood the saltwater of Lopner flowed through his veins. He never married and had no children. The fragmented ancient manuscripts and relics unearthed from the sand became the true continuation of his life. Even amid the smoke and chaos of World War II, his letters remained filled with longing memories of the snow-capped peaks of the Pamir Plateau. It was his spiritual homeland, a solitary realm blessed only with swirling sand, boundless silence, and the timeless breath of ancient civilization. In the deep winter of 1952, 87-year-old Sven Hedin passed away peacefully in Stockholm. Upon the table beside his bed lay the old fountain pen he had used during his near-death ordeal in the Taklamakan Desert. His life answered the profound question raised at the very beginning. In the depths of mortal despair, it is not the simple desire to survive that sustains the human spirit, but the endless curiosity toward beauty, truth, and hidden history. He took tens of thousands of cultural relics away from the ancient wilderness, yet left his purest, most genuine soul forever wandering among those lonely dunes. Even today, Lopner still shifts mysteriously with the changing seasons, and the broken remnants of Luleå stand desolately beneath the glowing moonlight. The name Sven Hedin has long been inseparably fused with these legendary geographical landmarks, etched permanently into the pages of history. Our story draws to a quiet close tonight. May the tranquil spirit drifting from the distant desert smooth away all the twists and troubles hidden within your heart. There is no need to dwell endlessly on his merits and faults. Simply remember the lonely figure trudging slowly across the endless sand dunes on this serene night. Release all your worldly worries and let your mind sink into soft, peaceful dreams. May you cross thousands of years of time in your slumber and catch a glimpse of the ancient city of Luleå standing in its full prosperous glory. Good night and sweet, peaceful dreams. Beneath the endless cycle of scorching sunlight and glittering stars across the Arabian wilderness once wandered an elegant English gentlewoman, Gertrude Bell, a legendary name that drew clear national borders within a male-dominated world. Her entire life formed a profound symphony of political intrigue, tactical manipulation, and unparalleled solitude, as deep and silent as the desert midnight. Tonight, accompanied by the warm glow of flickering hearth flames, let us delve into the genuine life of this undisputed desert queen. She ventured into the deadly barren desert lands far earlier than the famously renowned Lawrence of Arabia. Earning profound reverence from the fierce Bedouin tribesmen, Gertrude Bell was far more than an accomplished diplomat. She served as a gentle soul mediator, bridging conflicting cultures of her era. Amid the narrow cracks between civilizational collision and violent conflict, she always maintained restrained, profound compassion and quiet grace. Close your eyes and follow this soft voice, drifting back 100 years into the dusty, buried memories of the ancient Arabian desert. If fate forced you to choose between bustling, prosperous London and desolate, endless desert, which path would you take? Gertrude Bell answered this eternal question with her entire lifetime, accepting the bitter price of perpetual homesickness and inescapable solitude. This is a quiet, powerful story about firm choice, heavy responsibility, and the resilient tension of human life, perfectly suited for tranquil nights. Drift gently into an immersive historical dream, accompanied by her timeless words and lingering desert whispers. Imagine a vast unfolded world map spread smoothly across the luxurious halls of a Baghdad royal court. A delicate red paintbrush glides softly within the slender hands of a lady dressed in flowing white silk long dresses, with every precise stroke blurred tribal territory solidified into distinct national boundaries, breathing life into the modern nation of Iraq. This remarkable trailblazer, known universally as the Desert Queen, was Gertrude Bell. She possessed the immense power to reshape human history, yet never managed to secure a permanent, peaceful home for her own wandering soul. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, once the most brilliant intellectual genius at Oxford University, she discovered genuine spiritual breath and freedom within the scorching, blistering heat of Damascus. She laughed and conversed casually with tribal chiefs inside humble Bedouin tents, yet silently shed lonely tears amid the cold, ruthless calculations of political warfare. The world remembers her for founding kingdoms and redrawing global borders, yet few pause to hear her soft, helpless sighs echoing beneath the pale, luminous desert moonlight. Beyond the grand narratives of geography and imperial power, her life embodied an intimate, profound, wandering journey through overwhelming loneliness and hard-won freedom. The first irreversible crack of fate often emerges within seemingly perfect, flawless circumstances. In 1892, young Gertrude Bell set foot upon Persian soil for the very first time, traveling to Tehran as a distant relative of a British diplomatic minister. Amid blooming, fragrant oriental gardens, she encountered her first and most painfully unforgettable lover, Henry Cadogan. Beneath silver moonbeams, among weathered ancient ruins, they recited heartfelt poetry and discussed the profound Splendor of ancient Persian civilization surrounded by rich exotic spice aromas yet rigid class prejudice within British aristocratic society erected an invisible impassable wall ruthlessly severing their tender affectionate bond. Shortly after their bittersweet separation, Henry suddenly fell severely ill and passed away in a foreign distant land. When the tragic news reached London, Gertrude shed not a single tear. In public social gatherings in that sorrowful moment she quietly realized that the refined repressed elegant life of a conventional British gentlewoman could no longer contain her restless free-spirited soul. She began devoting herself relentlessly to studying Arabic and archaeology, embracing academic knowledge as her only medicine to ease overwhelming grief. Since the outside world refused to grant her a warm permanent home, she resolved to conquer the boundless desolate deadly wilderness of the barren desert. Thus guided by painful turbulent fate, the vast arid wasteland became her ultimate sanctuary and undisputed territory. Within the merciless Nefud Desert, deemed a terrifying hellish wasteland by fearful Western travelers, Gertrude Bell stood as an extraordinary unparalleled oddity and enduring legend. Rejecting the traditional side saddle reserved for polite ladies, she rode firmly astride her camel just like seasoned male explorers dressed in tailored dusty hunting garments. Amid the bitter cold winter of 1913 she ventured deep into the extremely dangerous turbulent region of High, a chaotic battlefield ravaged by constant tribal conflicts, an area no Western man, let alone a Western woman, dared to trespass into safely. As night descended upon the silent wilderness, she lit warm bonfires beneath the empty starry sky. Gathering around her were curious Bedouin tribal chiefs utterly captivated by her extensive knowledge, sharp wisdom and precise profound understanding of desert geography. She brought not merely precious generous gifts but also a gentle equal attitude as a thoughtful cultural mediator. She patiently spent countless hours listening to elderly chiefs recount ancient blood feuds and complicated tribal histories, carefully recording the subtle whispering sounds of wind sweeping across rough sandstone. Within her travel journals, the immense boundless wilderness magnified her inner solitude infinitely, yet every sincere interaction with foreign civilizations gently soothed her lonely soul. She cared little about being used as a political puppet by imperial forces. What truly mattered to her was belonging purely to the desert. In those quiet fleeting moments, her elegant fearless grace, dancing precariously on the blade of danger, earned her a sacred revered title among Arabian tribesmen, High Dun, the noble lady of the desert. The brutal artillery fire of World War I rewrote the inherent rules of the barren desert, abruptly pushing Gertrude Bell directly into the violent eye of a raging political storm. Stationed within the Arabian Bureau in Cairo, she worked side by side with the later world-renowned Lawrence of Arabia. Unlike Lawrence's unrestrained tragic heroic wildness, Gertrude remained consistently calm, meticulous, rational and pragmatic. Her sharp mind stored detailed records of thousands of Arabian tribal bloodlines, age-old feuds, cultural customs and complex geographical terrain. British military authorities relied heavily on her accurate intelligence to plan strategic uprisings, while she sincerely hoped to establish a fairer, more modern, stable order across the Middle Eastern lands. She shrewdly maneuvered between conflicting faction leaders, delivering persuasive, deadly political speeches within the magnificent royal courts of Baghdad with her uniquely magnetic voice. When Faisal I ascended to the royal throne with her careful assistance, Gertrude stood quietly in the rear of the cheering crowd, wearing a faint gentle smile while her heart endured unprecedented heavy oppression. Staring at the clear boundary lines personally drawn by her own hand, she understood painfully that countless ancient sacred tribal oaths had been shattered and countless potential future wars had been quietly seeded beneath these artificial borders. As an agent safeguarding British imperial interests, she suffered an overwhelming sense of betrayal, betraying the vast desert she deeply loved and betraying her own pure original intentions. She functioned as a magnificent creator, yet gradually transformed into a confused wanderer, losing her sense of direction within the very nation she had helped establish. In her quiet later years, Gertrude Bell dedicated every remaining ounce of her strength to the construction of the Baghdad Archaeological Museum. She guarded precious fragmented relics of the ancient Sumerian civilization unearthed from dry soil with the tender devotion of a mother protecting her beloved child. She resided in a cozy small house surrounded by lush thriving rose gardens, every carefully cultivated rose serving as a quiet sentimental reminder of her distant forgotten British homeland. Yet as regional political situations gradually stabilized, her irreplaceable crucial identity as a cultural mediator slowly grew awkward and obsolete. New bureaucratic officials deemed her overly dominant and assertive, while old loyal companions drifted apart amid drastic turbulent era changes. She endured the ultimate desolation of an uncrowned queen, once indispensable, now reduced to a redundant footnote in completed national history. On one sweltering quiet afternoon in July 1926. She carefully sorted and organized all her manuscripts, lay down peacefully inside her Baghdad residence and never woke again. Some claimed she chose voluntary death, unable to bear the cold isolation of being disconnected from the changing world, while others believed the vast desert had finally recalled its wandering soul. Thousands of Arabian civilians spontaneously marched onto city streets to hold a solemn funeral for this noble, kind English lady. In that tender moment, all political conflicts, border disputes and power struggles faded away completely, leaving only an independent feminine soul gently landing and settling within the silent drifting desert sand. 100 years have passed since Gertrude Bell departed from this mortal world, yet her lingering echoes still resonate softly within the endless desert winds. People continue discussing the influential maps she drafted and her irreversible impact on human history, yet greater emphasis ought to fall upon her profound, inescapable loneliness. She demonstrated an extraordinary alternative way of living, bravely seeking opportunities within rigid social prejudice and establishing rational order upon chaotic, barren wastelands. She never deliberately pursued superficial definitions of female success. She simply sought sincere reconciliation between her unique soul and the complicated, turbulent world. Following her footsteps, you may picture an elegant lady brushing away floating desert dust with the hem of her flowing white silk dress. Whenever you gaze upon that dry, arid Arabian land, now the night outside sinks into deep stillness. All political schemes and power struggles have long dissipated into gentle breezes. Gertrude Bell's timeless tale has reached its quiet end at last, gaining eternal peaceful rest beneath the silent soil of Baghdad. You need not dwell on complicated national boundaries or heavy historical entanglement. Simply sink into serene, undisturbed sleep within this tranquil night. May your dreams stretch as boundless as the glittering desert's starry sky, and may your soul remain steady and tranquil like solid stone after passing sweeping sandstorms. Good night and sweet, peaceful dreams. Deep within the Amazon, an untamed wilderness infamously named the Green Hell, lies the ultimate lifelong fantasy of one solitary man. Percy Fawcett, the most tenacious explorer of the Victorian era, vanished without a trace while searching for the mysterious lost city of Z. He never brought back piles of glittering gold, yet he left behind an unsolved, century-old enigma that still haunts the world to this very night. Accompanied by the soft flickering glow of gentle hearth flames, let us wander into his persistent, lingering life hidden deep within the endless, tangled rainforest. If any blank, empty space still remained on the world map, it was reserved exclusively for Percy Fawcett. He once marched fearlessly through raging artillery fire and bloody battlefields, yet chose to vanish forever into the primal, untamed wildness of the Amazon rainforest. Was the legendary city of Z an ancient, forgotten civilization buried beneath foliage, or merely a fevered hallucination born from the delirium of a stubborn, obsessed madman? On this quiet, silent night, let us listen closely to his final fading footsteps echoing from the profound depths of the tropical rainforest. He once uttered a solemn warning: if I do not return, do not send anyone to search for me. Fully aware of the brutal, merciless cruelty of the Amazon wilderness, Percy Fawcett still stepped forward without hesitation, dedicating his body and soul to the boundless emerald jungle. His mysterious disappearance marked not only the end of an individual adventurer but also the quiet curtain fall of the golden age of wild exploration. Leave behind the trivial complexities of the mundane world tonight. Simply follow this gentle tale and drift into the boundless, verdant twilight of the Amazon forest. On the 29th of May 1925, on the desolate edge of Brazil's Mato Grosso, a region widely feared as the deadly Green Hell, a short sealed letter was handed over to local indigenous tribesmen. It became the last definite message the world would ever receive from Percy Fawcett. In the heartfelt lines addressed to his beloved wife, he wrote gently, "You need not fear any form of failure." This resolute British explorer was none other than Percy Fawcett. Shortly after delivering the letter, he ventured deep into the dense, tangled rainforest alongside his eldest son, disappearing completely from human sight with no further word or trace. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he once served as the adventurous, heroic prototype behind the iconic character of Sherlock Holmes and embodied the ultimate hope of cartographers chasing uncharted blank territories. Yet his most renowned identity remains that of a lonely wanderer mesmerized by an elusive phantom and eventually erased ruthlessly by the untamable forces of nature. His lifelong obsession revolved around the legendary golden city named Z, an eternal fixation that trapped his wandering soul within the misty emerald gloom of the endless rainforest. Amid the suffocating smoke and brutal chaos of the First World War, Percy Fawcett stood as an unwavering calm commander on the chaotic battlefield. He traversed the muddy blood-soaked trenches, calculating precise latitudes and longitudes with steady composure amid deafening continuous artillery roars, yet the genuine sense of freedom and vitality he craved never arrived from military medals or honorable ceremonies held in London's prestigious clubs. It resided within the damp, soft night breezes sweeping across the vast South American rainforests, while other elites of his era gathered in luxurious gentlemen's clubs debating how to divide and occupy unmarked territories on world maps. His heart had already drifted far away to the remote wilds of the Amazon. He embarked on his risky journeys not for vanity, fame, or material wealth, but to validate a bold possibility universally mocked and dismissed by contemporary scholars. Within ancient Portuguese historical manuscripts he discovered fragmented records depicting a magnificent stone city buried deep in the passage of time, adorned with intricate carvings and towering stone towers. He could not stop questioning whether such a splendid, sophisticated civilization truly existed in a land universally regarded as primitive, barbaric wasteland. This lingering doubt took root deeply in his heart, the seed withering in the cold, dry air of London, yet flourishing wildly in the humid, fertile embrace of the tropical rainforest. He firmly refused to label indigenous tribes as ignorant savages, holding an unshakable belief that an older, more glorious civilization had once thrived hidden within the Amazon basin. This persistent archaeological obsession was far more than simple academic curiosity. In an increasingly mechanical and different modern world, he sought an untouched sacred sanctuary for his weary, wandering soul. The Amazon rainforest is like a deceptively tender mother concealing venomous fangs beneath her lush green exterior. Percy Fawcett understood this brutal truth better than anyone, having ventured into this verdant labyrinth countless times. He had witnessed his companions waste away from deadly tropical fevers or fall victim to primitive poisoned arrows shot by indigenous hunters. In his personal journal he wrote solemnly, "Every inch of this cruel land hungers to devour human flesh, tiny parasitic insects capable of laying eggs beneath human skin and stifling sweltering humidity that numbed human willpower became his constant daily companions throughout his expeditions. Endowed with an almost supernatural tolerance for physical suffering, he trekked dozens of barefoot kilometers across sticky, suffocating mud swamps. He danced alongside indigenous tribes, earnestly learning their obscure native languages in exchange for safe passage toward the inaccessible heart of the rainforest. His icy calm often sent chills down the spines of those around him. Even when venomous snakes coiled tightly around his ankles, he remained steady enough to pin the reptile's head with precise movements. This gradual numbness toward mortal danger quietly foreshadowed his tragic fate. He trusted his mysterious spiritual connection with the Amazon wilderness far too deeply. In his eyes, all the terrifying obstacles that deterred ordinary explorers were merely natural barriers carefully guarding the hidden city of Z. He molded himself into a sharp, cold scalpel, determined to cut through the thick green outer layer of the rainforest and uncover the gleaming golden heart hidden beneath endless foliage. During his final expedition in 1925, Percy Fawcett made an inexplicable, perplexing decision. Abandoning experienced professional soldiers and seasoned scientific researchers, he embarked on his most crucial journey accompanied only by his eldest son Jack and one trusted, loyal friend at the supply outpost famously named Dead Horse Camp. He dismissed all local indigenous guides, severing every external reliance on human assistance. He firmly believed only a pure, undistracted small team was worthy of discovering and entering the sacred hidden city. By this time he was no longer a vigorous young explorer, yet the burning determination shining in his eyes blazed brighter than ever before. He deliberately cut off every possible retreat, foreshadowing and accepting his inevitable fate. In public statements he left a clear warning: "If I do not return, never send rescue parties. Such attempts will only lead to unnecessary, meaningless deaths." This solemn declaration sounded less like bold, heroic rhetoric before an expedition and more like a sacred voluntary sacrifice, an unbreakable contract silently signed between humankind and the untamable forces of nature. The moment the three men vanished into the dense foliage, they faded into the deep green wilderness like a drop of ink sinking into an endless dark ocean, leaving no visible trace behind. His decisive, ruthless resolution left later generations trapped in endless confusion whether he was genuinely searching for the mythical city of Z or quietly pursuing a thorough, irreversible disappearance from civilized human society. For decades following Percy Fawcett's mysterious disappearance, countless rescue missions ventured relentlessly into the Amazon wilderness to search for traces of the lost explorer. Statistics record that more than 100 rescuers lost their lives on this futile journey, their white bones quietly merging into the rainforest's dark soil. Various rumors spread endlessly across continents. Some claimed to have witnessed a pale, elderly white man wandering among indigenous tribes living in a trance. Like state revered as a living deity by local natives, others insisted he had been brutally killed by hostile tribes, his bones decomposing gradually to become nourishment for towering ancient trees. Even more bizarre speculations emerged asserting that he had successfully discovered the legendary city of Z, choosing to abandon the outside world and start a brand new eternal life within the hidden ancient civilization. Yet all these ambiguous rumors eventually dissipated with the seasonal monsoon winds, leaving behind no tangible evidence, no scraps of clothing and no fragments of metal. The Amazon rainforest showcased its astonishing regenerative power, effortlessly erasing every footprint and trace left by the vanished explorers. The loyal, devoted love he had left for his wife faded alongside the yellowing, aging letters echoing faintly through the lonely, quiet nights of London. Modern satellite scanning technology has recently revealed traces of large-scale ancient architectural ruins buried within the Amazon basin, proving the existence of forgotten prehistoric civilizations. Perhaps Percy Fawcett never fabricated his mysterious discoveries, he merely caught an untimely glimpse of ancient hidden truth in an era unprepared to accept such shocking revelations. The bitter price of this eternal mystery was the lives of 3 brave men and the permanent empty vacancy of a broken family. Even today, the profound Amazon wilderness retains its primitive duality of tranquil stillness and wild, chaotic noise. When raindrops patter against broad banana leaves, one can almost hear the faint, heavy gasps of Percy Fawcett echoing through the dense foliage. He never carried glittering gold back to civilization, nor rewrote human historical records as he once dreamed. He simply transformed himself into an eternal, unresolved mystery. Perhaps along his unremembered final journey, he ultimately discovered his true city of Z. It was not a luxurious metropolis paved with golden bricks, but a pure, peaceful state of freedom, completely detached from the constraints of modern civilization. Now the hearth fire dwindles into faint embers and the night outside deepens into the profound dark blue that belongs exclusively to lonely explorers. There is no need to endlessly question his final destination. Simply close your eyes. Quietly immersed in this unfinished romantic legend, may the thick, tranquil greenery of the rainforest accompany you into serene slumber, just as Fawcett drifted into peaceful dreams beneath the jungle night sky in that distant, undisturbed wilderness, guided solely by twinkling stars. May you embrace gentle rest, sweet dreams and eternal peace. Upon the blank, white, desolate Antarctic wasteland where death lingers silently in the bitter cold gaze of ice and snow, 2 vastly different destinies once unfolded side by side. While the world glorified Robert Falcon Scott for his solemn, tragic heroism, Roald Amundsen traveled quietly across jagged ice crevices leading his loyal pack of sled dogs. He was no romantic poet, merely an impeccable, precise calculator, weighing every gram of fuel, every degree of body temperature into the immutable chips of fate. Tonight, accompanied by the faint, gentle glow of burning flames, let us step deep into the genuine life of this solitary polar wolf, Roald Amundsen. If human exploration possessed a definitive textbook, Roald Amundsen would undoubtedly stand as its coldest, wisest mentor. He never believed in meaningless miracles, trusting only the timeless survival wisdom of the Inuit people and flawless, uncompromising execution beneath the deathly silence of -40-degree temperatures. How did he retain unwavering rationality, and why did he choose quiet disappearance at the peak of his legendary career? Close your eyes and follow this soft voice drifting back 100 years into the tense, calculated battle waged upon the frozen Antarctic plains. Most legendary duels in exploration history end in devastating tragedy, yet Amundsen remained a rare exception. With almost ruthless rationality, he confronted the deepest hidden fear and chaotic darkness dwelling within the endless Antarctic polar night. Roald Amundsen's timeless tale is a prolonged, wandering journey exploring inner order, restrained discipline and the quiet search for ultimate belonging. Sink into the tranquil stillness of this late night and feel the calm, immutable strength flowing silently from the frozen northern edge of the world. Thousands of kilometers away from all human civilization, the frigid Antarctic ice sheet echoes only with the endless whistling of bitter, icy winds. 2 exploration teams, guided by entirely opposite philosophies, marched steadily toward the southernmost tip of the Earth. While British explorer Scott penned his final, desperate farewell letters amid brutal, raging snowstorms, another expedition calmly sipped warm, hot chocolate on their safe, uneventful return voyage. The Norwegian leader who first conquered the geographic South Pole was Roald Amundsen, a man devoid of the passionate fanfare and noisy glamour surrounding traditional heroic figures. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, his entire existence resembled an exquisitely calculated blueprint stripped of redundant, sentimental lyricism, relying solely upon steady, rational execution. Deep Within the endless polar night he gambled boldly across the boundaries of time, constructing his unique survival philosophy amid the persistent barking of loyal sled dogs. Humanity is always easily touched by heart-wrenching tragedy, yet frequently overlooks the cold glacier-like fortitude and profound loneliness hidden beneath extreme rationality. This chronicle transcends mere geographic conquest, unfolding as an intimate, spiritual journey, learning to build unshakable order within the inherent chaos of the natural world. This legendary journey originated not within the blinding white Antarctic ice but within the piercing bitter cold of the remote Arctic. In 1903, Roald Amundsen chartered a small fishing vessel named GJOA, setting sail to conquer the legendary Northwest Passage, a treacherous ocean route never fully traversed by human beings. During 3 long grueling years trapped in unyielding sea ice, Amundsen refused to waste his days drinking alcohol idly inside warm cabins. Unlike countless other reckless explorers, instead he stepped bravely into the icy wind, entering simple Inuit tents to absorb primitive survival wisdom dismissed by arrogant civilized societies. He carefully observed how indigenous people stitched breathable warm animal furs, how they disciplined powerful sled dogs, and how they judged incoming storms from subtle faint cracks spreading across frozen ice surfaces. These invaluable lessons later became his deadliest advantage against Scott's cumbersome, fragile scientific instruments and vulnerable Siberian horses. During the intense Antarctic race he gradually understood that in the face of nature's overwhelming brutal power, human arrogance proved far more lethal than freezing low temperatures. Within his detailed journals he recorded precise navigational data alongside sincere reverence for the Inuit harmonious philosophy of yielding to natural forces. These formative Arctic experiences engraved an unbreakable doctrine of precision deep into his soul, transcending the reckless mentality of an ordinary thrill-seeking adventurer. He reconstructed himself into an immaculate polished master capable of surviving any brutal polar environment. A tremendous well-guarded secret quietly brewed inside the hull of his vessel Fram. In 1910, originally announcing an Arctic expedition, Amundsen instantly altered his sailing course southward without hesitation. Upon learning that an American explorer had already reached the North Pole, he concealed his true intentions even from his own crew members, not openly declaring their new destination of Antarctica until sailing far away from the Madeira Islands. This subtle, shrewd determination embodied the profound complexity of Amundsen's personality. He prioritized tangible results above all else, never wasting any precious opportunity. While Norwegian sleds glided effortlessly across the smooth Ross ice shelf, Scott struggled helplessly against malfunctioning electric motors and collapsing horses. Amundsen's campsite functioned like an orderly miniature factory, forcing every crew member to repeatedly adjust sled weight within the endless polar night, trimming every unnecessary gram and tightening every tiny metal screw along the pathway toward the South Pole. He established meticulously marked supply depots stocked with abundant food provisions. He even extended warning flags several kilometers outward on both sides, ensuring his team would never overlook vital canned supplies amid blinding swirling snowstorms. When his teammates questioned his extreme obsession with trivial details, he merely stared quietly at his brass compass, speaking in a low, steady tone, "Victory belongs to those who thoroughly prepare for every possibility, while failure inevitably falls upon those who neglect simple precautions." On the 14th of December 1911, the bitter Antarctic wind momentarily fell into complete silence. Roald Amundsen and his 4 loyal crew members stood solemnly upon the untouched geographic southern pole, free from expected explosive excitement or passionate celebration. Amundsen calmly unfurled the Norwegian national flag, inserting the tall flagpole firmly into solid glacial ice. Alongside his companions he left behind a simple tent containing a respectful letter addressed to the Norwegian king and another sincere note written specifically for his British competitor Scott. Within the short message he earnestly requested Scott to carry their letter back to civilized lands, for he had already rationally calculated the minimal survival chance of Scott's expedition. This complex state of mind balanced quiet sympathy for worthy rivals with cold rational submission toward unyielding natural laws. On their safe return journey, Amundsen's team maintained excellent physical condition. Through strictly controlled exercise routines and precise food rationing hundreds of kilometers away, Scott and his men endured brutal starvation, painful frostbite, and unbearable hopeless despair. The cruel gap between the two expeditions had already been predetermined long before departure. Amundsen chose to cooperate harmoniously with sturdy sled dogs, while Scott stubbornly fought against fragile, vulnerable horses upon the merciless ice sheet. Clear logic effortlessly defeated romantic poetry, and meticulous calculation overcame desperate prayer. When Amundsen safely led every crew member back to base camp, he simply enjoyed an ordinary peaceful dinner, as if completing nothing more than a routine scheduled journey. Nevertheless, glorious victory never brought Roald Amundsen lasting tranquility. Scott's tragic death cast an inescapable cold-blooded stigma upon his reputation. The public willingly romanticized the poetic doomed British explorer rather than acknowledging the rational survivor. Amundsen gradually retreated into prolonged silence, his deep eyes forever holding a frozen glimmer of Antarctic frost. He attempted trans-Arctic flights and daring airship expeditions, continuously pushing forward the boundaries of human exploration, yet his soul could never fully readapt to noisy, crowded modern cities. Broken relationships with his elder brother and persistent conflicts with financial sponsors left him suffering colder human indifference than any brutal polar blizzard. In 1928, upon hearing the news that his former rival Italian explorer Umberto Nobile had vanished over the Arctic Ocean, 56-year-old Amundsen willingly set aside all past grievances. He fearlessly boarded a single rescue airplane, rushing straight into the icy sea that had gifted him eternal glory and bitter solitude. This mission marked the sole irrational, reckless decision throughout Amundsen's disciplined lifetime. He departed without sufficient fuel backup plans or formal farewells. His airplane vanished completely within the thick fog of the Barents Sea, leaving behind nothing but a single floating buoy upon the dark waves. This silent fragment became the final symbol left behind by the Polar King. He ultimately surrendered his own mortal life into the eternal sacrificial ritual of the untamable wilderness. The legendary life of Roald Amundsen slowly concludes amid the rolling icy waves of the Barents Sea. Throughout his lifetime he relentlessly pursued absolute control over his surroundings, yet willingly surrendered his final destination to unpredictable raging storms. Human society habitually glorifies sentimental solemn tragedy while frequently overlooking the profound hidden affection concealed beneath rational calm. Amundsen's obsessive attention toward every supply depot and his gentle, thoughtful care for every sled dog represented a higher form of compassion toward all living beings. He broke through the Antarctic silence, yet never dared to arrogantly transcend the solemn majesty of nature. Now the night outside sinks into profound stillness, the distant frozen ice plain shimmering with cold, mesmerizing radiance beneath scattered starlight. Roald's timeless story reaches its quiet ending at last. He finally attained absolute tranquility within the boundless white wilderness. He deeply cherished a peace never granted to him during his restless lifetime. Release all anxious worries about an uncertain future and drift peacefully into slumber amid restrained perfect order. May your dreams shine as brilliantly and boundlessly as dancing polar auroras, and may your inner heart remain steady, profound and unshakable like slow surging ocean currents hidden beneath thick glacial ice. Good night and sweet eternal dreams. Across the boundless stretches of Australia's red earth lies a secret hidden away for more than a century and a half. Ludwig Leichhardt, an idealistic explorer, set out to accomplish a feat no human had ever dared to attempt, crossing the entire Australian continent from coast to coast. Yet after leading his expedition party into the dense bushland one quiet morning in 1848, he and every member of his team vanished, completely fading away from all human memory and record. Tonight, accompanied by the gentle glow of the hearth, let us step through the mist of history and search for the wandering soul lost deep within the desolate wilderness. Some believe Ludwig Leichhardt perished from crippling thirst, others claim he fell victim to internal conflict among his own men, and many more whisper that he chose to walk away from civilization and live in quiet seclusion among the wilds. The mysterious disappearance of this German-born scientist remains the most famous unsolved enigma in Australian history, drawing generation after generation of searchers and explorers into its haunting mystery. This forgotten journey carries not only the unforgiving cruelty of untamed nature but also tangled struggles and fractured bonds between human beings. On this quiet night, relax your heart and mind and follow me into this true tale woven with suspense, destiny and the quiet weight of fate. Ludwig Leichhardt, known in his time as the Prince of the Wilderness, left nothing behind for the world save a handful of tattered, incomplete letters. He sensed the overwhelming hardship of his final expedition long before setting out, yet still chose to step resolutely into that vast land known as a realm of no return. This journey was far more than a geographical act of exploration. It stood as an ultimate contest of willpower, authority and raw human survival. Tonight, let this quiet story settle softly in your mind and allow yourself to experience the silent, dangerous, haunting beauty hidden deep within the Australian inland. Imagine an endless expanse of reddish-brown earth where the scorching heat warps the very air around you and silence hangs so heavy that only the faint rustle of dry grass stirred by the wind can be heard. Here there are no marked paths, no reliable sources of fresh water, only a desolate wilderness capable of swallowing all traces of human civilization. Without a whisper, in 1848 Ludwig Leichhardt set off from Australia's eastern coastline with 7 companions and dozens of Livestock determined to traverse 3,000 kilometers of uncharted territory to reach the Swan River on the western shore, yet from that fateful morning onward his entire expedition faded as if melting into thin air, never to be seen or heard from again. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection. Ludwig Leichhardt rose as the brightest scientific star of his age in Australia, yet also became one of its most baffling and tragic failures. More than 170 years have passed, countless search parties have scoured every crevice and rocky stretch of the outback, yet not a single button, shard of broken pottery or fragment of camp equipment has ever been uncovered. His fate is far more than a geographical tragedy. It unfolds as a haunting drama of pride, betrayal, and the sudden collapse of human nature pushed to the edge of survival. Now, settle into a comfortable still posture, close your eyes and journey back with me into the ambitious, dangerous, untamed wilderness of the 19th century. Ludwig Leichhardt was never built in the mold of traditional rugged wilderness explorers. He was a Prussian intellectual, a thoughtful, scholarly man who wore wire-rimmed glasses and always carried a leather-bound folder for collecting botanical specimens. He narrowly survived his first expedition by sheer miracle, bringing back records of countless new plant and animal species that had never been documented by European settlers, catapulting him overnight into the status of a national hero across Australia. Yet beneath the shine of his public success lay a subtle, unspoken rift. His own crew members wrote candidly in their private journals, describing him as an eccentric, cold and distant leader, lacking warmth, empathy and understanding toward his fellow travelers. This stubborn, unyielding streak in his personality grew more pronounced and uncompromising in the months leading up to his final expedition. In the early months of 1848 he prepared supplies and provisions within Sydney, earning glowing praise from local newspapers and intellectual circles, yet unease lingered quietly among the men who planned to follow him into the outback. He refused to hire experienced native guides familiar with inland terrain, choosing instead to trust entirely in his own intuition, believing that scientific knowledge and theoretical study alone would be enough to conquer the unknown wilderness. This intellectual arrogance began poisoning the fragile unity of his expedition from the very moment they stepped foot into the inland bush. At night, around crackling campfires, his men spoke in hushed, uneasy whispers, watching Leichhardt's solitary, distant silhouette as a vague sense of dread spread through the small group. Long before they faced the harsh trials of the outback, the expedition was already tangled in invisible tension, uncertainty and quiet unrest. As the party ventured deeper into the very heart of the Australian continent, the landscape grew brutally unforgiving and the already fragile bonds between companions began to fray completely beneath the crushing heat. Leichhardt's demand for strict discipline bordered on obsession. Even in the grip of severe water shortage, he insisted on maintaining meticulous daily scientific recordings and written observations to his exhausted, thirsty crew. This rigid devotion to order felt like a careless disregard for their very right to survive. The only seasoned bushman in the group familiar with inland survival urged Leichhardt to alter their route and seek safer terrain, yet Leichhardt viewed the suggestion as a direct challenge to his leadership authority and refused sharply without hesitation. During the driest, most desperate days of their journey, bitter quarrels erupted among the men and rumors spread of physical confrontation and open hostility. It is easy to picture Leichhardt sitting alone inside his tent on those cold, moonlit outback nights, quietly writing entries in journals that no one would ever read. He carefully noted the Latin names of newly discovered plants, while outside the thin canvas walls his parched, weary companion stared toward the glow of his lantern with quiet resentment and mounting bitterness. The pressure of clashing authority and the desperate fight for survival turned the once hopeful expedition into a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Their last confirmed sighting came at Kogone Station. Leichhardt still carried an air of unshakable determination, yet his eyes held a haunting, feverish intensity. He remained convinced he would discover hidden oases and fertile stretches deep within the inland, never realizing that nature was quietly tightening its grip, closing off every path of escape. History holds many dark, unsettling theories surrounding the mysterious disappearance of Ludwig Leichhardt. The most widely accepted belief is that his entire party was caught in an unprecedented inland flood. Though the Australian interior is known for crippling drought, sudden downpours can turn dry riverbeds into raging, deadly torrents in a matter of hours. Yet this explanation cannot account for why no traces of wreckage, supplies or personal belongings were ever washed downstream and discovered by settlers. Another, far more unsettling speculation lingers in historical record, that somewhere deep within that nameless, isolated wilderness the exhausted, desperate crew rose up in mutiny, pushed past the limits of endurance by unbearable thirst, hunger and relentless hardship. The thin layer of civilized restraint fell away completely, leading the men to kill their stubborn, unyielding leader. Afterward, those mutinous travelers may have perished one by one from starvation while attempting to retrace their steps or become forever lost amid the endless red dust storms of the outback. In Leichhardt's final surviving letter his tone remained strangely calm and serene, as if he had already foreseen his inevitable fate. He wrote gently of the quiet haunting beauty of the Australian bush, and even spoke of a quiet longing to merge completely with the ancient land itself. This sense of martyrdom in pursuit of natural truth cloaks his disappearance in an almost mystical spiritual haze. He set out to map new territories and unlock geographical secrets, yet perhaps he sought something deeper, embracing extreme isolation as a quiet act of spiritual self-exile. The 170 years of relentless searching that followed Leichhardt's vanishing act forms an epic tale of human obsession, persistence, and unyielding curiosity. Explorers and search parties have found tree trunks carved with the simple letter L and listened to ancient oral stories passed down through Aboriginal tribes speaking of a solitary white ghost wandering the remote outback, yet every fleeting clue and hopeful lead eventually faded into uncertainty and hearsay. Ludwig Leichhardt seemed to erase every trace of his existence, deliberately leaving behind no relics, no graves, no clear signs of his fate. This complete vanishing instead granted him an eternal place within Australian culture, transforming him into a living embodiment of the outback's quiet, untamed power. Novelists, poets, and filmmakers have spent decades reconstructing his final hours, crafting countless imagined endings to his unfinished journey. In truth, for those captivated by his story, the journey of searching for answers carries greater healing meaning than the raw truth itself. His fate reminds humanity how small and humble human ambition appears against the quiet eternal vastness of the earth, yet how noble and courageous it remains all the same. Deep within the most silent, untouched core of the Australian inland he built himself a nameless, unmarked tomb. His primal bond with nature claimed his life, yet gifted him the ultimate gift of eternal quiet peace. Perhaps his expedition never truly failed at all. They simply chose to remain beneath the outback stars, walking no longer back to the noise and chaos of the civilized world. The tale of Ludwig Leichhardt draws slowly to its quiet close now. The night beyond the window mirrors the deep, calm, quiet wilderness where he drew his last breath. That unfinished expedition fading into the vast outback has over long years softened into a gentle backdrop of calm for our peaceful rest. There is no need to dwell endlessly on which tree finally sheltered his last moments, nor unravel every tangled thread of human conflict and struggle within his party. Simply remember that a brave soul once walked fearlessly into the deepest unknown, chasing the inner light of curiosity, ambition, and discovery. In this quiet hour, let your thoughts settle like the slow drifting wind across the red earth. All lingering suspense, inner conflict, and unspoken struggle will dissolve away into the soft embrace of peaceful dream. Starlight still falls gently over the ancient red land, and you too will sink into tranquil rest, wrapped in the timeless quiet of the outback. Good night and peaceful dreams. The life of Garcia de Orta was an endless long journey of fleeing from raging flames and religious persecution. Beneath the heavy gloomy shadow of religious fanaticism sweeping across the 16th century, he abandoned everything he held dear and fled across vast oceans, chasing his medical dreams all the way to the distant exotic land of Goa in India. Yet fate never granted him true peace or release. Even long after his quiet passing, his mortal remains were dug up and condemned to burn at the stake. Tonight let us sink into the low soothing tone of quiet narration and step into the tragic lonely life of this solitary seeker of truth and unyielding pioneer of medical science. The world remembers Garcia de Orta chiefly for his monumental groundbreaking achievements in the field of tropical medicine, yet few pause to reflect on the inner turmoil, quiet fear, and spiritual struggle that haunted him during his lonely midnight prayers. Deep conflict lingering constantly within his soul, he planted precious healing herbs deep within the foreign soil of India, hoping to bury the shadows of his past and escape the chains of his heritage. Yet the haunting darkness of religious persecution lingered relentlessly, refusing to fade away even after his death. This quiet, peaceful evening belongs entirely to this forgotten master of medicinal knowledge who slumbers eternally amid the ashes of fire, trial, and unjust condemnation. If physical death is not the final end of mortal existence, then what purpose lies in judgment and punishment long after one has departed the world? The life of Garcia de Orta was woven from extreme inner contradiction, profound isolation, hidden fear, and relentless pursuit of truth. He served as personal royal physician to the colonial governor, yet stood branded as a secret heretic in the unforgiving eyes of the powerful Catholic Church. Within this tranquil tale meant for quiet reflection, you will hear the soft sighs of a troubled soul lingering on the fragile boundary between inner faith, scientific truth, and the merciless judgment of his era. On one sweltering stifling afternoon in Goa in the year 1580 a strange unsettling trial unfolded with no living defendant standing in the court. Only a dry set of human bones long buried in consecrated church ground was dragged out to face accusation, condemnation and ritual punishment amid harsh bitter curses shouted by fanatical church officials. These ancient mortal remains were dragged roughly and cast mercilessly into roaring blazing flames. This cruel act was far more than mere destruction of physical relics. It was a deliberate, ruthless attempt to erase this man, his legacy and his name entirely from the pages of recorded history. The man whose bones faced this posthumous trial and fiery execution was none other than Garcia de Orta, the once celebrated, revered pioneer and founding father of tropical medical research. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale, meant only for quiet reflection, he stood trusted royal physician to the Portuguese king and colonial governor alike, respected, admired and sought after across high society, and dedicated scholar wandering deep into the wild jungles of Goa, tirelessly studying rare plants and herbal remedies. Yet even when reduced to burnt ashes he remained a lonely foreign outcast, abandoned, shunned and condemned by the very civilization he faithfully served. What hidden sin, secret heritage or unspoken belief could drive the church to wield the torch of persecution relentlessly? Many years after a man's peaceful passing, let us journey back to the turbulent 16th century, an age filled with daring explorers, devout believers and martyrs of conscience, and begin his story from the desperate voyage that marked his desperate flight for survival. The air of Lisbon in that era carried the rich, intoxicating aroma of rare spices traded from distant eastern lands, yet it also hung heavy with the suffocating oppressive cloud of secret denunciation, religious suspicion and relentless inquisition. Garcia de Orta stood at the very height of professional renown. As an outstanding skilled physician and respected medical scholar, he taught medicine at the prestigious University of Lisbon, moved freely among noble mansions and aristocratic circles, and earned widespread admiration, respect and high standing within Portuguese elite society. Yet beneath his elegant formal robes a cold lingering unease never left his heart, for he belonged to the class known as New Christians, descendants of Jewish ancestors who had been brutally forced to convert to Catholicism to escape persecution. The menacing shadow of the Inquisition prowled endlessly through every street, neighborhood and household, creeping close to the ground, listening intently to private prayers, hidden beliefs and quiet whispers within every family home. He understood clearly, no matter how extraordinary his medical skill, how noble his reputation, or how loyal his outward devotion to the church, his hidden Jewish ancestry remained a sharp suspended blade hanging constantly above his head, ready to fall at any moment. In 1534, when a rare opportunity for escape presented itself, he did not hesitate for a single instant, abandoning all his comfortable prestige, wealth, status and settled life in Lisbon. He accepted appointment as personal physician to the newly appointed colonial governor, boarding a sailing ship bound for the remote eastern territory of Portuguese India, Goa. This journey was far more than a simple promotion or career advancement. It was a carefully planned, desperate escape for life, faith and inner freedom. As the ship's sails billowed full in the ocean wind, Garcia de Orta gazed back toward the fading coastline of Portugal. No trace of longing lingered in his eyes, only quiet, profound relief at narrowly escaping imminent danger. He clung to the hopeful belief that once he crossed the endless vast waters of the Indian Ocean he would leave religious prejudice, suspicion and persecution far behind, finding peace, solitude and a quiet sanctuary among the mysterious exotic herbs, plants and natural remedies of the distant East. The sunlight over Goa blazed bright, intense and unforgiving. This land stood as the central heart of Portuguese colonial power in the East, an untamed wilderness, untouched, unexplored and undefined by the rigid, outdated medical doctrines of European academia. In this foreign, distant land Garcia de Orta began his life anew, pouring all his passion, energy, curiosity and intellectual devotion into the intensive study of tropical flora, local herbs and indigenous medical wisdom. He refused to confine himself within the narrow, rigid boundaries set by ancient Aristotelian doctrines long accepted blindly by European scholars. Instead, he stepped boldly outside the sheltered walls of apothecaries and clinics, venturing deep into the humid, sweltering, dense jungle surrounding Goa, renting a private, isolated island where he created his own personal botanical garden dedicated entirely to collecting, cultivating, observing and documenting rare tropical medicinal plants. Each early morning he knelt quietly beside the rich dark soil, carefully observing how cinnamon bark peeled naturally, tasting the sharp spicy bite of fresh ginger, recording the growth patterns, seasonal changes and natural properties of pepper, cardamom and countless other native species. He conversed freely with local Indian healers, learned from seasoned Arab merchant traders and listened closely to the practical folk wisdom of street herbalists, gathering precious medical knowledge never known, taught or recorded in Europe before his Journals he wrote rapidly, filling page after page with careful notes detailing effective treatments for devastating cholera outbreaks, methods to ease the agony of tropical dysentery, and the healing properties of countless native plants. Throughout this solitary dedicated journey of exploration he embodied a remarkably modern scientific mindset, trusting only direct personal observation, practical experience, and natural evidence while refusing to follow blind obedience to traditional authority, established dogma, or unproven ancient theories. Yet when night fell and silence settled over his botanical garden as he closed his heavy journals beneath dim flickering lamplight, overwhelming waves of loneliness, spiritual division, and quiet displacement washed over his soul. He healed countless sick lives across Goa, easing suffering, curing disease, and bringing comfort to countless commoners, nobles, soldiers, and settlers alike. Yet he could never heal the heavy lingering fear buried deep within his heart, nor escape the haunting shadows of his past homeland and hidden ancestry. In 1563, within a humble small printing house in the quiet streets of Goa, Garcia de Orta completed and published his greatest immortal work, Colloquies on the Simples and Drugs of India. This monumental volume became the very first systematic European treatise dedicated entirely to tropical medicine, breaking down the arrogant ignorance, prejudice, and dismissive attitude Western scholars held toward Eastern herbal remedies, natural healing, and indigenous medical wisdom. He chose a refined conversational literary structure, crafting the work as a thoughtful debate between two fictional physicians, allowing profound medical insight, botanical knowledge, and timeless truth to unfold naturally through calm dialogue and reasoned argument. Every line, phrase, and observation within the book bore the weight of his years of lonely contemplation, dedicated research, and unwavering perseverance upon foreign soil. Yet he remained unaware that the dark demonic shadow he believed he had left far behind in Europe had crossed the vast ocean, following his trail straight to the shores of India. In 1560, the Holy Inquisition officially established its presence within Goa, casting the grim shadow of the execution stake across this spice-scented tropical paradise. One by one his close friends, distant relatives, and trusted acquaintances vanished silently into dark, gloomy dungeon cells. He even witnessed people once dear to him dragged away for interrogation, trial, and punishment, accused solely of hidden unfaithfulness to orthodox religious doctrine. As a world-renowned respected physician, he navigated skillfully amid political tension, religious fanaticism, and colonial power, walking constantly on the edge of danger, relying on his social status, reputation, influence, and personal connections to maintain fragile outward peace and safety. He continued tending his botanical garden, healing the sick, treating high-ranking colonial officials and ordinary villagers alike. Yet in private he was forced to conceal his family's quiet retention of traditional Jewish customs with extreme cautious secrecy. Every Sabbath afternoon became a dangerous silent game of life and death, filled with hidden fear, careful avoidance, and quiet inner conflict, while scientific knowledge advanced, steadily expanding human understanding of nature and healing. The madness, intolerance, and cruelty of his era accelerated, relentlessly tearing his spirit, mind, and soul apart, pushing Garcia de Orta deeper into the abyss of quiet mental torment, isolation, and suppressed anxiety. In 1568, Garcia de Orta passed away peacefully in Goa, closing his eyes in quiet calm, laid to rest within the consecrated grounds of Goa Cathedral. Throughout his lifetime he skillfully evaded every accusation, interrogation, and threat of the Inquisition, departing the world bearing the honored legacy of a revered medical master. Yet his sister Brights, who had remained faithfully beside him through all his years of lonely exile, was arrested by the Inquisition shortly after his passing. Under the unbearable cruelty of brutal, relentless interrogation and torture, Brights was forced to confess the long-hidden family secret that they had quietly continued practicing Jewish faith in private, even while outwardly conforming to Catholic tradition. The shocking revelation struck like a sudden thunderbolt, shattering the quiet peace surrounding Orta's memory after death. Even though his physical form had long returned to dust and earth, the fanatical religious authorities viewed his mortal remains as undeniable, damning evidence requiring punishment and purification. Thus unfolded the haunting scene described at the opening of his story. Church officials ordered his grave broken open, his bones roughly unearthed, and dragged into public view in the central square of Goa. The physician who had devoted his entire life to healing, easing pain, and saving countless suffering lives was condemned to a posthumous death by fire. Flames consumed his dry ancient bones, the ashes scattered across the waters of the Mandovi River, drifting away silently into the endless waves of the Indian Ocean. His monumental written works were banned from publication, suppressed, and hidden away for decades, his name deliberately erased from university records, academic rosters, and official historical documents. Entirely a man who spent his whole lonely life pursuing hidden truth, healing knowledge, and natural wisdom upon foreign soil, received only cruel betrayal, posthumous execution, and deliberate erasure from Memory. This profound overwhelming tragedy left the wind sweeping across Goa carrying a lingering bitter desolate sorrow that never fully faded away. The life journey of Garcia de Orta ended amid drifting burnt ashes, yet eternal truth and scientific wisdom can never be destroyed, silenced or erased by mortal flames. Though his physical remains scattered forever into the tides of the Indian Ocean, his timeless colloquy spread quietly across all of Europe, passed secretly among scholars, physicians, explorers and naturalists for centuries afterward. It remained essential, required reading for every daring overseas explorer, botanical researcher and medical pioneer. The herbal remedies, healing formulas and natural treatments he carefully observed, recorded and preserved still quietly save lives and ease suffering in many remote regions. To this day, as we reach the end of his tale, you can feel the timeless quiet loneliness of unwavering perseverance echoing across centuries. His entire life became one long continuous flight, fleeing religious prejudice, escaping the terror of the execution stake, and finally finding refuge, purpose and inner peace within the embrace of scientific truth. Behind the smoke and ashes of his unjust posthumous punishment lies the purest longing of a human soul for free knowledge, independent thought and spiritual liberty. It stands also as the quiet, unyielding resistance of a lone vulnerable individual against the overwhelming darkness, fanaticism and cruelty of a ruthless era. The botanical gardens he once tended in Goa may now lie abandoned, overgrown and long forgotten, yet the medicinal herbs, plants and natural remedies he studied, defined and documented still grow silently beneath the moonlight, carrying forward his legacy. Tonight let the name and spirit of this lonely foreign scholar watch over your dreams, guiding you into a quiet woodland realm where only pure truth, calm peace and undisturbed serenity reside. You need not fear the storms, uncertainties and troubles of tomorrow, for all raging flames of prejudice, fanaticism and injustice will eventually fade into quiet embers. Only the eternal light of wisdom, knowledge and integrity remains everlasting. May you drift into deep, tranquil, peaceful rest. Good night. Caravaggio's entire life stands as the ultimate living embodiment of chiaroscuro, the dramatic interplay of light and shadow that he perfected throughout his turbulent days. He bore the weight of mortal sin upon his soul, having ended another man's life, yet he painted the most radiant sacred light that seemed to draw near to divine holiness. He wandered endlessly across distant lands, a rootless drifter, yet left behind immortal monuments of art in every city where he paused to dwell for a time. Tonight, wrapped in soft faint lamplight, let us venture deep into the restless, violent yet profoundly tranquil soul of Caravaggio. If light and shadow could take tangible color, they would surely bear the hue of blood crimson and divine golden radiance that filled Caravaggio's eyes. Forced to flee Rome to escape a death sentence, he became the loneliest wandering traveler across the Mediterranean Sea. Shut away within dim shadowed studios, he painted the noblest divine saints and holy figures, using ordinary marginalized people, street dwellers and flawed mortal souls as his living models. Within this tranquil tale, meant only for quiet reflection, you will hear the weary breath of a tormented artistic genius and the bitter mocking laugh of unyielding fate. Caravaggio, a name that stirred both dread and fanatical admiration across the whole of Europe, found spiritual salvation through the dramatic light and shadow in his paintings, yet deep within his inner heart lingered an unquenchable restless demon he could never subdue. From the dueling grounds of Rome to the cold damp dungeons of Malta, his paintbrush served both as a protective shield and a sharp unsheathed sword. On this quiet serene night let us explore together that sacred glow stained with mortal blood, the radiant illumination that forever lit up the shadowed realm of classical art. Picture yourself wandering through the darkest narrow alleyways of Rome in 1606, the air thick with the sharp tang of cheap fermented wine and the faint lingering smell of gunpowder. Tacked upon weathered stone walls hangs a public wanted poster bearing a single name, a moniker that sent tremors through the entire artistic circle, evoking both fearful awe and heartfelt sorrow. The artistic genius known to the world as Caravaggio had just pierced his opponent's abdomen in a chaotic, violent brawl sparked by a trivial tennis match quarrel. From that fateful moment onward, he fell from the cherished, favored star of Roman art into a hunted fugitive condemned to death by law. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he tore apart rigid social order and moral restraint with unbridled violence, yet deep within the thickest shadows of mortal existence he left behind the purest, most sacred light for generations to come. He was a brute, a reckless brawler, a man guilty of taking human life, and yet also a lonely, tormented soul who understood divine sorrow and spiritual pain more deeply than any saint of his age. How could such extreme opposing traits coexist within a single mortal body? Let us journey back 400 years to that midnight hour woven of stark light and heavy shadow, and witness his lifelong struggle trapped between mortal bloodshed and heavenly sacred radiance. Caravaggio's painting studio never welcomed bright sun-filled afternoons. He chose to work only beneath a single narrow shaft of faint light filtering down through a small skylight high above the enclosed room. Long before the fatal duel that changed his destiny forever, he had already risen to become Rome's most rebellious celebrated artistic star. He held nothing but disdain for the artificial noble elegance portrayed by conventional painters, refusing to idealize biblical saints into flawless, distant figures. Instead, he brought homeless wanderers, street prostitutes, impoverished farmers, and ordinary laborers straight into his studio, posing them as the sacred characters of Holy Scripture. He would point to their dirt-stained bare toes and the deep wrinkled lines carved into their faces by lifelong hardship, declaring openly that these raw, unpolished mortal faces held the true, authentic spirit of the biblical tales. Beneath this fierce, uncompromising aesthetic lay his profound contempt for established authority and the restless, unrelenting inner turmoil that gnawed endlessly at his spirit. He engaged in reckless street brawls, drawing his blade in taverns over nothing more than a disrespectful glance or a careless, insulting word. It was as if only amid extreme chaos, conflict, and unrest could he feel the vivid beating pulse of his own mortal life, a temperament forged in such wild, unyielding rebellion destined his life to never become a calm, steady voyage, but a relentless series of shattering collisions, bitter conflicts, and irreversible choices. On that sweltering summer night in 1606, the gears of fate finally snapped completely out of alignment as he watched his rival crumple to the ground, sinking into a pool of fresh blood. He knew his quiet, peaceful life as a respected painter had come to an abrupt end, and the cruel, lonely remainder of his days as a condemned fugitive and unwitting messenger of sacred light had only just begun. Caravaggio's desperate flight from Rome became the loneliest journey of his life and one of the most extraordinary acts of spiritual redemption in the entire history of art. Fleeing the death sentence hanging over his head, he traveled through Naples, crossed over to the island of Malta, and finally wandered onward to the distant shores of Sicily. In every new city he sought temporary refuge. He was forced to create breathtaking, miraculous religious works at astonishing speed, trading his artistic genius for the protection of powerful nobles and high-ranking church officials to secure his survival. This pressured creation, forged under the constant shadow of imminent death, imbued his paintings with an almost suffocating atmosphere of solemn stillness, quiet sorrow, and restrained reverence. While staying in Malta, he painted his monumental masterpiece, The Beheading of St. John the Baptist, the only work in his entire career that he personally signed. He inscribed his name directly within the flowing pool of the saint's spilled blood, as if proclaiming boldly to the world that his own entire life was nothing less than a sacrificial offering bathed in mortal blood. By this stage of his exile he was no longer the hot-headed, reckless youth who roamed Rome's streets seeking violent quarrels. He had grown quiet, reserved, and broodingly melancholic, filling his canvases with repeated depictions of death, divine punishment, sacrifice, and mortal repentance. Every deliberate stroke of his brush became a silent inward judgment, a quiet reckoning for the violent sins and reckless mistakes of his past. He longed desperately for official papal pardon, dreamed of returning safely to Rome and standing once again beneath the open sunlight of his homeland. This obsessive yearning for reconciliation and return transformed into that iconic beam of sacred light piercing through absolute impenetrable darkness in his paintings, a glow that embodied his deepest hopes and also represented the homeland he would never truly revisit. The destructive, volatile tension inherent in Caravaggio's character never faded during his years of exile, instead growing even more potent and ultimately fatal. While in Malta he had finally gained esteemed status as a knight by presenting his magnificent paintings to the order, seemingly securing a stable, peaceful life at last. Yet a trivial, petty quarrel erupted once more, triggering his uncontrollable rage. He violently pushed a high-ranking knight down a flight of stone steps, instantly losing his hard-won honor and falling back into captivity as a prisoner. Once confined within the heavily guarded fortress dungeon, he daringly scaled the towering walls to escape, slipping away like a silent ghost across the glassy surface of the Mediterranean Sea. By this point in his life, Caravaggio no longer feared the inevitability of physical death. What haunted him most was the terror of being forgotten, erased from memory, and abandoned by the world. In one powerful self-portrayal he painted himself as the severed head of the giant Goliath, his face twisted in raw agony, terror, and profound sorrow hidden beneath despair. Through this haunting symbolic artwork he silently begged for mercy from the Vatican, offering a form of spiritual self-punishment and cross-border repentance. Through his unflinching artistic expression he engaged in a dangerous, delicate game of political maneuvering with wealthy patrons, influential cardinals, and even the distant Pope in the Vatican. Each new painting he completed serving as a valuable bargaining chip in his desperate attempt to purchase the long-awaited official pardon. The tangled struggle for power and the bleak shadow of human weakness appeared glaringly vivid beneath the scorching Sicilian sun. Throughout his endless exile he lost everything one by one: his social reputation, his physical health, his youthful arrogance and fiery pride, until nothing remained beside his paintbrush, a tool that could capture the subtle light and shadow of the human soul with precise, unwavering skill, no matter how much his hands trembled with exhaustion, fever and sorrow. In 1610 Caravaggio finally received the long-cherished news he had waited years to hear. The papal pardon granting him forgiveness and safe return was already on its way. Overwhelmed with desperate hope, he gathered all his finished artworks, the only possessions and lifelong treasures he had left, and boarded a small ship bound for a port near Rome. Yet fate delivered its cruelest final twist in the closing moments of his journey. A tragic case of mistaken arrest detained him on the shore, causing him to miss his departing vessel and lose all the paintings that could have secured his pardon and new beginning. He ran frantically along the desolate, sun-baked beach, racing hopelessly after the sailing ship, carrying all his hopes for redemption. The blazing summer sun scorched his already weak and fever-ridden body, while the toxins of malarial fever spread rapidly through his veins, draining his last remaining strength. Collapsing heavily upon the burning hot sand of Porto Ercole, he stared out at the endless blue expanse of the Mediterranean before him, with the land of his dreams forever out of reach behind his back. No saint knelt in prayer beside his deathbed, no sacred light filtered through stained glass church windows to grace his final moments. The artistic genius who had defined the very essence of divine radiance died utterly alone, abandoned by the world like a stray wild dog. His mortal remains were buried in an unmarked mass grave for nameless paupers, mirroring those forgotten shadowed corners hidden away from light in his own paintings. The passing of such an unparalleled genius was no ordinary final curtain. It was a profound, deliberate blank space carved into fate, leaving later generations still able to feel the burning loneliness lingering in his canvases centuries later. Having followed Caravaggio's life story to its quiet close, you now understand why the shadowed depths in his paintings always stir the heart more deeply than the radiant light, for within those heavy shadows lies the raw, authentic longing of a mortal soul clinging to survival and the heavy weight of guilt over past sins. His whole life was spent breaking rules, defying convention and destroying established order, yet upon the ruins of all he shattered, he built an entirely unprecedented form of haunting, timeless beauty. He revealed to the world that divine holiness does not reside far away in distant heavenly clouds, but dwells deep within the flawed, wounded, wandering souls of ordinary mortal beings. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine that single narrow shaft of light streaming through the skylight of Caravaggio's dim studio. The glow is never harsh or blinding, yet it can illuminate the darkest hidden corners of your inner heart, reminding you that imperfection, vulnerability and inner struggle hold their own quiet strength. The gentle winds of Rome have long swept away the bloodshed and violence of the past, leaving only eternal stillness radiating from his masterpieces hanging quietly in museum galleries. You need not dwell on irreparable past mistakes nor grow anxious over the uncertain journeys of tomorrow. Just like the balanced interplay of light and shadow in his art, find your own quiet, steady glow amid the boundless darkness of life. The tale has reached its end, yet that soft, unyielding light will remain beside you always. May you drift into deep, serene, peaceful rest. Good night. In 19th century France there lived a legendary general whose mere presence could make the snow upon the Alps tremble with awe. He bore dark skin and possessed the overwhelming strength of a giant, yet at the very height of his glory he was utterly abandoned and cast aside by Napoleon. The name Thomas Alexander Dumas lies buried beneath the dust of forgotten history, yet later lived on as the eternal heroic soul and spiritual foundation behind the timeless literary classic The Count of Monte Cristo. Tonight let us follow the low, soothing rhythm of quiet narration and step into the magnificent, lonely, tragic life of this forgotten black warrior god. The life of Thomas Alexander Dumas reads like a sweeping epic novel filled with grandeur, struggle, sorrow and fate. Born of Caribbean slave heritage, he rose to become France's very first black divisional commander, winning boundless military honor and battlefield glory, only to be defeated and broken by deep-rooted racial prejudice and political jealousy. Within this tranquil tale meant for quiet reflection, you will witness the cold calculation hidden behind imperial power and the bitter envy lurking beneath noble reputations, while also feeling the priceless literary inheritance a father left behind for generations to come. Close your eyes and let us journey back to that turbulent age, woven together by war, smoke, romance, revolution and noble idealism, to listen to the lingering echo of his story carried upon the wind. The world knows Alexandre Dumas the writer as the brilliant creator behind the most thrilling tales of revenge, adventure, courage and chivalry ever penned, yet few realize these unforgettable story archetypes drew their raw inspiration directly from the tragic fate of his own father Thomas Alexandre Dumas, a real-life hero betrayed, imprisoned, cast aside and erased by the very nation he served. With his own broken, sorrow-filled life, he laid the most brilliant, unshakable cornerstone in the history of French literature. On this quiet, peaceful evening we dedicate our thoughts to this overlooked, forgotten black general. May he receive the eternal honor, glory and remembrance he was denied in life within the gentle peace of your dreams. Walk through the grand portrait galleries of the Louvre in Paris and you will struggle to find a single painted face of dark complexion hidden among the countless noble royal statesmen and celebrated military leaders. Yet behind the dazzling splendor of the First French Empire stood a towering giant of a man, a black general whose courage, strength and battlefield prowess became legendary across Europe. He once single-handedly defended a narrow bridge against overwhelming Austrian forces, earning from Napoleon himself the revered title the French Hercules. Yet at the peak of his illustrious career, laden with honors, victories and public admiration, he was suddenly cast down by the very imperial hand that held supreme power, thrown into the darkest, damp dungeon to suffer neglect, isolation and slow ruin. Thomas Alexandre Dumas, a hero deliberately erased from official historical records yet granted eternal life, immortality within the pages of great literature. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, his journey is far more than a simple story of war, battle, glory and military triumph. It is an epic saga of betrayal, wrongful imprisonment, quiet resilience and the enduring spiritual inheritance between father and son. The hardships, injustice and sorrow he endured proved far more cruel, heartbreaking and tragic than the fictional suffering of Edmond Dantes in his son's masterpiece The Count of Monte Cristo. Let us turn back the clock to the turbulent, shadowed nights of the 18th century and witness how this towering black figure cut through the stillness of his prejudiced era with unyielding courage, strength and dignity. In 1762 the island of Saint-Domingue breathed thick with the sweet, heavy scent of sugarcane tangled with the metallic, rusted smell of slave chains and captivity. Thomas Alexandre Dumas was born into a deeply contradictory, troubled family. His father a fallen, impoverished French nobleman and his mother an enslaved African woman trafficked and sold to the Caribbean colonies in an age where bloodline, lineage and skin color dictated every person's destined place in society. His earliest identity was reduced to nothing more than property collateral pledged by his own father to raise funds for a return voyage back to France. The bitter wound of being treated as a disposable asset by his own birth father lingered deep within his heart throughout his lonely, difficult childhood. Years later, after finally establishing himself firmly in Paris, adopting his mother's surname Dumas, that almost obsessive hunger for dignity, respect and self-worth had already taken deep root within his tall, powerful frame. He enrolled at the famous Grimaud fencing school, mastering the refined art of swordsmanship amid flashing steel blades, precise footwork and disciplined training, finding at last a place where his skill, strength and character alone defined his worth. The Parisian society of his time regarded young noblemen of mixed foreign heritage with curious fascination masked by quiet, hidden mockery and subtle disdain. Yet Thomas never bothered to explain, defend or compromise his identity. He merely observed the glittering, superficial world around him with the sharp, piercing gaze of a hunting falcon, fully understanding that in a nation poisoned by prejudice, skin color could never be changed and the only path forward was to grow stronger, braver and more capable than anyone else. When the revolutionary bells of 1789 rang out across France, he did not hesitate for a moment, throwing himself wholeheartedly into the sweeping tide of revolution that promised liberty, equality and fraternity. He believed sincerely that beneath the blue, white, red tricolor flag a soldier's merit, courage, loyalty and achievement would finally be judged fairly, free from the bias of skin color, race or origin. Yet the cruel irony of fate lies in its habit of granting immense, hopeful dreams only to shatter them completely without mercy. The French Revolution raged like an untamed, furious beast, unleashing chaos across the nation while opening unprecedented opportunities for advancement, honor and glory. For Thomas Alexandre Dumas, he enlisted in the America's Legion, a military unit composed of free men of color, and charged across smoke-filled battlefields like a striking bolt of black lightning. His physical strength was legendary. Contemporaries spoke of his ability to clamp his powerful legs around a warhorse and lift his entire body suspended in the air using only the strength of his arms. Amid the bitter, freezing cold of the Alps, French soldiers froze stiff with cold, morale broken, retreating in disarray, while Thomas led his loyal troops climbing sheer vertical ice cliffs, launching daring surprise assaults upon heavily fortified enemy strongholds. His fearsome reputation spread rapidly among military commanders across Europe. Nobles and generals whispered in dread of the fierce, unstoppable Black Devil on the battlefield. Yet for all his fearsome battlefield prowess he never descended into cruelty or unnecessary brutality, clinging firmly to an old-fashioned code of chivalry long faded in the chaotic revolutionary age. After capturing occupied cities he strictly forbade his soldiers from looting, harming civilians or destroying property, even spending his own funds to compensate local residents for wartime losses. This pure, unwavering moral integrity stood starkly out amid the chaos, greed and corruption of revolutionary France, earning him the beloved honorable nickname the Noble Alexander. In 1793, at only 31 years of age, he made history, becoming the first black divisional commander in the history of the French Republic, rising swiftly through the ranks to full general. In that triumphant moment Thomas truly believed the revolutionary oaths of liberty, equality and justice had finally prevailed, that the scales of fairness had at last tipped toward righteousness and merit. Yet he remained unaware that within the same army a short, ambitious Corsican officer watched his rising fame, growing power and widespread admiration from the shadows. Consumed by fierce jealousy, Napoleon possessed an overwhelming hunger for control and an almost pathological vanity, unable to tolerate any figure shining brighter than himself, especially this towering, nearly 2-meter-tall black general of foreign heritage, whose unyielding, upright spirit refused to bow, flatter or submit to political influence. The Egyptian expedition of 1798 marked the fateful turning point in Thomas Alexander Dumas's life, planting the first deep, irreversible rift between him and Napoleon. Amid the scorching barren desert, French soldiers sank into despair, weakened by crippling thirst, starvation, exhaustion and disillusionment over pointless, endless military campaigns. As a distinguished cavalry commander, Thomas spoke openly, honestly and fearlessly during military council meetings, boldly questioning Napoleon's reckless, ambitious, expansionist policies. He told Napoleon plainly, "I do not fight to satisfy one man's personal desire for power, conquest and glory. I fight only for the liberty and freedom of France." Those unflinching, truthful words struck straight like a sharp, piercing arrow, piercing through Napoleon's growing secret ambition to claim imperial power for himself. A cold, menacing flash of silent anger crossed Napoleon's pale face as he silently marked down this unyielding, outspoken black general as an obstacle to be removed. Later, during the brutal Battle of Mantua, Thomas once again displayed mythic, superhuman bravery, standing alone upon a narrow bridge, wielding a massive cavalry sword like a living statue forged from dark iron, single-handedly holding back hundreds of charging enemy soldiers. Napoleon was forced to praise his extraordinary heroism in official military dispatches, yet privately began plotting quietly to dispose of this stubborn, independent-minded tool, no longer easy to control. When the trapped expeditionary force faced desperate peril, Thomas requested permission to return to France for urgent medical recovery. Napoleon granted his request without the slightest hesitation, yet deliberately refused to provide any proper supplies, safe escort or protection, leaving him to sail back across the Mediterranean aboard an old, fragile, unseaworthy vessel. In that quiet, unthinking moment, Thomas failed to realize he was walking straight into a carefully orchestrated act of political abandonment. Betrayed by his own leader, he held quiet thoughts of his beloved wife and young son waiting for him back in France, unaware that iron prison bars, poison and endless suffering awaited him beyond the horizon. Out at sea, his ship was captured by reactionary forces of the Kingdom of Naples, condemning the celebrated French general to the status of a political prisoner. Meanwhile, Napoleon, now holding absolute supreme power over France, needed only a single command to rescue his loyal, heroic comrade, yet chose deliberate, cold silence, allowing the forgotten warrior to vanish into the darkness of a remote seaside dungeon. Confined within the grim dungeon of Taranto in Naples, Thomas Alexander Dumas endured 2 full years of inhumane suffering, trapped inside a cold, damp, sunless cell, locked to the stone walls with heavy iron chains. Once the strongest, most powerful man in France, reduced to a frail, helpless shadow of himself. To completely break his resolve and crush his spirit, cruel jailers secretly laced his food with slow-acting poison, arsenic and lead, toxins that gradually corroded his organs, drained his strength, and ruined his health. He once contemplated ending his own suffering, yet the thought of his wife waiting faithfully in France and his young son he had never yet met gave him the quiet inner strength to endure and survive. He scratched faint words onto the cold stone walls, using broken fragments of stone and metal, his markings holding no curses, hatred or bitterness toward his betrayers, only quiet longing for freedom, justice and a return to his homeland. At the same time, back in Paris, Napoleon signed laws restoring slavery in French colonies, a blow to Thomas's spirit far deeper and more painful than any slow poison. When he was finally released in a prisoner exchange in 1801, the once mighty Hercules was reduced to a frail shadow of his former self, blinded in one eye, deafened in one ear, partially paralyzed down one side of his body, his once grand military uniform hanging loosely upon his gaunt, wasted frame. He returned to his hometown of Villers-Cotterets, hoping his nation would grant him the military pension, medical care and respect he had earned through decades of loyal service. Yet Napoleon issued deliberate official orders erasing all records of his military career, rank, honors and achievements, refusing to grant him even a single coin of financial support. The general who had spilled his blood, sacrificed his health and risked his life for the Republic was left destitute, forced to rely on his wife, selling off family possessions simply to buy daily bread. He spent his final years trapped in poverty, illness and quiet disillusionment, often sitting alone by his window, gazing silently toward Paris, not longing for its glittering splendor but pondering bitterly why a nation built on promises of liberty, equality and fraternity could abandon, betray and erase one of its greatest heroes. In 1806 Thomas passed away quietly at the young age of 43, dying penniless, impoverished and forgotten, leaving behind only a single treasured military sword, hanging upon the wall, its blade nicked and scarred from countless brutal battles, the sole inheritance he could offer his family. After Thomas Alexander Dumas's death, Napoleon's government ordered his name completely erased from official imperial military rosters and historical archives. Yet political power could erase words written on paper but never erase the living memory etched deep within bloodline and heritage. His young son, only 4 years old at the time, the future world-famous writer Alexander Dumas, forever carried the image of his father's towering, dignified figure and sad, melancholy eyes etched into his heart. Plunged into family poverty, Alexander Dumas received almost no formal schooling growing up, yet listened endlessly to his mother recounting tales of his father's battlefield glory, heroic bridge defenses, daring Alpine raids and lonely, unjust imprisonment. These vivid stories sank deep into his subconscious, shaping his imagination, moral outlook and understanding of fate, injustice, courage and resilience. Years later, when writing The Count of Monte Cristo, the wrongfully imprisoned, relentlessly resilient Edmond Dantes, trapped in the dark dungeon of the Château d'If, bore nearly identical spiritual core, life journey and tragic fate, mirroring the real suffering endured by General Thomas Dumas. The fearless, bold spirit of D'Artagnan in The Three Musketeers also reflected the youthful courage, strength and unyielding pride of his father in his prime. Alexander Dumas once said with immense pride, "My father was the sharp, mighty sword of France, and I am merely his voice carrying his story to the world." Throughout his literary career he dedicated his writing to delivering the most magnificent, enduring revenge of all, resurrecting his father's legacy, honor and dignity through immortal tales, ensuring the entire world would forever remember this unbroken, noble hero who maintained his dignity even amid profound suffering. Though his name stands marginalized, almost overlooked among the 600 generals honored upon the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, within the eternal halls of literature, he remains an unshakable, towering giant beyond time. This quiet inheritance, passed down through blood, memory and storytelling, stands as history's gentlest belated compensation for this long-forgotten, wronged hero. Having followed his life story to its quiet close, you now understand why the real fate of Thomas Alexander Dumas cuts far deeper than any fictional novel. Fictional tales follow structured logic and narrative justice, while real-life fate often bears only the cold arrogance of prejudice, politics and power. He once embraced the full heroic dreams of his revolutionary age, only to be sacrificed, discarded and erased upon the cold altar of imperial ambition. Yet was he truly forgotten every time readers open The Count of Monte Cristo, admiring Edmond Dantes' unbreakable spirit, patience and resilience amid wrongful imprisonment? They unknowingly honor, commemorate and acknowledge the soul of this wronged black general. His life teaches us that even when the body is locked away in dark dungeons, even when achievements are erased from official records and reputation buried beneath political silence, the longing for freedom, devotion to dignity and unyielding inner strength will always take root like seeds blooming into eternal remembrance within the souls of future generations. Now you may set aside all the weariness, sorrow and grievance of your daily life. Reflect upon this general's journey and you will realize true life glory lies not in temporary applause, fame or worldly praise, but in leaving behind a legacy that lingers in quiet remembrance long after you are gone. The wind outside has softened to a gentle calm and the dust of history has finally settled into stillness. Tonight let this overlooked black hero watch over your dreams, guiding you toward a boundless open wilderness free from prejudice, injustice and division. All sorrows have faded into the past, all courage, dignity and spirit remain eternal in memory. May you drift into deep, serene, peaceful rest. Good night. A single musical masterpiece known as The Four Seasons has forever engraved the vibrant vitality of spring and the bitter, piercing chill of winter into the memory of the world. Yet few people ever pause to wonder what cruel, bitter winter Antonio Vivaldi endured in the lonely final years of his life. Tonight let us step through the soft mist rising over the water city of Venice, journey back to the golden age of Baroque art and sink into the low, soothing rhythm of quiet narration to listen to the untold loneliness hidden deep within the soul and the resplendent glory that defined the legendary red-haired priest. He was a devout servant of God, a sovereign monarch ruling over the realm of musical notes, and a devoted mentor to countless orphaned young girls. Antonio Vivaldi's life unfolded as the most magnificent yet sorrowful chapter ever written upon the winding waterways of Venice. When worldly prosperity faded away completely, he passed from this world alone in a foreign land, leaving behind an unsolved mystery that lingered across hundreds of years. Now relax your breath and let this long sealed tale accompany you into calm, peaceful slumber. You may have listened countless times to his timeless musical movements, yet you have never truly gazed into the depth of his soul. Antonio Vivaldi was an unparalleled artistic genius who composed melodies of earthly joy and passion beneath the solemn altar of the church. This quiet telling leads you to the pivotal turning point of his fate, revealing how he guarded his final dignity amid lingering illness and crushing poverty, accompanied by the gentle flickering glow of the hearth fire. Walk with us into his real life, one that rose and fell just like the changing cycle of the four seasons. In Vienna in the year 1741, a cold, relentless rain washed over the grey stone streets of the ancient capital. Inside a simple, shabby lodging for the poor, an elderly man breathed his last in utter silence, with no relatives or friends gathered beside him. His funeral was attended only by a handful of humble, impoverished servants, without a single solemn musical piece to bid him farewell. Who could have imagined that this forgotten soul, who died in destitution and was laid to rest in an unmarked mass grave, was none other than Antonio Vivaldi, the musical genius who once dazzled and captivated the entire European continent. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, why did the man known throughout Venice and beyond as the red-haired priest choose to abandon the bustling splendor of Venice and flee to a distant foreign land in his final days? Why did the genius whose orphan girl orchestra echoed across every royal court of Europe end up broken and defeated, trapped between the conflicts of religious authority and worldly power? Perhaps all his deepest secrets have long been sealed within the flowing melodic lines of his timeless Four Seasons concertos. Close your eyes, drift through the mist of 3 centuries, and seek out the soul who found redemption and solace within the endless rhythm of music. The air of Venice always hung heavy with dampness, blended with the sharp salt scent of the sea and the faint moldy decay of aged wooden buildings. It was within this misty atmospheric embrace that Antonio Vivaldi was born, his arrival coinciding with a sudden violent earthquake. From the very moment of birth he was frail and plagued by poor health, suffering from a severe chronic asthma that left him struggling with a tight constricting sensation in his chest, an affliction that haunted him relentlessly for every year of his long life. This physical fragility prevented him from standing before the church altar to complete a full solemn mass like other ordained priests, yet it was this constant suffocating pain that pushed him toward another sacred path of communicating directly with the divine through the soul-stirring sound of the violin. His striking bright red hair stood out boldly against the somber black robes of his priestly attire, making him seem out of place. Boldly unconventional and unapologetically passionate, the title "the red-haired priest" spread quickly through every narrow alley and winding canal of Venice. Townsfolk whispered in awe of his extraordinary musical talent, while also murmuring quietly about his restless, unbound spirit. In the historic Pieta orphanage, Vivaldi discovered the most important creative classroom and spiritual sanctuary of his entire life. Within its walls lived young abandoned girls, cast aside and forgotten by the outside world. And with nothing but musical notes he built an invisible, magnificent palace for their shelter and healing. Behind thick, heavy hanging curtains hidden from public view, these unseen young musicians drew their bows across stringed instruments, filling the air with pure, enchanting melodies that left the entire city of Venice holding its breath in silent admiration. Vivaldi's musical works mirrored the unrestrained grandeur of Venice's legendary carnival, vibrant, ornate, overflowing with passionate longing for the beauty and fleeting joy of mortal life. He could complete a full-length opera in merely 5 days and finish 3 intricate concertos in the span of a single afternoon. Behind this astonishing lightning-fast pace of creation lay a deep, lingering anxiety born from the constant awareness that death could claim his fragile body at any moment. Knowing his weakened lungs could never sustain his earthly journey for long, he raced against time, pouring every breath into endless composition. His life teaching at the Pieta orphanage demanded exhausting, relentless labor, yet it also gifted him with the purest, quiet peace he ever knew. He taught the orphaned girls to read musical notation, guided them to breathe life into lifeless wooden instruments and awaken the soul hidden within every string. On quiet, still nights, as Venetian gondolas glided silently across the glassy surface of the canals, the melodic tones drifting out from the music chambers became a soothing requiem, wrapping the entire water city in calm serenity. Yet fame always carries a double-edged sword. It brought prestigious invitations from royal courts across Europe, while also stirring bitter jealousy among fellow composers and growing suspicion within the conservative church authorities to traditional, rigid religious leaders a priest who immersed himself endlessly in worldly theatrical music and was rumored to share close companionship with female singers, was viewed as dangerous, rebellious, and unfit for sacred duty. Still Vivaldi remained undeterred, lost in his own world of melody. To him the vivid changing beauty of the four seasons unfolding in nature was far more genuine, profound, and divine than rigid religious dogma, hollow sermons, and meaningless formal rituals. When the four seasons swept across every royal court and concert hall of Europe, Vivaldi rose to become the most celebrated iconic musical star of his era. Even Emperor Charles VI of the Holy Roman Empire held him in the highest regard, praising his genius far above any official court composer of the time. This marked the glorious peak of Vivaldi's life. Walking along the ancient stone-paved streets of Venice, every step he took was accompanied by applause, admiration, and endless reverence. He began traveling frequently to the royal palaces of major European capitals, indulging in extravagant luxury and noble entertainment, a stark contrast to the humble, simple austerity of his life at the orphanage. This sharp divide between his public fame and private quiet life left him trapped in a quiet void of emptiness and detachment, in the stillness of lonely nights. Driven by ambition and a desire to prove his worth in the commercial world, he began investing heavily in opera productions, only to become entangled in a tangled web of mounting debt and financial ruin. The tides of public taste in Venice shifted subtly with the passing years. Audiences grew fickle, critical, and hard to please. His once revolutionary musical style was dismissed as outdated, overly ornate, and excessively flamboyant. Those who once worshipped him as a divine genius now mocked his elaborate melodic embellishments. Behind his back he slowly realized that the Venice that had once sheltered, nurtured, and celebrated him was gradually turning into a strange, unforgiving place. The bright red hair of his youth faded into streaks of gray. The tight, oppressive sensation in his chest grew heavier with each passing day, and the very air around him seemed thickened by the weight of unpaid debts, hidden schemes, and quiet betrayal. The most devastating blow of his life arrived in the form of an official ban issued by the Church forbidding him from performing any of his works within the territories ruled by the Pope. This decree shattered his opera career completely, cutting off his main source of income in an instant and tarnishing the glorious reputation he had spent a lifetime building. Trapped in overwhelming crisis, Vivaldi sat alone on cold, bitter nights, staring at towering piles of his handwritten musical manuscripts. Covering every surface of his small chamber, he made a baffling, desperate decision that shocked everyone who knew him. He sold all his possessions, gambled everything he had left, and resolved to journey alone to Vienna. He clung to the desperate hope that Emperor Charles VI would become his final refuge, the royal patron who had once promised him lifelong protection, artistic freedom, and noble support. Yet fate played its cruelest, most heartless trick upon him shortly after Vivaldi arrived in Vienna. Filled with eager anticipation and fragile hope, Emperor Charles VI passed away suddenly and unexpectedly. The new ruling regime held no interest whatsoever in the aging, forgotten Venetian musician, and the entire city fell into a prolonged period of official mourning. All theaters were closed, every note of music fell silent, and Vivaldi was abandoned, utterly trapped in the cold, desolate bitterness of a foreign winter. Penniless, weakened by worsening chronic illness, and abandoned by fortune, the once revered red-haired priest was reduced to a lonely, frail old man stumbling weakly through the icy, snow-covered streets of Vienna. The tale circles back to that cold, gloomy night in Vienna painted in the opening of our story. Antonio Vivaldi's passing barely created the faintest ripple within the European music circle of his time. His name was simply recorded coldly in the death registry of St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna, marked only with a plain, brief note stating death from internal exhaustion. For a full century afterward, his precious musical manuscripts gathered thick layers of dust, locked away in forgotten storage chambers, almost erased entirely from the pages of history. It was only when later scholars and musicians rediscovered his long-neglected works that the world marveled in awe at how such a frail, sickly body could contain such unyielding, resilient, creative vitality. He died in the deepest loneliness and obscurity, yet left behind the most lively, vivid, and exuberant portrayal of the four seasons ever composed. It was perhaps fate's final gentle compensation, allowing the breath he could never fully draw in life to transform into eternal, timeless melody, lingering forever in the air. Tonight, as we drift slowly into slumber amid this distant tale of the past, you may sense the faint glimmer of his red hair shimmering softly beneath the moonlight. All his unspoken resentment, hidden loneliness, and unfulfilled longing have long drifted away with the wind, leaving behind only the quiet peace of the endless cycle of seasons. Let your breath, slow, steady, and calm, allow your mood to flow as gently as the rippling waterways of Venice on this quiet, peaceful night. May you drift into sweet, undisturbed dreams. Good night. He was the feared sea wolf whom Napoleon himself regarded with unspoken dread and the real-life sole inspiration behind Captain Jack Aubrey in the classic work Master and Commander Thomas Cochrane, a tactical genius who remained undefeated amid raging ocean waves yet crashed hard into pain and humiliation within the tangled labyrinth of political power. Tonight let us drift with the endless tides and listen to the extraordinary life of this lone sea wolf who wandered repeatedly between Gunsmoke filled battlefields and cold courtrooms, embraced the grand sweeping waves of his legendary journey and taste the quiet sorrow hidden within this magnificent true story of history. Some souls are simply born to belong to the boundless open ocean, and Thomas Cochrane was one of them. With a single light swift warship he could capture massive heavily armed frigates, yet he could never save himself from ruin framed by ruthless political schemes. Within this slow soothing narration we cross the storm-swept waters of the English Channel, climb over the lofty snow-capped ridges of the Andes Mountains and witness how a celebrated hero was stripped of his honor and reputation only to reclaim his deserved glory and radiance all over again in distant foreign lands. There is no more perfect time to listen to tales of dignity, exile and wandering than beside the softly glowing hearth fire in the quiet depth of night. Thomas Cochrane's entire life was an endless voyage that never once dropped anchor. He was an eccentric tactical genius, a stubborn unyielding rebel and a tragic idealist bound to his own principles. Close your eyes and let the distant sound of rolling waves carry you into the real fate of Thomas Cochrane. Sink into the low gentle tone of the narration and embrace the unique lonely spirit that belongs only to true heroes. Picture a celebrated naval hero of the British Empire standing tall within the gilded magnificent halls of Parliament, receiving endless praise and public admiration, yet in the blink of an eye he is cast into a dark damp prison cell, stripped brutally one by one of every medal and honor pinned upon his military uniform. This extreme dramatic contrast ran consistently through every stage of Thomas Cochrane's life. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he once fought against overwhelming odds across the vast open sea, striking terror into the heart of Napoleon's invincible naval forces, earning him the formidable title of the Sea Wolf. Yet he stood as the most stubborn, outspoken troublemaker, despised by bureaucratic elites, dragged before court by scheming politicians, and robbed of all noble dignity and respect. This is a story woven from ocean winds, gunpowder, political conspiracy and lifelong wandering, a tale of an untamable spirit that could never be chained or confined by earthly rules. As the waves crash steadily against the shores of the Isle of Wight, one cannot help but wonder whether this aging warrior ever looked back with longing, remembering the raging battle fires ignited across South America and the peaceful quiet afternoons in England he could never return to. In the Mediterranean waters of 1801 the summer sun blazed hot and bright like molten gold, yet its radiant light could never pierce the hidden dangers lurking beneath the calm sea surface. At merely 25 years of age, Thomas Cochrane stood in command of the tiny warship Speedy, a small vessel with a displacement of less than 160 tons. His formidable opponent was the Spanish frigate El Gaimo, a massive warship armed with 32 heavy cannons, many times larger and stronger in every aspect by all conventional rules of naval warfare. Taking on such a colossal foe amounted to certain suicide, yet the word conventional never existed in Cochrane's mind. He ordered his crew to hold their fire and maneuver the Speedy tight against the massive hull of the enemy frigate, slipping into the blind spot of its heavy artillery like a fleeting shadow creeping close to a slumbering giant amid billowing clouds of gunsmoke. He brushed ash and grime from his face and led his men charging boldly onto the enemy deck, his heartbeat merging perfectly with the trembling vibration of the wooden planks beneath his feet. Deep within his heart he understood true courage was never the absence of fear, but the calm precision to calculate wind direction, battlefield layout and the weakness of human nature. Even with sweaty trembling palms, that legendary battle catapulted his reputation across all of Europe, yet it also sowed the seeds of future misfortune. His superiors resented his arrogant, unorthodox tactics that ignored military tradition and hierarchy. Honor has always been a double-edged sword, sharp enough to cut down enemy forces on the battlefield, yet also severing the last thread of harmony between Cochrane and his mediocre, envious peers. If Cochrane on the battlefield was an unbeatable fierce wolf roaming freely across the waves, then within the refined social circles of London he was like a wild bull crashing recklessly into a delicate porcelain shop. As a respected member of Parliament he spoke openly and fearlessly against deep-rooted corruption within the British Admiralty, condemning wealthy, powerful nobles who stayed safely behind the lines, growing rich off military profits while ordinary sailors fought and died at sea. There was always a trace of quiet disdain in his sharp refined features, and this stubborn unyielding integrity proved far more fatal in the ruthless game of politics than any defeat on the battlefield. In 1814 a carefully plotted stock market fraud scheme ensnared him in false accusations. Even without a single shred of solid evidence, scheming politicians seized the perfect chance to strike him down. He was stripped of his noble title, erased permanently from the naval register, and even sentenced to public humiliation, standing in the pillory that night. Cold London rain soaked through his hair and shoulders as he sat alone on the stone bench inside his prison cell, staring up at the narrow patch of grey sky visible through the small barred window. He felt no regret for speaking the unvarnished truth, yet overwhelming cold disillusionment settled deep within his soul, a chill far more bitter than the freezing storm waves of the North Sea. He had spilled his blood and risked his life fighting for his country, yet in his hour of downfall that same nation rushed eagerly to erase his existence from memory. Clenching his fists tightly in the darkness, he could hear the distant call of the open ocean echoing in his ears, realizing the land could no longer be his stage. True freedom waited for him far beyond the horizon. Exile, or rather a journey of self-redemption, carried Thomas Cochrane across vast oceans to the distant untamed continent of South America. Lands yearning for independence and liberation in Chile, Brazil and Greece became the sacred altar where the legendary Sea Wolf rose again to new glory. He possessed no regular military salary, no advanced well-equipped fleet, only ragtag untrained volunteer forces and a handful of old, leaky warships on the verge of sinking. At the port of Valdivia he once again unleashed his chilling ingenious tactical genius, seizing an impenetrable heavily fortified stronghold under the cover of dark night, using only small lightweight boats. The wild winds of South America weathered his skin, etching deep lines of time into the corners of his eyes, yet his piercing gaze remained as sharp and alert as a hunting falcon. No longer an earl of the British Empire, he rose to become commander-in-chief of the Chilean Navy, Marquis of Maranhão in Brazil, and the revered guardian patron saint of these newly born independent nations. While fighting bravely for the freedom and liberation of foreign lands, his heart quietly judged and reflected upon his motherland that had once abandoned him. Political power shifted constantly between these rising nations, and Cochrane drifted between royal courts, medals and military commands, remaining always the same solitary stubborn genius, difficult to cooperate with and impossible to fully control. He came to understand, whether in the old world of Europe or the new world of South America, the fate of a true hero was forever one of lonely isolation, admired and needed in times of crisis, yet never truly trusted or understood by those in power. After more than a decade of wandering exile, Cochrane finally received the long-delayed justice he deserved. Following the coronation of Queen Victoria, his ruined reputation and noble titles were fully restored, and the aging veteran, well into his late 50s, at last returned to the shores of England. He still loved sitting late into the night poring over nautical charts, lost in deep thought, designing numerous military inventions far ahead of his era, including early steam-powered naval propulsion and pioneering concepts of chemical warfare. Yet when he once again donned the magnificent gold-embroidered uniform of a full admiral, he felt no overwhelming joy, only a profound echoing sense of fate coming full circle. In his autobiography he wrote, "My entire life has been spent sailing against relentless currents, some rising from the restless ocean, many more born from the dark complexity of human hearts." He had once been branded a fugitive criminal, now celebrated as a national hero. This drastic repeated shift of identity filled him with quiet absurdity and exhaustion. Late at night he would sit alone beside his window, listening to the phantom echo of distant cannon fire, watching young naval sailors pass by beneath his window. They spoke with admiration of his legendary battles, yet never knew how much of his torn, hidden sorrow and bitter experience lay hidden within the fictional literary figure Jack Aubrey. Times were changing fast. The white sails of the age of wooden warships were gradually fading, replaced by the thick black smoke of steam engines, and Cochrane realized silently that he too was slowly drifting away along with the vanishing glory of his era. In 1860 the legendary warrior who commanded naval forces across 3 continents breathed his last in quiet peace within the city of London. The heavy distant bells of Westminster Abbey tolled solemnly across the city, and he was finally laid to rest among the sacred grounds reserved for Britain's greatest historical figures. Looking back upon Thomas Cochrane today, we find he left far more than textbook perfect naval battle strategies and tactical masterpieces. He bequeathed an unyielding inner spirit to stay true to oneself and honor no matter how harsh the pressure and injustice of the world. The paradox raised at the beginning finds its final answer. A hero is defined not by never falling from grace, but by keeping eyes fixed firmly upon the stars, even while trapped deep within the muddy mire. His lifelong journey rushing between courtrooms and battlefields was at its core the most powerful unyielding rebellion against a mediocre, unfair world. Our story for the night draws to a Close mirroring the calm quiet sea that greeted Cochrane in his later years, may the stubborn unbreakable spirit of this sea wolf bring you inner peace, allowing you to find your own steady anchor amid the rolling tides and turbulence of daily life. Feel the slow even rise and fall of your breath flowing in steady rhythm like the endless ocean tide, and drift gently into deep tranquil slumber. May your night be filled with profound undisturbed peace and sweet dreams. Good night. In the deepest heart of the Taklamakan Desert, every trace of water had long dried up and local guides fled in panic for their lives. The famous Swedish explorer Sven Hedin lay prone upon the scorching hot sand dunes, clinging desperately to the last hint of faint moisture left on his lips. He could never have known this desperate race against death was not merely a fight for his own survival, but also destined to awaken an ancient city, slumbering buried beneath the sand for 1,000 years. Tonight, let us follow the soft glimmer of candlelight and step into the lonely beating life of Sven Hedin, a soul bound forever to the desolate wilderness. Sven Hedin is a name eternally intertwined with the legendary Sea of Death, the cruel unforgiving desert wasteland of Central Asia. In his hour of utmost unbearable thirst he stumbled upon the deepest hidden pulse of history, the long-lost ancient kingdom of Lulan. Some dismiss his discovery as mere random luck, while others regard it as the desert's noble reward granted only to the bravest undaunted wanderers. On this quiet still night, let us feel together the heavy oppression and magnificent grandeur rising from the depths of the barren wilderness, and witness how he escaped certain death against all odds. If the silent wilderness could speak, it would surely breathe out the weary gasps and silent struggles of Sven Hedin during that fatal journey across the wasteland. Driven by an unyielding hunger to uncover hidden geographical truths, he wagered his very life venturing deep into forbidden lifeless lands in search of ancient miracles. Standing before the vanished ruins of Lulan, he was far more than a mere explorer and discoverer. He became a humble pilgrim seeking quiet redemption amid the dust of forgotten centuries. Within this tranquil tale meant for quiet reflection, you will hear the soft low murmur of desert winds sweeping across the endless passage of time. Imagine wandering alone across boundless burning yellow sand, your throat parched and cracked beyond the ability to utter a single sound. Every pore of your body cries out in desperate craving for water, while the horizon stretches endlessly wrapped in twisted shimmering heat haze blurring the line between earth and sky. This was the cruel reality of the Taklamakan Desert in 1895, where Swedish explorer Sven Hedin endured the absolute extreme limit of human willpower. His attendants had already collapsed lifeless upon the sand. His camels perished one after another, leaving him crawling solitary and exhausted deep within this sea of inevitable death. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he was a lone wanderer lingering on the edge of civilization, searching patiently for the missing broken fragments of lost history. A man who survived the brink of death by miracle and reopened the sealed ancient chronicle of a millennium-old civilization. He brought back not only his own life from the merciless desert, but also the name that stunned the entire scholarly world, Lulan. How did this sacred fated revelation descend upon him amid utter hopelessness and despair? Let us follow the desert wind drifting across 100 years of time and journey slowly back to the desolate wilderness where his legendary adventure first began. Sven Hedin's heart never truly belonged to the cold quiet air of his native Sweden. His spirit remained forever bound to the burning passionate soil of the East. Yet in the spring of 1895 this profound love for exploration nearly became a fatal tomb for him and his entire expedition team. He set out accompanied by 2 servants and a caravan of camels, determined to cross the Taklamakan, the deadly desert known locally as the land where no one enters and returns alive. At the beginning of their journey, the expedition carried the quiet arrogance of seasoned men of science, convinced their abundant supplies and careful preparation would easily overcome the unknown threats of shifting sand dunes and brutal wilderness. But the desert quickly stripped away all false mercy. Every drop of precious water evaporated rapidly beneath the blistering, unforgiving sun. When the last trace of moisture vanished from their cracked, parched lips, primal physical fear crept into their minds, gnawing at their nerves like a venomous serpent. Sven Hedin watched his once gentle, loyal camels cry out weakly in fatal dehydration before collapsing heavily onto the hot sand. Becoming one with the endless dunes, he was forced to abandon precious surveying instruments, carefully preserved manuscripts, journals, and even the diaries he cherished more than his own life. This loss extended far beyond material supplies. It marked the complete collapse of all dignity, comfort, and security he had built within civilized society. In that desperate moment he was no longer an elegant, respected geographer and scholar, reduced instead to a raw, instinct-driven creature craving nothing more than a single drop of water to sustain life. He wrote honestly in his private diary, "Death itself holds no true terror. What torments the soul endlessly is the endless sober agony of unrelenting thirst." On the fourth day of extreme unbearable dehydration, Sven Hedin made a desperate, almost self-sacrificing choice, leaving his dying companions behind in the wasteland. This was not an act of cold betrayal but his final desperate gamble against cruel probability. He had to find water quickly or every soul in the party would perish and turn into dried lifeless mummies beneath the sand. Wearing worn leather boots with soles worn thin and broken, he dragged his exhausted body forward step by step through waist-deep drifting sand. When his legs could no longer support his weight, he crawled slowly across the hot dunes like a weary serpent, pausing, gasping for breath for minutes after every small forward movement. Miracles often arrive only when all hope has faded completely from the heart. Far along the horizon he caught sight of an unreal patch of faint green emerging from the barren yellow wasteland. It was a seasonal water pool beside the Hotan River, its water murky and muddy yet filled with the breath of life. Instead of rushing forward recklessly in wild desperation, he cupped the cool water carefully with numb, trembling fingers, moistening his dried throat gently before lowering his blistered, aching feet into the shallow pool. Letting the soothing coolness seep deep into his weary bones, he filled his empty boots with fresh water, intending to retrace his path and rescue his stranded companions. Yet the desert stretched far too vast and merciless. In the end, only he walked out alive from the wasteland. This harrowing near-death experience forever transformed his bond with the land. He believed his life had been granted back to him as a gift by the silent, unforgiving wilderness. Years later, when he returned once more to these barren plains, he chanced upon a cluster of broken wooden pillars standing silently amid the sand. After a violent sandstorm, overwhelmed with a strange, trembling sense of homecoming, he realized he had stumbled upon the long-forgotten, buried ruins of Lulan, a civilization lost to the world for over 1,000 years. The discovery of Lulan sent shockwaves rippling through the global archaeological community like a powerful earthquake, filling in a vital missing link along the ancient Silk Road. Yet beneath the glory of this monumental breakthrough, Sven Hedin remained haunted by an unshakable, lingering shadow of doubt and unease. Within the ancient ruins he unearthed Han Dynasty wooden slips, exquisite preserved silk fabrics, and perfectly preserved human bones kept intact by the dry desert air. As night fell, he would sit alone among crumbled walls and weathered ruins, listening to the wind drifting through broken pillars, letting out low, mournful wails. He could not help feeling the ancient inhabitants watching silently from the shadows, regarding him as a reckless intruder trespassing upon their long-forgotten resting place. He began to ponder a profound, troubling paradox. Was he a noble savior resurrecting lost civilization, or merely a looter, plundering historical relics for fame and glory? Exploration during that colonial era inevitably carried the marks of imperial ambition. He shipped vast quantities of precious cultural relics back to Europe, seeking academic honor, social recognition, and lasting fame. Yet in his later years his youthful hunger for reputation gradually faded, replaced by deeper, quiet anxiety and reflection. He witnessed rivers shifting their ancient courses across the Darim Basin, lakes shrinking and disappearing one by one, and Lopner slowly transforming into a desolate, lifeless salt flat. All his life he had sought to conquer and map this vast wild land, only to realize humanity stood tiny and insignificant like a single grain of sand against the immense, unyielding scale of nature and geography. His spiritual connection with Lulan deepened into a timeless resonance spanning 1,000 years, bound together by shared fate of destruction, decay, and quiet rebirth. He came to understand he had survived that brutal drought perhaps for one sacred purpose: to serve as a messenger awakening the silent, forgotten civilization of Lulan to the modern world. Sven Hedin possessed the typical unyielding, stubborn resolve of a Nordic soul. Even in his declining old age he remained determined to return once more to the remote Gobi Desert. His lifetime brought him praise and admiration from emperors and kings, yet also endless doubt, misunderstanding, and harsh criticism. Through the chaotic years of war and global conflict, some critics accused him of cooperating with powerful political regimes merely to secure meager funding for his costly expeditions. Amid all the noisy worldly disputes, accusations, and controversy, a quiet, untouched corner of the desert remained forever sealed safely within his inner heart. In his old age he often slipped back into vivid dreams, reliving the moment he nearly perished of thirst, wandering once again beside the quiet water pool of the Hotan River. In these haunting visions death no longer appeared terrifying or cruel, instead revealing a pure, stripped tranquility far removed from mortal vanity and desire. He began writing frequent letters, reconnecting with those who had shared life and death beside him in the wilderness or their descendants. His later writings grew restrained, gentle, and calm, no longer filled merely with cold geographical data and survey records, instead filled with lyrical praise for desert sunsets, vast starry skies, and the quiet, solemn beauty of the wasteland. Though he returned to live in the comfortable, elegant mansions of Stockholm, his soul remained forever dried and settled upon the Silent shores of Lop Nur. This strange freedom confined by the land, this profound loneliness nourished by ancient ruins, became the quiet underlying tone defining his final years. He waited peacefully in solitude for his final journey onward toward a boundless wilderness free from tormenting thirst, worldly dispute and regret, under the eternal stretch of unclouded starry skies. When Sven Hedin finally closed his eyes for the last time, he may have heard the soft rhythm of tides rolling against Swedish harbors or the endless whisper of wind sweeping across the barren plains of Lop Nur. He left behind not only detailed, precise maps, precious cultural relics and invaluable exploration records, but also the unbreakable dignity of the human spirit. When facing extreme hardship and despair, he showed the world, even in the most desolate, forgotten corners of the earth, as long as one soul dares to wander, observe, seek and persist, history will never fade into complete oblivion. His life formed a solitary complete circle, beginning with raw primal survival and ending as a solemn watchful guardian of ancient civilization. Tonight, as we drift toward peaceful sleep within warm sheltered rooms, we may draw strength from Sven Hedin's quiet perseverance. The temporary thirst, confusion, loss and uncertainty we face in daily life may well be the necessary path leading us to discover our own inner Lulon. Hidden deep within the soul. Outside the window, the night wind carries a faint distant scent of desert sand, humming a soft ancient lullaby for your rest. No need to dwell anxiously over the uncertain roads of tomorrow. Simply sink slowly into dreamland. Amid this calm, soothing rhythm, within the vast gentle wilderness of your dreams, may you find your own clear sweet spring of eternal peace. Good night. Beneath the steep rugged cliffs of Lyme Regis along the English coast stands a lone figure who spends every day accompanied only by rough winds and churning tides. Mary Anning, the daughter of a humble carpenter with no formal schooling of any kind, yet armed with nothing more than a simple iron hammer, she pried open the heavy sealed gate leading back to the long-lost prehistoric world. Tonight let us step away from all the noise and restlessness of the mortal world and listen to the story of her quiet, rich, extraordinary life spent beside the endless rolling waves of the sea. She unearthed the astonishing ichthyosaur fossil that stunned the whole of Europe, yet her name was never acknowledged or printed in any formal academic paper. Mary Anning's lifetime journey was a long solitary conversation with cold silent stone layers and a quiet spiritual practice of holding fast to unchanging truth amid endless prejudice and disdain. Within this soft tranquil narration you will feel a profound healing calm, the quiet unbreakable strength that belongs to every lonely persistent soul. Take a slow deep breath and let your thoughts drift along the natural tides of Lyme Regis, wandering toward those timeless ancient shorelines hidden deep in the mist of time. How do you define true wealth? Is it just cold numbers locked inside an account, or the boundless living creatures and ancient stories etched within the mind? Mary Anning chose the latter, even though she struggled all her life just to afford simple bread and coal to keep warm. Her life unfolds like a slow tender motion picture filled with damp sea air, the rough texture of weathered rock and the quiet rhythm of endless tides. Tonight let the life story of Mary Anning stay beside you as you drift into rest under the silent watch of long-vanished prehistoric giants, finding genuine peace deep within your heart. Inside the grand lofty exhibition halls of the British Museum, enormous prehistoric skeletons stand tall, overlooking the endless streams of bustling visitors. These massive remains belong to a world that vanished hundreds of millions of years ago, imposing, magnificent and awe-inspiring to all who gaze upon them. Yet the very first guardian who uncovered these ancient beasts was no noble aristocrat, no distinguished educated scholar, no respected doctor of academia. She was merely a poor young girl, covered in dirt and mud, wandering the storm-swept shores of the English Channel with a hammer firmly in her hand. For a very long time the name Mary Anning existed only as a faint overlooked footnote buried deep within academic writings. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, why did an infant who miraculously survived a deadly lightning strike end up spending her whole life wandering the crumbling cliff edges until her final breath? What hidden secrets did those primeval giants she awakened from solid rock whisper quietly to this lonely devoted guardian? Settle your mind and body into calm stillness, for our journey begins along those blue sea cliffs, always ready to crumble into the churning waves below. In the early years of the 19th century, the sea surrounding Lyme Regis was far from the gentle scenic portrait painted in travel guidebooks. The towering cliffs rose in strange shades of grayish-blue layered rock strata stacked like an ancient old book tightly sealed shut by the passage of endless time. It was upon this dangerous windswept coastline that Mary Anning was born, wrapped in the closest companionship of lifelong poverty. Her father earned a living as an ordinary local carpenter and He was the first person to teach her how to recognize curious stone relics known locally as snake stones and devil's fingers to the ordinary villagers of the town. These odd-shaped stones were nothing more than small trinkets sold to passing tourists for a handful of pennies, but to young Mary these weathered stones held a faint restless pulse of ancient life glowing softly upon the damp rock surface after fresh rain when fate delivered its first heavy blow. Mary was only 11 years old. The sudden passing of her father shattered a family already trapped in harsh poverty. Left buried under mounting debts, all he left behind was a rusted old hammer and a tattered rough sketch marking hidden fossil sites along the shore. Standing alone in the bitter sea wind, young Mary stared up at the vast looming cliffs, the very place where her father had met his end and the destined home where she would spend the rest of her days. There was no time for grief or tears. The heavy weight of survival pressed thicker than solid stone, forcing her to walk down to the shore each day searching for precious stones she could sell to put simple food on the table. If you wandered the shores of Lyme Regis at 4 o'clock in the early morning, you might catch sight of a small slender figure moving swiftly between the incoming and outgoing tides. Mary Anning, dressed in heavy patched simple dresses, walking closely beside her only loyal companion, a small dog named Trey. She always arrived beneath the cliffs long before the rising tide swept in, knowing the rushing seawater would wash away loose surface soil, revealing ancient secrets hidden deep within the rock layers. It was one gray somber morning in 1811, the sky heavy with leaden clouds and the air thick with the sharp salty scent of the ocean. Mary spotted a strange fragment of bone protruding high upon the cliff face, resembling the frame of a gigantic fish lined with terrifying sharp jagged teeth. For months afterward she stayed fixed beside that rocky slope, scraping carefully with her bare fingernails, brushing away soil with tiny, delicate tools until an entire 5-meter-long skeleton lay fully exposed to daylight. The whole small town fell into a mix of raw panic and breathless wonder. This was the legendary ichthyosaur, a discovery that would shake the foundations of scientific understanding, challenging every accepted belief about creation, the origin of species, and the history of the natural world. Yet when the complete fossil was sold to a wealthy collector for the handsome sum of £23, Mary received only a tiny modest payment for all her relentless hard work. She watched silently as the ancient skeleton was loaded onto a carriage bound for London, a city of glittering lights and luxury she would never see, while she returned to her run-down small shop, still worrying over how to afford breakfast for the next day. Mary Anning's entire life was a quiet, persistent struggle against being ignored and overlooked. With no formal schooling, she taught herself geology, anatomy, and natural science, mastering the skill of drawing detailed, complex biological structural diagrams with remarkable precision. Yet because she was a woman born into humble working-class roots, the prestigious Geological Society of London barred her even from entering its grand doors, let alone allowing her to share her discoveries, publish papers, or voice her careful observations. Polished gentlemen dressed in formal tailcoats traveled down to her simple seaside shop, one after another, buying rare precious fossils she had unearthed with endless patience. Back in London they delivered grand elaborate lectures, wrote scholarly essays, and claimed the glory of discovery, while rarely ever mentioning the name of the poor self-taught girl from Lyme Regis. Mary never grew bitter or resentful toward this unfair neglect. She remained almost indifferent to titles, honors, academic praise, and public recognition. What mattered far more to her was the quiet breath of the ancient rocks, the profound silent moment of connection when she reached across millions of years to touch the soul of a long-lost prehistoric creature. In her personal diary she wrote, "The world has never been gentle to me, yet within these quiet stone layers I have found an eternal, unshakable justice. Each night by the soft flicker of candlelight she sorted carefully through broken bone fragments, piecing them together like mending a beautiful carpet torn apart by time. Her loneliness never felt cold or sharp, instead it nourished a quiet inner strength, letting her grow steady, dignified, and unyielding amid the endless prejudice, dismissal, and disregard of the academic elite." As the years slipped by, the wind and salt spray of Lyme Regis carved deep, weathered lines into Mary's face, mirroring the layered texture of the cliffs she loved. She went on to uncover not only the famous ichthyosaur but also the long-necked plesiosaur, the ancient pterosaur, and countless other rare specimens, laying much of the foundational groundwork for modern paleontology. Yet years of exhausting labor spent in cold, damp coastal conditions slowly wore away at her physical health. One brutal landslide nearly took her life entirely. She escaped with her breath intact, but her faithful, loyal dog Trey was buried forever beneath the falling rubble of rock and stone. It was one of the quietest, saddest moments of her life. She sat alone beside the pile of broken debris that had claimed her only close companion, remaining silent for a long, heavy time. A deep, overwhelming weariness settled over her, the dull ache in her chest no longer merely the chill of sea wind but the quiet cracking of a body Worn thin by hardship and time, even so, whenever the tide receded she would pick up the old hammer that had stayed with her all her life and walk slowly back toward the cliffs. She knew her own time was running short, yet those ancient life forms buried beneath the rock still waited patiently for her to wake them from their age-long slumber. By this time Mary had become a local legend. Villagers no longer mocked her strange solitary ways, instead watching her lone figure fade into the sunset with quiet reverence. She stood like an ancient pine tree rooted firmly on the cliff edge, her roots buried deep within the hidden history of the earth, while her branches swayed calmly against the harsh, restless winds of ordinary mortal life. In 1847 Mary Anning passed away peacefully at the age of 47, fading quietly amid poverty, lingering illness and physical exhaustion. Only after her death did those same male scholars who had overlooked her for decades suddenly awaken, gathering in academic societies to deliver formal obituaries in her honor. They hailed her as one of the greatest discoverers in the history of geology, raising funds to install a beautiful stained glass window in the local seaside church. The artwork portrayed Mary holding a woven basket and gripping her trusted hammer, standing guard over the endless sea she loved so deeply. All her life she spent wandering the cliffside, uncovering the fossil remains of long-dead creatures, yet in doing so she inadvertently pieced together the magnificent grand blueprint of life's evolution across the ages. Mary left behind no vast fortune or material wealth. She gifted the world a new way of seeing nature, learning to discover extraordinary hidden miracles buried within the most ordinary humble soil. Today the waves of Lyme Regis still crash steadily against the rocky shore, following the same endless cycle of tide and time. Everyone who walks along the quiet beach might catch the faint distant sound of metal striking stone carried softly upon the sea breeze. It is a gentle, timeless reminder that no matter how humble your beginnings, how low your place in the world, devotion, focus and sincere passion can leave an indelible mark etched forever within the current of history. Our story for the night draws to a close now. Feel the steady rise and fall of your breath, calm and peaceful like the slow rhythm of the ocean tide. Within this quiet stillness stretching across time, may you rest into a steady, profound and peaceful dream. Good night. In the Victorian era of London, refined gentle ladies occupied their days with delicate embroidery, elegant social gatherings and the restrained trivialities of conventional high society. Yet Mary Kingsley cast aside all worldly restraint, packed her bulky luggage and stepped alone into the deadly dense jungles of West Africa. Clad in her strict formal Victorian long dresses, she dared to undertake the wildest of adventures, locking gazes with massive crocodiles amid murky swamp mud. Tonight, accompanied by the soft flickering glow of the hearth fire, let us embark on the fantastical journey of this unruly, free-spirited soul. She was once confined and trapped within the endless trivial chores of domestic life, not breathing the air of true freedom for the first time until she turned 30. Mary Kingsley, an extraordinary independent woman who dismantled fear with warm good humor and stood firm against deep-rooted prejudice with unshakable calm. To her eyes, Africa was never portrayed as a savage, desolate wasteland, but as a vibrant spiritual movement of living, breathing life, resonating with natural rhythm. On this quiet, deep night, let us listen closely to this old wilderness tale about breaking free from bondage and searching for one's true self. If life grants you only one single chance to embrace bold adventure, would you choose to abandon the comfort of a stable, peaceful routine? Mary Kingsley chose exactly this path, gliding along remote waterways in narrow dugout canoes. She wrote down the hidden, untold side of so-called civilized society. Her entire life became a vivid collision between elegant long gowns and thorny wilderness, a graceful dance between refined sophistication and untamed wildness. You need not strain to memorize every detail of tonight's story. Simply follow her footsteps and wander through the wilds of West Africa as you drift gently toward peaceful sleep. Picture yourself standing deep within the steamy, humid, unknown jungles of West Africa. In 1893, a colossal crocodile attempts to clamber onto the swaying, fragile canoe, its cold vertical pupils gleaming with greedy menace. Faced with such mortal danger, most ordinary people would scream, flee in terror, or surrender to hopeless fate. Yet Mary Kingsley remained perfectly calm. She slowly drew her heavy, sturdy umbrella from beside her long skirt and pressed it firmly against the crocodile's snout. She even spoke to the uninvited guest with quiet, polite composure, gently suggesting it return to the waters where it belonged. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, Mary Kingsley, a woman who had never once left the quiet suburbs of London before turning 30, how did she transform into a favored, fearless wanderer of the untamed jungle. Her life unfolded as an elegant quiet revenge against rigid social stereotypes and a serene profound exploration into the true essence of life. When she stepped into muddy marshlands draped in layers of traditional Victorian dresses, she sought far more than rare fish specimens and natural collections. She sought to reclaim her genuine unrestrained self, long locked away behind delicate British teacups and the heavy endless burden of household duties. One quiet early morning in the year Mary Kingsley turned 30, her familiar world suddenly emptied into profound lonely silence. Her parents, who she had devoted her entire life to caring for, passed away one after another within only a few short months, leaving her with barely enough inheritance to survive and nothing more than the endless grey rainy days of London stretching endlessly ahead. For most women of that era, such loss usually marked the opening chapter to a lonely old age or a lifetime of relying on the reluctant charity of distant relatives. Yet Mary pushed open her dust-covered window and gazed toward the dark shadowed regions marked on the map, lands her father had spoken of repeatedly throughout her youth. Without hesitation she purchased a one-way ticket bound for the west coast of Africa. She traveled with no accompanying servants, no husband beside her, and no carefully planned expedition route. Neighbors whispered behind her back, murmuring that Miss Kingsley must have lost her senses or set out on a reckless journey destined for self-destruction. Yet the moment she stepped onto the ship's deck, Mary felt the tight restrictive corset that had confined her spirit for 30 years loosen at last, allowing her to breathe freely for the very first time. Carrying her father's unfinished academic research aspirations and an almost innocent curiosity toward the unknown world, she sailed toward a coastline notorious for its terrifyingly high mortality rate. People of that age referred to this perilous land as the white man's grave, but to Mary it represented her only true chance at freedom and rebirth. She could never have imagined the jungle lay waiting ahead, far more complex and treacherous than the thick fogs of London, a place destined to awaken within her an unprecedented profound self-discovery and spiritual renewal. If you had chanced upon Mary Kingsley wandering through the swampy marshlands of Gabon, you would have found the scene strikingly surreal and utterly absurd. Even amid sweltering 40-degree heat, thick clouds of biting mosquitoes and suffocating humid air, she stubbornly maintained her full formal attire, clad in heavy black wool and long dresses with high necklines, tightly fastened cuffs, and a neat small round hat proper enough for any London social gathering. This seemingly rigid adherence to Victorian dress codes concealed Mary's most secret protective armor and quiet survival wisdom. On one occasion she accidentally stumbled into a hidden primitive trap lined with sharp wooden stakes like hardened spears, yet the layered structure of her full skirt miraculously blocked the pointed shafts, saving her from fatal injury. She wrote light-heartedly in her diary with typical British good humor, giving thanks to the cumbersome elaborate fashions of her time, crediting those restrictive feminine garments with saving her life. She hired local Fang tribe guides, a fierce powerful tribe rumored and feared across Europe as ruthless cannibals, unlike the male explorers of her time who brandished firearms to intimidate native tribes. Mary earned sincere respect through fair honest trade, unwavering calm, and genuine mutual understanding. She soon realized that when approaching indigenous communities as a humble merchant rather than an arrogant conqueror, all legendary hostility and suspicion melted away into peaceful cooperation. She learned to distinguish every subtle unfamiliar sound echoing through the jungle and mastered how to maintain steady balance while wading through chest-deep thick muddy waters. During these wild wandering days she was no longer the quiet overlooked dutiful daughter from suburban London. She became the unrivaled mistress of her own canoe, racing against violent tropical thunderstorms and navigating the untamed wilderness with quiet unshakable confidence. Mary Kingsley's observations of Africa carried a remarkable clarity, calm insight, and depth, far ahead of her time. In an era swept up by surging imperialist sentiment, European explorers and colonizers often hid greedy plunder behind the noble pretense of civilizing savage lands. Yet Mary perceived sharply and honestly that African societies possessed their own complete legal system, sophisticated social logic, and well-established cultural structures. She would sit quietly beside crackling tribal campfires, listening patiently to village elders recount ancient animist beliefs and ancestral legends, while meticulously recording the habits, characteristics, and traits of every fish species and jungle creature she encountered. She firmly opposed the forced imposition of European religious doctrine to erase traditional indigenous customs, viewing such arrogance as a cruel violation of precious cultural diversity. Her independent, fearless opinions brought her cold rejection from mainstream society. Upon her return to London, with many politicians even condemning her as a traitor to her own heritage, yet during countless long solitary African nights she had witnessed the radiant brightness of human virtue shining vividly amid the most primitive, untamed surroundings. She saw the quiet dignity of Fang warriors facing mortal danger and the unbreakable resilience of African women enduring relentless hardship and pressure. These genuine, heartfelt scenes flowed back to stubborn traditional London. Through her pen filled with gentle British wit and thoughtful reflection she sought tirelessly to teach the world that Africa was no overgrown wasteland waiting to be trimmed and controlled by outsiders but a living breathing forest with its own inherent rhythm, dignity and right to exist. Her profound compassion arose not from condescending charity from a privileged distance but from a deep spiritual resonance shared by two souls both once confined, restrained and longing for true freedom. When Mary finally returned to London laden with rare natural specimens and diaries filled with countless detailed notes, she instantly became a sensational celebrity across the nation. Crowds flocked eagerly to attend her public lectures, hungry for thrilling blood-soaked tales of daring adventure. Yet Mary always spoke of her experiences with quiet understatement, casually recounting how she had chased away aggressive crocodiles with her long-handled umbrella or protected her precious tea caddy. Amid raging tropical storms she disliked being molded into a heroic icon, preferring simply to describe herself as a fortunate ordinary traveler. Yet the dazzling spotlight of fame and public admiration could never fill the quiet emptiness lingering deep within her soul. Late at night her mind would drift back effortlessly to the unforgettable scent of the African jungle, a rich heady blend of decaying fallen leaves, fresh blooming wildflowers and a faint sharp tang of raw wilderness she could no longer adapt to London's hollow polite formalities, narrow-minded social circles and rigid constrained way of life. When the Second Boer War broke out, Mary once again chose to set out without hesitation, this time journeying to medical outposts in South Africa. Overwhelmed with wounded dying soldiers, she abandoned her peaceful comfortable life as a celebrated writer, laid aside her elegant formal gowns and donned a nurse's uniform, moving tirelessly amid foul odors, suffering sickness and the constant shadow of death. When asked why she risked her life to care for gravely wounded dying soldiers, she only responded with a soft, quiet, gentle smile. Perhaps for Mary Kingsley, as long as she could keep sailing along the endless flowing river of life, even if the final destination led to death, it was infinitely preferable to withering away slowly, trapped safely upon the quiet shore. In 1900 Mary Kingsley passed away peacefully from typhoid fever in a South African hospital at the young age of 37. Following her final heartfelt last wish, her body was carried out to the open sea beyond Cape Town, laid to rest in a solemn sea burial sinking into the depths of the boundless blue ocean. Even in her final moments she maintained her inherent restrained dignity, requesting doctors leave her chamber so she could face the end entirely alone. Her life journey began within the narrow quiet confines of a London study, bloomed fully amid the vast untamed wilderness of primitive jungles, and finally sank into the eternal quiet rhythm of ocean waves. She left behind no vast wealth or grand estate, yet gifted future generations with the inspiring image of an alternative way to live bravely, freely and authentically. She taught us that no matter how heavy and restrictive the hemline of reality may weigh upon us, the soul will always find its own quiet path to wade through hardship, break free and journey onward. Now the hearth fire softens into gentle embers, the night outside deepens into profound stillness, a shade of dark natural green reminiscent of the jungle Mary knew so well. You need not dwell on tedious social rules or trivial worries of tomorrow. Let this story drift around you like a soft gentle breeze. May the calm gentle strength of her spirit stay beside you, allowing you to fall into serene, peaceful slumber just as Mary rested quietly beneath the jungle night in that boundless free realm, illuminated only by starlight, untouched by worldly prejudice. May you find perfect rest, sweet dreams and tranquil peace. In 19th century Paris society, women were expected only to gather beside the fireplace exchanging trivial talk of fashion and social custom, yet Jane Delafoy cut her long hair short, donned men's clothing and ventured deep into the remote lands of Persia. She endured scorching desert sandstorms out in the wild and stood guard over ancient relics perched constantly on the edge of war and unrest. Tonight let us walk into the legendary life of this fearless pioneering archaeologist beneath soft gentle lamplight, sink into the calm flowing rhythm of the narration, embrace her unyielding resolve, quiet fortitude and inner strength, and drift away into peaceful untroubled slumber. Jane Delafoy was a living contradiction wrapped into one extraordinary soul. She was a decorated heroine awarded the Legion of Honor and at the same time a devoted, passionate scholar utterly captivated by the allure of ancient archaeology. To survive the brutal, harsh wilderness of Persia she had no choice but to hide her true identity behind the appearance and bearing of a man. This is a late-night tale of wild exploration, painted with vivid immersive imagery, a story never confined to rigid classroom textbooks, belonging only to quiet still nights and every soul that yearns for freedom and self-discovery. After listening to her extraordinary journey, may your dreams carry you across time and distance straight to the mystical ancient ruins of Susa. If you have ever stood before the magnificent Persian reliefs displayed within the Louvre Museum, you owe it to yourself to hear the remarkable name of Jane Dieulafoy. Her entire life unfolded hidden beneath the disguise of men's attire, allowing her to pursue her purest heartfelt passion without compromise. She carried a stern, composed temperament, ventured into dangerous remote borderlands, and nurtured an endless, insatiable curiosity toward the lost civilizations of antiquity. Tonight, this tranquil, unhurried tale meant only for quiet reflection will carry you across the barriers of time and space, guiding you to meet the extraordinary woman who rewrote history with her courage, perseverance, and relentless devotion. Settle into calm stillness and let the soothing rhythm of the story lull you into deep, restful sleep. Imagine stepping into a remote, untamed frontier where tradition and prejudice strictly forbade women from traveling alone or even appearing openly in public. In this unwelcoming land stands a sharp-featured young officer dressed in crisp military uniform with cropped short hair and a revolver strapped firmly at his waist, kneeling amid scorching hot golden sand, carefully brushing away centuries of dust to uncover brightly colored, glazed bricks that have slumbered undisturbed for 3,000 years. No one observing his poised, efficient manner and cold, penetrating gaze could ever guess that this seasoned, capable guide was in truth a French woman, Jane Dieulafoy, a name that lingered long overlooked in the margins of official history, yet ultimately amazed and inspired the entire world. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, her life represented a fearless, deliberate rejection of rigid social conventions and a heartfelt, unwavering pilgrimage toward the wisdom and beauty of ancient civilizations. Beneath the practical men's garments that concealed her gender beat a spirit fiercely devoted to freedom, refusing to bow, yield, or conform to the narrow constraints of her era. Her story begins not amid the polished exhibition halls of the Louvre, but with a desperate struggle for survival upon the rugged high plains of ancient Persia. By the late 19th century, Persia remained a scorching, desolate land, seemingly forgotten by the outside world. Late one evening in 1884, Jane Dieulafoy sat uneasily aboard a swaying mule cart as terrifying black sandstorms raged outside, capable of swallowing travelers whole, while faint, scattered flickers of tribal rebellion burned dimly upon the distant horizon. She gently touched her closely cropped hair, cut deliberately with her own hands, before leaving Paris. In this foreign land where women were barred from independent travel and public visibility, the gentle identity of Jane had to fade away, replaced entirely by the persona of Monsieur Jean Dieulafoy. For this ambitious archaeological expedition, she did not merely change her outward appearance, she burned all bridges, cutting herself off completely from the comfortable, conventional life she had known. Back in her company were only her husband, Marcel, and a small group of local guides who regarded this slight young man with quiet suspicion and doubt. Plagued by severe water shortage, Jane's lips cracked and bled, yet she maintained her unshakable, composed demeanor, never complaining, never uttering a word of weakness, and even drawing her revolver first to defend their camp when bandits descended upon them under the cover of night. This unyielding resolve was forged from the deep scars left by the Franco-Prussian War, during which she had already disguised herself as a man to accompany her husband onto the battlefield, learning amid piles of the fallen how to fight, endure hardship, and survive with the unflinching toughness of a soldier. This instinct for survival and protection later became her greatest safeguard, defending precious ancient monuments and sustaining her through the brutal loneliness of the wilderness. When the first light of dawn spilled over the crumbling ruins of Susa, Jane knew the true, real battle to uncover, preserve, and understand this lost civilization had only just begun. The barren plains surrounding Susa stretched endless and desolate, marked only by silent, weathered stones and empty ruin, with no trace of modern comfort or human settlement. Jane Dieulafoy rose before dawn each day, stepping across scorching mounds of earth in heavy, sturdy boots. She directed hundreds of local laborers, rugged, strong men who initially refused to obey orders from what they dismissed as a pale, unfamiliar young man. Yet Jane overwhelmed them completely with her relentless work ethic, precise knowledge, and uncompromising professional dedication. She could kneel motionless for hours before a single broken fragment of brick, tracing subtle patterns and textures to pinpoint the exact location of King Darius's grand palace. Her devotion to her work bordered on quiet obsession. Even when stricken with severe malaria, burning with raging fever, she refused to retreat to the safety and comfort of the embassy in Tehran, instead ordering her camp bed carried directly to the edge of the excavation pit. Lost in feverish hallucination, she envisioned rows of vividly painted archers stepping slowly out from beneath the earth, emerging once more into the light of day. This profound spiritual connection, bridging vast stretches of time with fragments of lost civilization, became the only warmth and solace her heart ever needed to guard the priceless uncovered glazed tiles from ruthless looters. She kept watch alone beside the dig site through countless long dark nights, revolver ready in Hands scanning the boundless shadows, listening closely to the haunting howl of jackals and the quiet stealthy footsteps of intruders. During these isolated hours she filled thick journals with detailed observations, her writing carrying none of the soft sentimentality expected of women, only sharp clinical analysis of light, shadow, soil, strata, architectural structure, and the hidden logical patterns of history. She understood clearly. These silent ancient stones were the truest proof of her purpose. Existence and achievement, far more genuine, meaningful, and enduring than any costume, disguise, or social title. If physical exhaustion and harsh wilderness hardship could be endured with quiet fortitude, the mounting pressure of delicate diplomatic tensions weighed heavily upon Jane, filling her heart with suffocating unease. The Persian royal court was growing weary and impatient with the French archaeological mission, while local religious leaders condemned the excavations, claiming disturbing ancient ruins would anger the old gods and bring divine punishment upon the land Jane was forced to navigate. Intricate political factions constantly relying on her dual hidden identity to negotiate, persuade, and maintain balance. By day she stood as a firm, unyielding overseer, commanding laborers, enforcing discipline, and protecting the site. By night she pored over complex tribal agreements beneath flickering candlelight, untangling hidden alliances, rivalries, and unspoken territorial disputes. During one critical confrontation, local tribal chieftains insisted upon entering the restricted excavation zone to inspect the ruins for themselves. Jane stood tall and unwavering, hand resting firmly upon the hilt of her sword, her fluent command of the regional dialect and piercing icy blue gaze radiating an imposing quiet authority that surpassed even most local men. Faced with her unshakable resolve, the leaders fell silent, momentarily forgetting to question the secret hidden beneath her masculine exterior. The heavy, tense atmosphere eased briefly every time a shovel struck solid stone, revealing another layer of buried history. At long last the magnificent long gallery of archers built under King Darius emerged from the earth, its glazed tiles retaining brilliant unfaded hues of gold, sky blue, and emerald green, stunning every witness into breathless silence. Standing at the edge of the excavation pit, gazing upon those vivid ancient colors revived after millennia, Jane allowed a single hot tear to fall hidden beneath her masculine attire. The wind and sand quickly dried the trace of emotion from her cheeks, and she swiftly regained her stern, composed expression, issuing clear instructions for workers to carefully dismantle, pack, and transport the priceless relics along treacherous river routes bound eventually for the Louvre Museum. She fully understood, once these treasures left their ancient resting place, her lonely mission would become an even more precarious, solitary dance balanced upon the edge of ruin, politics, and public judgment. After returning to France carrying cargo holds filled with irreplaceable ancient artifacts, Jane Dieulafoy did not abandon her masculine attire or revert to the voluminous crinoline dresses expected of Parisian gentlewomen. In 1886 she attended the grand opening ceremony of the Persian galleries at the Louvre, still dressed entirely in men's formal wear. Newspapers of the era erupted in outrage. Conservative critics mocked and condemned her, labeling her an unnatural creature who had abandoned her feminine identity. Yet Jane met such scorn and ridicule with quiet, dignified indifference, continuing to participate freely in academic conferences, scholarly discussions, and intellectual gatherings, delivering lectures on Persian architectural aesthetics and emphasizing the vital importance of protecting shared human cultural heritage. Amid endless regional conflict, she even secured official written permission from the French government granting her legal right to wear men's clothing in public, a rare official recognition earned not through privilege or influence but through countless close escapes, unrivaled academic achievement, and lifelong dedication to archaeological discovery. In quiet, solitary moments late at night, Jane often drifted back in memory to the lonely excavation pits of Susa, recalling the rare freedom of living beyond gender expectations, far removed from the judgmental eyes of Paris high society. In her later journals she wrote plainly, "My soul stands naked and unadorned out in the wilderness. No clothing, disguise, social role, or worldly title could ever define who I truly am." This radical, unflinching honesty with herself allowed her to discover profound, gentle inner freedom beneath her stern, guarded exterior. She no longer wore men's clothing merely to navigate prejudice, danger, and hardship. It had become the natural, authentic state where her spirit felt most comfortable, complete, and unconfined, even in her final years, confined to bed by chronic illness accumulated from decades of harsh travel, exhaustion, and tropical disease. She kept the trusted revolver that had guarded her through the Persian wilderness resting beside her bedside. It remained her final quiet defense against an unforgiving world, and the loyal, silent companion that had walked beside her through every trial, adventure, and breakthrough. Jane Dieulafoy's extraordinary life finds its perfect lasting legacy within the magnificent glazed tile walls of the Persian galleries at the Louvre Museum today. As you walk through the exhibition hall standing before the vivid reliefs of ancient Persian archers, take a moment to picture the solitary figure who cut her hair short, endured endless wind and sand, and risked everything over a century ago to uncover, safeguard and bring these relics to light. Her life answers the quiet question of identity, purpose and resilience posed at the start. How immense inner strength must one possess to rise beneath heavy social shadows, carve out a path of one's own and build a sky belonging entirely to oneself? She left behind far more than priceless artifacts adorning museum halls. She gifted the world a timeless example of self-definition, courage and the unyielding right to live authentically regardless of convention. True exploration has never merely meant traveling to distant lands. It means journeying deep within to reclaim your most genuine, uncompromised self. Now the winds sweeping across the Persian highlands have faded to calm, and the golden sands of Susa have settled into quiet stillness. Let us tuck away Jane's remarkable story wrapped in its gentle, lingering warmth. You need not battle deserts, face bandits or defy rigid tradition as she did. Simply allow your dreams to carry you across ancient crumbling walls toward the quiet, boundless freedom your heart deserves. May your night be filled with profound tranquility and peaceful, timeless dreams. Good night. The name Habsburg once stood as the symbol of dominion over half the known world, yet behind this illustrious ancient surname Arnold von Habsburg endured a quiet, unseen war never fully recorded or detailed in official royal chronicles. Tonight let us step into the obscured shadows of history, listen to a tale of marginality, hidden ambition and quiet disillusionment, and drift into peaceful, undisturbed slumber. Born into the most noble aristocratic lineage of Europe, Arnold von Habsburg spent his entire life lingering on the fringes of his family's core power circle. His personal aspirations appeared tiny, feudal and powerless beneath the towering shadow of the Habsburg dynasty. This is a profound reflection on the joys, sorrows, struggles and fate of a minor figure caught within the sweeping tide of grand history. Sink into the low, soothing tone of the narration, feel the destined calm that settles over mortal fate, and let this gentle story accompany you through a quiet, peaceful night. Some names are destined to be submerged and forgotten by the overwhelming current of grand history, and Arnold von Habsburg is one such soul. He bore the most revered, noble surname in all of Europe, yet never truly held command over his own destiny. His hesitant attempts and silent struggles on the edge of the political whirlwind compose an unsung, melancholy elegy tonight beside the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire. Listen quietly to this tale meant only for quiet reflection, and drift slowly into deep, tranquil sleep. Imagine being born into Europe's most prestigious royal lineage, carrying within your veins the blood of rulers who once governed vast territories across half the globe. Your surname alone could swing open the city gates of any kingdom, your family crest bearing the sacred authority of imperial rule. Yet when you step into the innermost council chamber of the dynasty, you find no seat reserved for you, and the gazes of all the nobles and royals merely pass over you with cold, polite indifference. This was the quiet, lifelong fate of Arnold von Habsburg, a man who walked as an invisible outsider, lingering perpetually on the fringes of imperial power. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, his entire existence became an unremarkable hidden brick within the magnificent, towering edifice of Habsburg glory, and an unsung elegy of unfulfilled political ambition, the unspoken aspirations, quiet sighs and hidden regrets he left behind in the footnotes of history feel far more genuine and touching than the legendary deeds of emperors and monarchs recorded in official annals. When the radiance of supreme power blazes too brightly, those who stand quietly in the shadows often see through to the deeper, unchanging essence of human nature and worldly fate. Fate played its first quiet, cruel trick on Arnold von Habsburg, endowing him with the glorious Habsburg surname, yet stripping him of the birthright and priority that came with noble lineage. At grand family gatherings, his elder brothers debated the governance of distant provinces, the deployment of imperial armies, and the arrangement of royal alliances, while he sat silently on the sidelines, lost in observing the hunting falcon resting in his palms. The bitter ache of being marginalized did not arrive in a single moment, but seeped slowly deep into his bones through countless lavish yet icy cold royal banquets and rigid family assemblies. He once sought to prove his worth through diligent, dedicated military service, posted to the remote borderlands of Bohemia, enduring endless mud, bitter cold and lonely isolation, commanding a forgotten garrison far from the splendor of Vienna. He watched mediocre, distant relatives with higher bloodline precedents enjoy wealth, privilege and ease within the imperial capital without lifting a finger while he lingered in desolate frontier outposts trapped in endless solitude. This deep rift carved open by fate drove him to sit alone late into the night beside dim oil lamps tracing repeatedly the intricate map of Habsburg family power and territorial division. He craved no heavy imperial crown nor endless royal wealth. He only longed for simple recognition to prove that within this enormous cold dynastic machine Arnold von Habsburg was never merely a replaceable spare part filling an empty position, yet the swirling vortex of royal power shows no mercy to personal pride, its relentless gravitational pull only pushing him further toward the dangerous lonely edge of the family circle. Searching desperately for his own stable foothold, Arnold began traveling frequently to secret private gatherings looked down upon and dismissed by the core members of the Habsburg clan. Within dimly lit secluded manors he met other minor nobles trapped in similar discontent, listening to their quiet complaints, bitter grievances and fanciful fantasies of reshaping the old political order. These meetings were far more than mere emotional release. They became Arnold's quiet, cautious test of the times. Wondering whether he could step forward to fill the power vacuum if the established dynastic order ever began to waver and crumble, he began leveraging the weight of his Habsburg name, acting as a behind-the-scenes intermediary, handling messy political dealings and underhanded affairs that direct royal heirs deemed beneath their dignity. This gray area of covert maneuver granted him an unprecedented, fleeting sense of control, as if he had finally touched the cold hard edge of true dynastic authority. Yet this illusion of mastery was fragile and deceptive, like dancing precariously on the brink of a cliff, every step balanced delicately between betrayal and being betrayed. Late at night, returning to his cold, quiet manor on the outskirts of Vienna, Arnold was always overwhelmed by profound weariness. Staring into the mirror at his distinct Habsburg features, the prominent jawline, deep-set eyes and solemn noble brows, he felt a strange disconnect, as if gazing at a complete stranger. He questioned endlessly whether he fought bravely for his own unfulfilled ideals or merely sought quiet revenge against a powerful family that had never truly embraced, acknowledged, or cherished him. Nothing stung Arnold more deeply than the hastily arranged political marriage decided arbitrarily by the highest circle of Habsburg royalty. He had once hoped his union might serve as a valuable bargaining chip, securing for him a firmer hold over a stable hereditary domain, yet in the end he was informed coldly that he would be wed to an obscure minor noblewoman so insignificant she barely merited formal diplomatic mention. The wedding lacked grand processions, public celebration and the cheering crowds of Vienna, marked only by a few hollow ceremonial cannon blasts tucked away in a forgotten corner of the imperial palace. Standing before the altar, Arnold stared down at the plain, unremarkable wedding band, and in that quiet instant saw clearly his true worth. In the eyes of his family he was nothing more than a stable, disposable asset, a carefully confined symbol kept merely to preserve the purity of Habsburg bloodlines rather than valued as an individual soul longing for recognition, purpose and belonging. Life after the arranged marriage brought none of the peace he had hoped for, instead entangling him in even more humble, trivial domestic and territorial conflicts. He faced endless obstacles in governing his assigned lands. Even low-ranking local tax officials dared mock him behind his back, dismissing him as nothing more than a shadow of the Habsburg name. These petty, repeated humiliations wore away his spirit far more effectively than brutal battles on the battlefield. He grew increasingly silent, withdrawn and solitary, the ambition that once drove him to linger on the edge of power slowly fading, turning to cold ash within his heart. As the smoke and fire of the 30 Years' War spread across the whole of Europe, Arnold von Habsburg finally encountered an opportunity that seemed destined to rewrite his fate. The Habsburg court needed a trusted noble to serve as governor over newly reconquered territories torn apart by war, trapped in unrest, chaos and extreme instability. A posting regarded as a fearful, unwanted burden by direct royal heirs became Arnold's last desperate lifeline. Amid lifelong marginalization, he departed with only a small retinue, arriving on charred, war-scarred ruins, striving to rebuild order, stability and hope from the wreckage. In those difficult years he revealed extraordinary inner resilience, dining alongside common farmers, sharing rough quarters with ordinary soldiers, pacing charred, broken landscapes to resurvey land boundaries and restore livelihoods. For a brief, precious period Arnold seemed to escape forever from the overwhelming shadow of the Habsburg dynasty, gaining an almost sacred respect and loyalty among the local people of this barren, war-torn land. He founded simple village schools, repaired ruined churches and ruled the region with a compassion and sense of responsibility far ahead of the aristocratic mindset of his era. Yet once order was restored and the land regained its fertility and strategic value, distant elder nobles in Vienna once again fixed their greedy, cold gaze upon his achievements. They dispatched new, loyal, direct heirs to take over all his hard-won fruits of governance, while Arnold was dismissed and sent back to the fringes once more by a casual official decree, stripped of his merit, achievement and place of belonging. In his final declining years Arnold von Habsburg chose complete quiet withdrawal and silence. He moved to a simple residence beside a remote monastery far removed from the noise, vanity and intrigue of Vienna, embracing a lifestyle of humble austerity almost akin to a monk. He ceased writing letters to the royal family pleading for recognition, abandoned all secret political gatherings and quiet schemes, spending his days sitting alone, in a small garden blooming with violets, watching the setting sun sink slowly into the deep valleys of the Alps. Official Habsburg history continued its relentless cycle of expansion, diplomatic marriage and territorial growth, spreading its influence across the map year after year. Meanwhile he, the man who had poured all his heart, effort and wisdom into governing those war-scarred lands, became a vague, forgotten joke whispered casually within Vienna's aristocratic social circles. His youthful ambition had long burned out, or rather evolved into a calm, thorough understanding and quiet rejection of the hollow illusion of worldly power. He still bore the illustrious Habsburg surname, yet beneath his plain, modest robes Arnold finally discovered a genuine inner freedom no title, territory or royal authority could ever take away. He no longer lingered or hesitated on the family's power margins, for he had finally walked out of the intricate labyrinth woven by bloodline, privilege and imperial scepters in this peaceful, quiet world filled only with bird song and monastery bells. He felt whole, complete and free at last, needing no external validation, recognition or noble title to define his worth. When Arnold von Habsburg passed away, no member of the Habsburg family stood beside his bedside, only a handful of aging veterans who had once received his kindness and protection keeping watch over his final moments within the endless vast volumes of official imperial history. His name was even misspelled several times, yet this trivial neglect could never erase his quiet legacy etched deeply into the memory of those forgotten war-torn lands. The riddle of marginality, fate and power raised at the opening finds its gentle answer in his final years. True strength never lies in a prestigious surname, vast territories or lofty status. It resides in the quiet courage to face oneself peacefully even after fate strips away every worldly possession. Honor and hope. Arnold left behind no grand architectural monuments, no brilliant military victories, no glorious dynastic achievements. He bequeathed to history the unyielding soul of an ordinary minor noble who never bowed his head beneath the immense shadow of grand history. Our quiet tale for the night draws to a close. This forgotten child of the Habsburgs at last takes his rightful place at the very center of his own life story. Now let this serene calm wrap around your mind and heart, allowing the quiet peace of letting go of struggle and ambition to guide you into deep, steady dreams in the realm of slumber. You need no noble surname, no external glory to define yourself, for you are unique, complete and precious simply as you are. May your night be filled with gentle quiet and profound peaceful rest. Good night. Long before Vasco da Gama opened up the maritime route to the east by sea, Afanassy Nikitin, a Russian merchant, had already traveled alone across 3 vast seas. He set foot upon a legendary land covered in fragrant spices and gleaming precious gems, only to find himself wandering helplessly within an intricate labyrinth of conflicting faiths and foreign beliefs. He recorded all the mystery, splendor and exotic wonder of India in meticulous detail, yet along his journey home he slowly lost the spiritual connection to the God he had once worshipped faithfully in his homeland. Tonight, accompanied by the soft flickering glow of the hearth fire, let us step into the fragmented inner world of this lonely wandering traveler. Some great adventures demand the ultimate sacrifice of a person's spiritual foundation and inner peace. Afanassy Nikitin had originally set out in search of profitable business opportunities, trading routes and distant wealth, yet he unexpectedly became a perceptive observer, standing across the invisible boundaries of vastly different civilizations. Surrounded by the warm, damp breath of tropical monsoon winds, he realized that the solemn prayers and religious scriptures he had carried from home felt frail, hollow and meaningless, standing before towering Buddhist shrines and ancient pagan temples. On this quiet, peaceful night, follow the quiet pages of Nikitin's private journal and witness how a resolute, steadfast soul slowly dissolved into loneliness, confusion and spiritual loss amid endless wandering. He once dreamed constantly of the snow-covered landscapes of his distant homeland, yet watching the sun sink gently over the holy Ganges River he gradually forgot the sacred purity of baptismal holy water. Afanassy Nikitin stood as a forgotten pioneer, abandoned by his era and isolated by vast geographical distance. He passed away in late autumn, only a short journey away from the borders of his native land. His written accounts preserve the glittering wealth, golden treasures and exotic wonders of India, while laying bare the deepest hidden fears, spiritual disillusionment and quiet despair dwelling within the heart of a lonely wanderer. You need not trouble yourself to memorize every detail of this historical tale tonight. Simply drift along with his footsteps amid soft gentle narration, wandering far away across the three distant seas as you sink quietly into rest. Back in the 15th century, an age when world maps were still filled with mythical sea monsters, uncharted wilderness and imagined edge of the world, one solitary traveler had already journeyed all the way to the farthest reaches of the known globe. Sitting quietly beside the flowing waters of the Ganges, he watched unfamiliar foreign deities enshrined amid curling incense whispers filling the air, while his own heart remained trapped in a hollow, desolate emptiness. This lone wanderer was a fantasy. Nikitin, a Russian explorer who touched the living pulse of India 30 full years before the dawn of the great age of maritime exploration, when Vasco da Gama arrived armed with warships, ambition and greedy desire for colonial wealth. Nikitin left behind nothing but a private journal filled with inner confusion, spiritual struggle and quiet soul searching. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he was a merchant whose worldly ambitions shrank steadily amid overwhelming foreign splendor, a traveler whose spirit finally broke free from familiar faith under the immense pressure of clashing civilizations. He journeyed far to discover the vast wide world, yet failed to bring back the devout certain version of himself who once believed his homeland stood at the very center of the universe. This is no glorious tale of conquest, discovery or imperial triumph. It is a quiet, profound tragedy of solitude, crumbling faith and the eternal longing to return home to one's true self. In the year 1466, the surface of the Volga River lay smooth and still like a polished dark mirror, reflecting the graceful silhouettes of birch trees lining the riverbanks. A fantasy. Nikitin, a merchant hailing from the ancient city of Tver, stood ready and filled with hopeful anticipation for his long voyage. He never dreamed of becoming a famous hero or celebrated explorer. His simple ambition was to trade valuable furs from his homeland, exchange them for the exquisite eastern silks spoken of only in distant legends, and return with fortune and honor. Yet fate suddenly turned cruel and unpredictable. That autumn, pirates roaming the Caspian Sea descended upon his small fleet like bloodthirsty sharks, plundering all his goods, scattering his traveling companions and leaving him stranded helpless upon the empty desolate shore. Behind him lay the unknown terrifying abyss of distant foreign lands, while before him stretched a barren, impoverished homeland he could no longer return to. In shame for a Russian merchant living in the 15th century, the complete loss of trading capital meant losing all social standing, livelihood and place within society. In that desperate moment, the unshakable religious certainty deep within Nikitin's heart cracked. For the very first time he began to silently question why God would allow such unfair ruin and bitter misfortune to befall a faithful believer. Rather than returning home to face bankruptcy, humiliation and ruin, he embraced a nearly self-destructive resolve, choosing to journey further south, deeper into the mysterious unknown. With no money, no supplies, and only raw survival instinct and faint unyielding determination to sustain him, he crossed the vast Caspian Sea and trekked over the rugged high plateaus of Persia. He could never have known that this single step forward would carry him far beyond the familiar borders of his homeland and break through the spiritual shelter of his lifelong religious beliefs forever. When a fantasy, Nikitin finally set foot upon the soil of India, he was overwhelmed by a powerful, almost suffocating wave of cultural shock. Nothing here resembled the cool, quiet, misty landscapes of the Volga River. Instead, he was surrounded by dazzling, overwhelming colors, heavy, lingering aromas of exotic spices, and relentless, sweltering heat that never seemed to fade. He watched elaborately decorated elephants draped in golden ornaments parade slowly through crowded city streets and observed naked devotees dancing wildly in fervent worship before strangely carved ancient idols. In his journal he wrote plainly that local men and women dressed with little covering, they did not worship the one true God of Christianity but bowed down reverently before sacred cattle. At first he viewed everything around him with the natural religious arrogance of an orthodox believer, convinced this strange exotic land belonged to the realm of demons and pagan darkness. Yet as his stay stretched into years, Unending loneliness seeped slowly into his bones like a slow-acting poison. During countless quiet afternoons with no one to share his language, faith or memories, he was forced by necessity to learn local dialects, adapt to foreign clothing and follow unfamiliar social customs to blend in and survive. Far more painful was the realization that he could no longer keep track of the Russian calendar, losing count of holy feast days, Easter celebrations and religious fasting periods within the strict framework of Orthodox tradition. Missing sacred holy days meant spiritual exile and separation from divine grace. Night after night he knelt in lonely, desperate prayer, begging God for forgiveness, yet time and again during moments of crippling hunger, debilitating illness and mortal peril, it was these so-called pagans he once dismissed who offered him kindness, shelter, healing and compassion. The painful tension between genuine human kindness from foreign strangers and the rigid, uncompromising rules of his faith plunged Nikitin into profound unspoken self-doubt. He dared not voice his inner confusion to anyone, trapped between the faith of his homeland and the humanity he witnessed every day. By his third year living in India, Nikitin's journal began to reveal a subtle, unsettling change. He started blending Persian, Arabic and Russian script to write down his private prayers and spiritual reflections. The God he had once known so clearly grew increasingly faint and distant amid the warm, humid tropical monsoon, while local beliefs of reincarnation, spiritual cycles and quiet inner peace slipped gently into his dreams and inner thoughts. He witnessed the cruel, ruthless political schemes of sultans and rulers and observed the quiet, almost divine patience of common, ordinary people enduring endless hardship, poverty and suffering. In one poignant, heartfelt entry he wrote that everything in this foreign land feels vividly real and alive, while I alone feel hollow, fake and out of place. He became a wandering spirit caught between two civilizations. To the people of India he was a pale, strange foreign outsider, while within his own soul he was no longer the simple, devout Russian merchant who had left home years before he attempted to sell non-existent trade goods to local rulers to sustain his livelihood, and carefully trod cautiously along the blurred boundaries of faith, hiding his true spiritual doubts to protect his safety. Years of spiritual pretense, crushing isolation and inner conflict eventually stirred haunting hallucinations deep within his mind. He began to feel he had been forgotten, abandoned and cast aside by the God of his homeland. Whenever he tried to recall the familiar ringing of church bells back in Moscow, his mind filled instead with the deep, steady, rhythmic drumbeats echoing from ancient Indian temples. His soul felt torn, violently split into two halves, one part clinging desperately to the snow-covered, pure spiritual homeland he remembered, the other already sinking deep into the muddy, eternal currents of the Ganges River. This profound sense of being lost was never merely geographical. It was the quiet despair of a man realizing he could never return to the pure, unshaken faith and innocent certainty of his former self. In 1472 Nikitin finally saved enough money to purchase passage home, at last setting out upon the long-dreamed journey back to his native Russia. Yet this homecoming proved far more sorrowful and desolate than his original departure, for his inner world already lay in complete ruins. Crossing the Black Sea he encountered a violent, raging storm, as if the very ocean itself sought to block this half-lost, half-changed soul from returning to the sacred land of Russia. When he finally stepped onto the shores of Crimea, breathing in the familiar, crisp, cold air of his homeland, he felt no joy, relief or homecoming, only overwhelming hidden fear. He dreaded his countrymen seeing the foreign light lingering in his eyes, feared the church discovering his references to other faiths within his journals, and trembled at the thought of facing the devout, uncomplicated version of himself he had left behind years earlier, clutching his precious journal soaked by seawater, stained by sweat and filled with countless observations. He stumbled slowly northward, searching desperately for a place to confess his doubts and find spiritual redemption. By this time Nikitin's physical health had deteriorated severely. Years of living in harsh tropical conditions destroyed his immunity, while crippling spiritual exhaustion left him frail, gaunt and hollow like a walking shadow. He moved silently like a fugitive burdened with a heavy secret, slipping quietly through remote countryside, avoiding bustling Towns and crowded villages. He paused beside every small abandoned village church, yet never dared step inside. Kneeling hopelessly upon the threshold in silent remorse, he brought back invaluable first-hand accounts of India, detailed records of diamond mines, spice trade routes, and complex geopolitical insights. Yet he no longer possessed the strength to present these discoveries to the Tsar or share his knowledge with his people. In the late autumn of 1475, travelers passing along a remote country road not far from Smolensk discovered the lifeless body of a gaunt, haggard stranger. Beside him lay no gold, no spices, no precious treasures, only a tightly rolled parchment manuscript held firmly in his arms, its pages densely filled with careful handwriting. This quiet, unknown soul was Afanassy Nikitin. He died merely a few days' journey away from his hometown of Tver. He never managed to cross the final threshold, leading home to redemption, acceptance, and belonging. And perhaps this quiet, unfulfilled end was fate's gentlest mercy toward him, for within the pages of his journal he openly admitted he had become a wanderer without spiritual anchor, an outsider who could never again fit comfortably within the rigid order and faith of his homeland. Later his journal was preserved by traveling merchants, eventually drawing the attention of historians and scholars, becoming one of the most precious authentic records of cross-cultural encounter and early global exploration ever left behind by humanity. Yet for Nikitin himself, beneath the plain, honest words of his writing lay the quiet, shattered spirit of a forgotten pioneer, broken by distant solitude and the collision of worlds. Now the wind outside carries the distant echo of waves rolling across the three seas. The hearth fire fades softly into embers and the night settles deep around you. The perfect moment to drift into peaceful rest. There is no need to judge his spiritual wandering nor mourn the sorrowful end of his journey. Every human life is an adventure set in motion with no turning back. May your dreams lead you to your own eternal homeland, a place that never runs dry, never fades away, and never leaves you lost and adrift. Good night and sweet dreams.